All right, guys, we're back. It's been a crazy week. Crazy week. Lots going on. What we are going to be doing today is we are going to be looking at a couple of things. We're going to look at the trades that we took this week, that I took this week, how the portfolio performed, where I see the plays going on over the next week or so. There may maybe some people popping in and out. Basically, guys, when shit's about to hit the fan, what I find is the best way to respond is to be calm, cool, and collected, and not rush into anything scared or upset or angry or um, just clear the slate, right? Like level out, slow down. Let's make a plan. Let's make a strategy. So that's what I'm doing going into this week, guys. There's a very high likelihood as I'm heading into this of a couple of things. One, I am expecting to not be taking any further positions in GME, AMC, costs, any of these tickers that are causing this insanity. There's a high likelihood you will not see me in those positions again. While they were extremely profitable this week for me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze from this point on, because there's a high likelihood from what I'm seeing anyway that there's a risk that far outweighs my level of risk adverseness. So let's take a look at tip ranks, guys. Here is for the past month. Let's refresh this page here. What is up, Saki? So far over the month of January, portfolio is up 111%. Fantastic. So variance, that's one thing that I am noting over this past week is my ability to say, I'll take it. I'll take the profit. I am up early, guys, because Martini and the gang were in Discord and they were chatting. By the way, guys, you're more than welcome to hop into the Discord if you're not already a member of the Discord. I am live in there as well. You guys can see the money voice text to get some insight onto some of the conversation we're having in there. But there's a lot of different emotions that are happening here. Some people lost money last week. Some people are scared of the week ahead. There is some fear. There's some anger. There's a lot of stuff going on. So what I want to know nice, man. Nice rampage. 140. You're kicking the crap out of me. I was only up 111. Yeah, yeah. Got it. I mean, trusting your instincts, trusting your trading methodology, those are all things that are important. One of the big things for me, guys, is the ability to create a strategy. I'm very successful when I take this time every week and I look at what I did and I look at my analysis and I break it down and I take the time and I build slowly. So that's what I'm going to do today. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that just like to play it, day by day. They wake up, they take the trades that they see. And I've got nothing against that strategy. It's that I just perform better when I've got a battle plan heading in. Now, the battle plan rarely survives the week, but at least taking this time to break down the market, seeing what's going on. So, this is something that has been an extremely useful tool over the past couple weeks. Have I got any thoughts on Dogecoin? I do not. No. Dogecoin is another one on the list of things that I will not trade. Gold and XLM. XLM is one of the ones that I'm not familiar with. I am familiar with XLE, XLF. XLM is. Okay, this is crypto. We are going to talk crypto, but I'm not going to talk Doji. For me, guys, when I talk crypto, I talk Bitcoin, and even that I don't trade Bitcoin. I trade. Um, yeah, I'm gonna ask that we not post links to stuff like that, please. Okay, please and thank you. Um, How to recap this week. My big help in the last week was selling slight losers for higher potential winners on the short term. I did do that as well, Frelo. There was some of that. One that stands out at the top of my mind was exiting Nokia at a slight loss in order to take gains elsewhere. I have January 22nd gold options, and they've been taking it in the shorts. Yeah. We're going to look at that because we're going to look at where we're headed here. What I want to start with, guys, is performance. Our target for the year, of course, was to get to 500K by the end of the year with 50K. This past week has been really, really good, actually, for me in regards to growing that. So let's update the challenge chart. So we started the year with 50K in the start of January. Is it possible for GameStop to issue more shares? Of course it's possible. They can do an offering. Non-destructive war millennial. Did you exit AMC simply to take quick gains? Not to take quick gains, but to secure gains. Absolutely. To secure gains. Yeah, I did. Okay. So total account value right now, cash and holdings, is 112 US and then 6,000 6,000 Canadian. So let's go here, here, and then here. 6,000 Canadian to USD. So about 40, we'll call that 4,700. So it's 119,000 in there right now as of this week. Any thoughts on Neo? I don't actually have a lot of thoughts on Neo. I haven't done a lot of deep diving into it. Until January, guys, I was not open to trading. I was not really open to trading Asian stocks like that. I just wasn't. Yeah, so I mean, for me, so that was what we opened with here, check raise. I am not going to be trading anymore in AMC, GME, Nokia, any of that list. That shopping list from Robinhood, I'm not going to be touching those positions. And we're going to get into why that is today. Even though I did make great gains on AMC this week, it's probably going to be my best trade of the entire year. I'm not going to go anywhere near them moving forward. And there's a couple of different reasons for that, but we're going to get into that in a second here. So just let me update where is it? Challenge picture. Okay. So you guys can see it now. You guys, the stream, decided to give me the challenge of the year to take the 50K. So last year, guys, for those of you that are new, I took 2K, 2,200 to 50K, which was a 2,700% increase. This year, the target was to take 50K to 500K. I did set out a strategic overview of how I saw myself going about doing that. Excuse me. Basically, the way that I broke that down in my mind was I had set targets for the year that by the end of February I needed to be at 100K. By the end of April I needed to be at 200. By the end of June 300. By the end of August 400, and then by the end of October hopefully at 500K. The reason why, well, you've got till January. Why didn't you do that? Thank you for the blessing, by the way. Why you got to the end of January? Why are you setting it for October being the end date? Because let's be realistic with targets. Well, I am going to try to obtain that 500,000 by October. The reality is it's always nice to have a little bit more leg room, right? So where I'm at right now is having that deadline of October to hit 500,000 gives me the leeway of essentially a final quarter, right? I've got November and December for the well, all of the month of October, and then November and December as well. In the event that I'm not quite at 500,000 yet, so that's there. That's kind of the target. Now, where are we on the progress for that? The progress for that right now, guys, is looking really good, despite the insanity of the current market. In January, we were able to go from 50,000 to 119,000. So I'm ahead of schedule. By the end of February, I wanted to be at 100,000. I'm already way past that. So I'm ahead of schedule right now, which is really, really solid. But with that, I've had to reevaluate the sizing of my positions. So you guys will see here that I had outlined a strategy where what I was going to be doing is holding 3 positions at 15,000. Well, I was at that kind of 50,000 range. And then I was going to be holding 4 positions at 3 positions at around the 30,000 range. Once I hit 100,000, 4 positions at 40,000, 7 positions at 40,000, 8 positions at 50,000. This is a clown market. Normal strategies can be pushed aside for now. I appreciate that insight, and I do appreciate the people that are trading it that way. Last week, I did make those trades, but one of the things that I'm going to look at today, guys, is the assertion that's being made is this is a clown market. Normal strategies can be pushed aside. What I'm going to actually evaluate is what were the top performing stocks each day on the market. And are there normal strategies that are actually outperforming this insanity? And if there are, then for me, there's no need to put yourself into these high risk positions when there is opportunity and greater opportunity outside of what's currently happening with the Occupy hedge fund movement, the Wall Street bets movement, whatever that may be. That's getting too loaded, too far, too fast. And for me, while I was glad to take my gains, I am going to pull back, because one of the best things to be a successful trader in the long run is not just making gains, but how you keep those gains, right? So this past week was phenomenal. I was really happy with the gains that I took. However, moving forward, I'm going to see if there are plays outside of the insanity that I can actually dial in on. So I don't have any issue with folks that want to keep trading these crazy plays, these AMCs and GMEs and these things that are having these crazy fluctuations. I don't fault it. I understand why you're doing it. I did it myself and made great money on it. I, however, am making the conscious decision not to continue doing that. Not my city. What's up? Hi. There should be a lot of buy the dips after SPY tanking the whole week. Yeah, I think that there is going to be a lot of that for sure. And there's nothing wrong with that either, Vaughn. There's a lot of people I think that have done something similar to that, where they're trading essentially for free. They took their gains, and now whatever's left in there is essentially free. So, um, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, so one thing that I am going to change here, guys, is this is now done. This section of the strategy, so we can delete that. We are past that point. I have till April to hit the next level, which is 100,000 to 200,000. So what I did say was I was going to hold 3 positions at 30,000. Okay. What I do have happening right here, right now, when I open the US margin now that I'm 100,000, is I'm actually holding 4 positions at anywhere from 20 to 30,000. And then I do have a position at 13 and a position at 6. So I think what I'm going to do here, guys, is actually change this to 5 positions at 20,000 instead of 3 positions at 30,000. Is kind of the target. Check raise paper hands. I mean, sure. Sure. Paper hands is cool. And I don't mind people saying that. At the end of the day, guys, I'm not in the market for a political cause motivation. I'm not in the market to achieve any ideal than to secure financial security for my family of 10. So I do appreciate the sentiment where there are some people that have the ability to um, diamond hands into oblivion and blow up their entire account. I appreciate that you have that ability to do that. But I think each trader needs to come up with their own decisions for their own families and their own lives. So, with 8 children and a wife, and my decision to head into semi retirement from my 10 years of digital marketing experience, I do have a couple of clients still, but it's nowhere near a full salary. So, what I'm doing here in the market now is in many ways going to support my family for the next couple of years, uh, which means that I probably have a very different approach to a lot of people in the market right now, where I'm not going to take an ethical stand. And I've got nothing against people that are taking an ethical stand. There's some amazing traders that I know, like Martini Rita, who's falling on a sword. Um, um, More so support. It's not really about growing wealth at the moment, given how quickly we're growing here. Um, Turbo Tigu 21, thank you for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Diamond Hands is okay. There's a million different strategies. There's a million different ways to play the market, which is one of the things I love about it. But my focus, guys, is to grow. So I've been living for a while with this family on about 6 figures, and in the past month, we went from 50 to 110. So like I made half of an annual salary. Um, in a month, which is crazy. It's great, but that doesn't mean anything. And by the end of the year, I blow it all on diamond hands. So, um, no, I didn't. I exited my AMC entirely, guys, and I am making that rule moving forward that I will not be re-entering those positions in the near term unless I see something drastic change here. The risk is too high, in my opinion, for me. The risk is just too high. Okay, so yeah, reevaluated the strategy. That's there. That's cleared out. By the way, guys, when I finish the stream today, anybody who is a sub will be getting access to the trading journal from the month. It's just a small way for me saying thank you to all of you guys who have subbed and supported the channel. I will be giving you a shareable link. That link will change at the end of every month. So, yeah. Um, so yeah, guys, this will be readily available. It is a searchable journal. You guys can search the tickers every single day when I make a trade in a ticker that's in there. You guys can go through my psychology of my trades, my mentality. Thanks, man. Yeah, and that's kind of the goal. I just kind of want you guys to be able to understand what my thought processes were on the day, why I did what I did. These recaps are weekly, and I think that this is a good practice for a lot of people who say, well, the market's only Monday to Friday. I've always had the principle that I work 6 days a week, and then Sunday I take off as a day of rest. So on the sixth day, on Saturday, what I'm doing is going back and looking and analyzing, did I make good decisions? Did I make poor decisions? Are there changes I need to make to my rules in order to better perform in the market? Okay. I mean, Rita's on a little bit of a different boat right now, which is okay, which is great. She's on a we like the stock kick. She's also one of the people that I respect for being diamond hands on principle. Martini is a phenomenal trader, guys. If you don't know who she is, I highly recommend her. Um, and anybody that would dare say, well, Martini's being negligent or foolish, I'll smack you right in the mouth, right in the teeth. Martini knows what she's doing. She's making a decision for herself. Um, Kingplex, I am here every day and I fill out this trading journal live every day as I trade. This is something that I'm going to make available for view and search to my subs, but otherwise you can't access the journal. Um, and that's not me trying to be rude, but I had to find some way to give a little something back to my subs. So the only people that will have access to this trading journal are my subs. Okay, you're welcome to stay here and hang out and ask questions, and I'm happy to help you think through ideas and stuff. But that's there. So last week's calls, really the big ones, guys. Let's go back and look at the weekly recap. What we're going to be looking at is SRAX, ADMS, CCL, and BTNB. So recap of last week's calls is we didn't take a position in a single one of last week's calls. We didn't. And this was mitigated. That's because there was just too much going on there, right? As far as SPACs go, BTNB did drop this week, guys. So for those of you that are unaware, SPACs are special purpose acquisition vehicles. This is another way for companies that are private to enter the publicly traded market. They don't have to go through the IPO process. A company can just acquire them, okay? And bring them into the market. So they IPO the SPAC and then they acquire. In Chad Math, we trust. Yes. Zamax, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Let me know what you trade and how you found the channel. Yeah, so Chad Math, guys, phenomenal, phenomenal person, human being, really. Did a phenomenal job knocking down CNBC this week. Very proud of how he represented retail traders. He was supposed to be on with the AOC and Stock Guy. He wasn't able to make it, sadly. That would have been super cool, but nothing but the greatest respect for Chamath and what he's done. He is also well known for his IPOs, guys. You'll be familiar with IPO A, which was Space. IPO B was Open Doors. IPO C was Clover. IPO D is rumored to be AutoGrid. IPO E is going to be SoFi. Frelo gifted KingFlix a subscription. Awesome. Thank you so much, Frelo. And KingFlix, you will be getting access. I will send out an email to all subs on Twitch when I end the stream today. So you will get access to this. You won't be able to edit it, of course, but you will be able to view it, search it, and see what it is that I am talking about. So, but the other team on SPAC that I like outside of Chamath, guys, is Richard Lee and Peter Thiel. Okay. Peter Thiel is part of the PayPal Mafia. If you're not familiar with that is, Google it. It's amazing. As far as Richard Lee goes, guys, he is the son of the magnate of Macau. More gift subs. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. The support on the channel has been remarkable this month as well, guys. I really can't thank you enough. It means an awful lot to see the amount of support that's come out after months of long hours. You guys rock. You really do. Prime subs, I mean, you can use that Prime sub anywhere. I really appreciate it, guys. WSB has evolved. They're buying contracts and exercising the shares. Yeah, I saw that. There is a workaround, guys, to the restrictions that they put on. They are now buying contracts because Robinhood still permits you to buy contracts, and then they are exercising those contracts, which is legal. You're allowed to do it, and they can't stop it. The problem with that is it exacerbates the issue that I suspect, and Martini suspects, and a lot of us suspect. Jeff, the only way to gain access to the trading journal would be to subscribe on Twitch. The primary way to follow me would be on Twitch because I'm there from 9 a.m. to 11 every day. I do go on LinkedIn just to be informative. You guys will see me updating this stuff all the time. For people that are like, who the heck are you talking to? I do stream to LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter every day. So there are people that pop in from other places as well. So the primary place that you can follow me if you want access to the journal is Twitch. The reason why I do that is there's a lot more benefits that I can provide to the community on Twitch. No, share lover. I did not stay in SNDL. Unfortunately, I had two positions that I was in. I did acquire a position late afternoon in ACB due to their upcoming earnings, and so I'm playing the buy up on that. I did not keep my holding in SNDL. I did exit on a profit, but I did not keep it. You would like to have a solvency conversation? Yeah, let's have the solvency conversation. Hop on in, hop in, voice Martini. We can have that. We can start the day with that. I'm okay with that. I'll add that to the list here. Toxic. Thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Why am I streaming now instead of at 1? Because I was in Discord, guys, and I'm seeing a lot of people that are sharing some honest and transparent emotions that need to be there. Emotions of concern, emotions of fear, anger, and most of these guys are not great ways. Victa, thank you so much for the sub, man. Much appreciated. Really, really appreciate it. CRQRA, thank you for the follow, man. Let me know how you found the stream, what it is you trade. Slick Shoes, same thing. Thank you for the follow. Let me know how you found the channel, what you trade. Martini, get on in here. Any thoughts on IVR and MFA? MFA might actually be a really solid play. I don't like IVR. Lux Man, again, guys, thank you so much for all the follows. When Martini hops in here for her voice, which I'm sure she's on the way now. Um, Good morning, good morning, good morning. Anyway, I started at right now instead of at 1. Usually I do my weekly DD from 1 to 4. The reason why you trade BB, nice, nice man. I was bullish on BlackBerry from last year. A lot of people looked at me like I was insane. I actually like the business as a whole moving forward. Uh, okay, so more of a cryptocurrency trader. Very cool. Let me get glasses. Cool. Yeah, Clavington. I also will be waiting for it to come back down to pre-occupy hedge funds levels, but I am still bullish on BlackBerry over the next 5 to 10. She's on her way, guys. She's on her way. So let's keep trucking, and I'll shut up when we get there. But anyway, Richard Lee, Peter Thiel, guys, they are working on a SPAC. Book of the week, guys. The book of the week this week will be the new Market Wizards. I did start listening to it, but it's significantly longer than the other unknown Market Wizards book. It's about a 9 hour listen, and given that I'm here, obviously I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it today. I will probably finish it tomorrow, but I do compile a reading list for people that are new to the market. These books here are all books that I have read, and they have in one way or another influenced my trading methodology and how I trade the market. Now, there's some books on there like Ray Dalio's Principles that are on there solely for the purpose of um, demonstrating what not to do. There are great books by guys like Peter Lynch that are on there that are directly about market trading. And then there are books on there like The Culture Code by Daniel Coyle, which is my number one. You must read this book. But then there are some other ones too by Daniel Pink or The Spider and Starfish, Built to Last, Good to Great, Malcolm Gladwell books that are more psychological. They're about understanding market psychology, which is what I trade on. Seeing large groups of people and how they're reacting to news in the market and making my trades off of that, which has been very,
Hey,
very
I'm here.
profitable. So, good morning. Mostly,
Hey.
mostly a growth investor, but I love to swing options and day trade for fun. I like to buy and hold. See, that's kind of cool. I like that there's so many different styles of traders, right? Yeah, if you're in top, I like MFA. I don't like IVR. I've never really liked IVR, but with MFA there are some opportunities. They did just pay out their dividends, so I'm a little bit biased on that. That I collected a divvy, but MFA, I think, over the long run is New York is one of those cities where New York will never die. New York will always be New York, right? LA will always be LA. Um, so MFA is an investment in the infrastructure in New York. If you believe that the market in New York will survive and live through to another day, you'll be good. Um, Restream, Stocky's morning call. I also love that too. The network of traders that are of FinTrader or yeah, financial and market traders that are on Twitch that are starting to group up and really interact. And we've got quite a cool little team of people building up. Have I ever looked into IDEX? I haven't, but Martini's here now, guys. So what we're going to discuss is solvency. So before we ever dive into a conversation, let's define solvency for those of you that don't know. Because what I like to do is, guys, I am a high school dropout. I'm not professionally trained in marketing or I'm not, yeah, marketing even. I'm not professionally trained in digital marketing. I'm not professionally
Whoa.
trained in finance or in stock market. I don't have academic qualifications in any of this. I am not a financial advisor. I am a retail trader who is a high school dropout. Okay. So what I like to do is take complicated concepts and make them as basic bitch as possible so that you guys are capable of understanding what's going on. G.I. Joe Pesci, I love that name. We're going to get to what we're thinking about Monday, and this solvency discussion is a big part of that. So let's keep rolling there. Ooh, level 3 hype train mode. I don't know that I've ever got to level 3. That's kind of cool. Okay, solvency. So defining the term solvency, guys, let's keep this basic as possible. The possession of assets in excess of liabilities, the ability to pay one's debts, right there. That's going to be what we operate on, okay? The ability to pay one's debts. I'm going to create a new note here called Solvency with Rita. Okay, great. So we're going to agree that solvency, the definition of that is being able to pay for your shit. Okay, cool. Cool. Moving on. That's our starting point. Where do you want to go from here, Martini?
Well, I think I want to define solvency differently. Just
Okay.
a slight thing because I think that's what's going to drive this conversation, which is um you could have the ability to pay your debts, but it could not matter if um I think it's keeping creditors at bay, so to speak. Right? Continuing to operate, some we need to put that in there somewhere because you could have no ability to pay all your debts, right? You could be net under and still operate. I mean, look at tech companies. They always run negative, you know? Sorry, is that
No, so when I go quiet, I'm always thinking.
okay?
Um, So the way that I've rephrased it is owning, and I've bolded that like big, like owning your assets in order to outweigh your liabilities. And when I say owning, guys, I don't mean that you own stock, which we're going to get to, I think, in a little bit here. That even if you own your stock, what you guys may be finding, and if you haven't experienced all this already this week, you may be realizing it in weeks prior, and we're going to try to get you outside of that. But actually owning your assets in
Mm,
order to outweigh your liabilities. Okay. I think this is a reasonable conversation or a reasonable definition now for us to work off of because I think this is alluding to where um, I've got this bad habit of seeing where a martini's going and then jumping too far ahead. So I'm going to try not to
yeah,
jump too
dickhead.
far ahead here, but I think the compliments just flow on Saturday morning. Lady Boss, thanks for the follow. Let me know how you found the stream, what it is you trade, and Martini, let's go. I think that we can operate off of that definition then.
I don't
Maybe
know. I think it's operating your assets without because there's so many people that are underwater that still because it's just about operating because that's how all these go. All of these that's how all of these people go under, right? When Lehman went under, technically he was solvent. That was the
mm-hmm.
crazy part about it all.
Yeah. And then he continued to earn afterwards, right? For those of you that don't know what
Yeah.
she's talking about with the Lehman Brothers, that's The Big Short. I'm sure most of you have seen that movie. The Lehman Brothers was the firm that crashed and burned. They were essentially the scapegoat. All of them were complicit in what happened, but Lehman Brothers were the ones that went down. Uh, and the Lehman Brothers have actually made more money on their underlying assets since, or the assets they held and continue to hold since their bankruptcy. They made more money, whereas the people that lost their homes and their mortgages and their livelihoods have not. And I think to that point, we can all agree that that's a shitty thing that they've done. But at the same time, I think what Rita's wanting to get to is how do we put ourselves in those positions as well, where when shit hits the fan, we can stare at it with diamond hands because we understand how to operate irregardless of shit hitting the fan. Is that fair?
Yeah, that would
Like,
be our goal, but
right.
solvency isn't. I guess I'm saying it's not a solvency issue, it's an operating issue. But that's related to solvency. I don't know how to say it because it's this shit is so complicated. I just spent the last 2 hours reading an ISDA, which apparently is a thing.
Okay, so we're going to go with solvency is owning your assets in order to weigh your liabilities. I'm going to outline the second part of it because what I think you're talking about is purpose, like the extension of that. Like, okay, great, if that's what something we want to do, why are we wanting to do that? And that's the ability to operate functionally in the midst and post crisis. Which means when shit hits the fan, are you going to survive and able to continue doing what you want to do or are doing? Um, or are you holding dust in your hands? Okay. What do I think about Wendy's? I think they make delicious baconators. Past that, I haven't really done any DD for months. I do know that Wendy's tried to break into breakfast right before COVID, and they got the big old D on their breakfast. Uh, the only smoked sausage they were serving was the big red dong on their stock portfolio. Um, so trying to break into the breakfast market is
What's a
something the
pretzel
McDonald's did.
bun?
The pretzel one. McDonald's was able to break into the breakfast market, and a lot of people identified that as, oh, this is a great way to move as a company. You got a marker on your eye there, Lovey. Come here. Everybody say hi to Mrs. Millennial. This is the beautiful woman. This is the reason why I do what I do.
I'm coloring with the kids.
Okay. Can I have more coffee on a constant flow?
Can you ask her what stock we should buy?
Do you like triple chocolate coffee?
Sure. What stock should you buy? Not financial advice, by the way, guys.
Google.
Google. See? She doesn't want to say Tesla anymore because she knows it pisses me off. But Google.
No,
And your coffee's still half full.
Yeah, but I need another one because this will be done by the time that you guys remember to make the coffee and bring it up. Yeah, she likes Google, which actually is not bad given the current environment. If I had to pick a company that looks like they are just fucking squeaky clean and going to make it through, Google would be up there. Also, anything backed by the Saudis. I know nothing about TRCH. Okay, let's keep going on this, guys. Let's focus. I also have a squirrel tendency, and it's better when I'm staring at a screen. So solvency with Rita is what we're doing right now. We are here all day. I will be here till 4 o'clock. I will do breakdown and look at things and tickers and catalysts. We're going to look at 500 stocks that performed last week and see if there's anything better than AMC, GME, and the shit show out there. We'll get to all of that. But right now, Rita has taken the time out of her day to be here and go through this with us. So I'd really like to keep going on this. I'm also not going to stop every time for people that follow. I do appreciate it. I'd love to know who you are, where you came from, and why you are sticking around to watch this Hobo Canadian. So let me know that in chat. But let's keep going, Rita. So why are we talking? Why is this? Oh, Oracle, thank you so much. Yeah, go figure. It's more than a phone company, right? That's awesome. I'm so happy that you had skin in the game, Oracle. I'm the one who got distracted. You're right. It's my bad. Go Martini. Solvency. So, yeah. So ultimately, what's your concern here? What's the big concern? Worst case scenario, what's about to happen?
Worst case scenario?
Yeah.
We bet against them, but we didn't win because they go bust and they can't pay out.
So we bet
mean,
against them, and by them, we're defining them as like the Occupy hedge fund. Right? Like
whoever is behind the over 100% short into
yeah.
the high
Okay.
short count into every stock.
So we bet against them. Them guys is the Occupy hedge fund targets, not Occupy hedge fund. We're not betting against Wall Street bets, but we're saying that the people that Wall Street bets are targeting, whoever that is that's being negligent with their shorts. So she's saying we bet against them and we win. We're right, right? Fuck them. We broke their shorts. We crush GameStop. We crush AMC. Whoever's shorting them, they're out. They're fucked. We Melvin the market, right? Melvin all of them. Fuck them, which is the approach that a lot of us are taking. The underlying risk to that, though, is that you also bankrupt the clearinghouses that are covering those guys. And what happens then, Martini?
Well, I guess what I'm reading is they all have to cover each other, right? So if one of them fails, they all must cover their other liabilities or their debts to pay out. If the hedge fund can't pay out, then the brokerage has to pay out, and if the brokerage can't pay out, then the clearing member pays out. If the clearing member can't pay out,
Okay,
then all the
hold on.
clearing members.
hold on. Okay,
Sorry.
so it's okay. If a fund falls, okay, so if Melvin falls, they have to pay, obviously, for their mistake. If they can't pay, it goes to the brokerage, right?
Right.
Okay, so if a brokerage then goes, oh shit, I can't pay, which is what we're seeing with Robinhood, which is why they have the restrictions and they're trying to capital raise because they can't currently cover their own asses. If a brokerage can't pay, it then goes to the clearinghouses, okay? If the clearinghouses can't pay, it then goes to
All the member clearinghouses around the world. It's not just us.
if the clearinghouse community globally can't pay,
Then it's the central banks.
if the central banks can't pay,
Then you blow up a currency. I mean, how far down the rabbit hole do you want me to
that's
go?
it. No, that was the end. That was the end. Complete economic collapse.
Obviously, you would have to do the math to figure out how far it could go. Right?
Yeah. But this is the beginning and the end. And I'm not saying that this is where we're at and this is where we're going, guys. I just want you to be aware of like in the event that the dominoes roll and they keep falling over, the last domino to fall is complete economic collapse of the global currency markets, which means not just the US dollar, not just the won, not just the whatever. It's all. So yeah, we're gonna go through each of these and see kind of where we actually are right now. So if a fund falls and can't pay, are we there yet?
Well, first off, you have to think of the beginning, right? Is the hedge fund that took out margin, which means they were able to spend more than they had on hand, right?
Yeah.
That's the first step. That's step number one.
Okay. So step one, we have funds being negligent with their money, over leveraging into margin based off of their assets.
Right. And then we have to see how big that turd is, right? Like so it's like a turd instead of a snowball, it's a turd running downhill.
Yeah.
It
And
gets
Melvin
bigger.
is publicly confessing to a 30% drawdown on their entire fund. I would wager that if they're willing to publicly admit that, it's probably close to double that. It's probably more like a 60% drawdown.
I would put that in steps. Let's just lay it out what we know.
Okay. So we'll start with if a fund
Or put it on, yeah, put on.
overextends on margin into losing positions, right? And then we go down to, I'm going to take this IVA out because this is getting redundant and annoying. Okay. So fund overextends on margin into losing positions, which is what happened with Melvin, guys. They had long positions and they used those long positions to acquire margin. So funny money. It's not funny money. It's credit essentially. But they acquired margin, which they then used to take massive short holdings against companies that they thought were going to fail. Okay, so they overextend themselves on margin into losing positions, which, by the way, when you and I do that, what we get is a margin call from the bank saying, pay up because you're wrong. But in this case, here we are. And then what we saw with Melvin was after they had overextended margin into those losing positions and those positions started moving against them, what happened was the bank didn't call and say, pay us our money, you owe us. Instead, what happened was we had clearinghouses and large hedge funds come alongside and say, we will help you overextend even further into these positions in order to stay solvent. And then it got worse, and Melvin blew up. Okay. So the fund overextends on margin into losing positions, blows up. Okay. What's next?
Then they blew up. They
Yeah.
they 100% blew up. We know that because another large institution that is a market maker for one of the largest market makers in the country in Chicago had to backstop them with, I think it was 4
So
billion this week.
Yeah,
Citadel.
Citadel and Point 72 both came in and contributed upwards of $4 billion to help them leverage into their short position. This is history. Oh, gosh, with that sub, you rock, buddy. 2.75 billion each. No? Was it not each? No, it must have been more than
I'm looking
2.75.
it up right now.
Yeah,
I'm looking
it
right
must
now.
have been more.
Well, 2.7 billion is still ridiculous.
It's a lot of money. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a lot of money.
This is what I get for reading Twitter. Okay. So I was looking for a source on the number. Either way, it's in the range of 2 to 4 billion. So we'll just say 2 billion.
Okay.
Since whatever.
Market Maker, and so Market Maker is, I'm just going to call it Citadel because it was Citadel. So Citadel and Point 72, which is a massive hedge fund, pull in and drop 2.75 to $4 billion on them. And aren't they nice guys just handing over $2 billion? I'm sure they just handed them $2 billion for nothing, right? Right, guys? That sounds right, right? Hedge funds would just hand over 2.5 to $4 billion for nothing. No, they did that on the agreement that they would get equity in the fund. So Citadel and Point 72, in exchange for their extension of credit, which is what this is, acquire equity in the fund. So it's now in their interest, their best interest, for this short position to go the correct way. Does anybody see the problem with it when a clearinghouse now has skin in the game for a position to go in a certain direction? Fireman, I love your fire, but that kind of language is not ever going to be tolerated in my chat. Also, you giving people direction on what they can and cannot do with their portfolios, also not going to be welcome here. So I'm going to give you a timeout. You can come back in 10 minutes, and if you still have that issue, you can just take a walk. Going to be quite clear, guys. This is today me coming on early on a Saturday instead of hanging out with my family. I'm here to stay calm, cool, and collected and to build a strategy heading into the week. If you want to come in here and get people riled up and get angry and get just emotional for the sake of being emotional, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to remove you. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Yeah, so now they've got skin in the game. The people that decide whether or not these brokerages can continue trading that now have skin in the game. So that would be like the casino putting bets on the craps table. Right? How does that make you feel knowing that the casino owner is playing craps or blackjack against you? Anybody getting those sweaty palms? I know I am. All right. So we've got Citadel and Point 72 in. They drop the money in the fund. This is Wednesday, right? So Wednesday they do this. They come in, they bail them out. What happens next?
Well, what happens next is
that's Wednesday morning, by the way, guys.
They average down. Yeah, that's Wednesday morning. So they average down essentially into
okay, so this is huge. That's a big deal.
Losing position.
Big deal. So let's say I am a college student and I've reached my limit on my credit card. I can't pay my bills. I call mom and dad and say, "Mom, Dad, I'm up to my neck in debt. I am not able to pay my bills. Can you please just shoot me some cash over PayPal so I can pay off my credit card? I'll pay it back to you. I swear I will. But can you just please send me some money?" And they say, "Sure, honey, no problem. I'll send you some money." They send it, and instead of you paying off the credit card, you go to the casino and put it on black. Okay, which is what Melvin did. Instead of covering their shorts with that money, okay, it is 2.75 billion. All right. So they take the 2.75 billion and instead of clearing the short, instead of covering, what do? They double down on an over-leveraged position. We go again. Melvin looks at the market and says, we go again. He is literally operating off the principle that he thinks he can remain solvent longer than Wall Street bets can remain irrational. He didn't cover. Melvin averaged down.
And the reason we know that is because then GME rocketed up with after that announcement came out that they had taken a position into Melvin Capital, and then they announced on CNBC that when was that? CNBC was announcing in the next morning that Melvin Capital had had exited their position.
Thursday morning, a phone call that was never confirmed. It wasn't verified. One news anchor on CNBC came out and said, I just got off the phone with Plotkin at Melvin, and he has said that they have exited their short position at a loss, at a sizable loss. He didn't have the number, but it was a sizable loss. They had exited their position pre-market on GME. Okay, so that was the news that dropped. So Melvin announces after Wednesday's trading, when he doubled down and GME continued to run, oh shit, we're out. Okay? Now, the immediate response from myself, Wall Street Bets, and most retail traders was, bullshit, prove it. What we suspected was, no fucking way. And when the pre-market opened and the first 15 minutes of the market open, what typically could have happened is a lot of profit taking where, we won, they're out, we're going to profit take. That's if you bought that narrative that Melvin actually got out. And that from a psychological perspective makes sense. That's what the hedge fund would have wanted to happen, right? What happened was the exact opposite. What we saw happen was people go, you're full of shit. We don't believe you. We're going to continue to leverage into these positions. And that's where shit hit the fan. So 15 minutes after the market opened, 9:45 on Thursday morning, we get an announcement of retail investors are now restricted from trading on what were all of them. And it's important that you guys remember these brokerages, because these are the brokerages that fucked up in a big way. They fucked you and they fucked up. So Robinhood was among them. Who else? Who else went down on Thursday? Webull? 212? Who else? Keep them coming. No, I know there were a lot, but I want them there. Did TOS restrict trading in the States? IB did, yep. eToro, yep. Yeah, Webull we've got. Yeah, Robinhood's on there. E-Trade? Okay, E-Trade. Who else? Trade Republic? Who else? Did TD Ameritrade? I did not get a message on TD Canada. So TD Ameritrade, can I get that confirmed? Okay, we cannot confirm TD Ameritrade. Okay. Fidelity, we cannot confirm. Snow. TD and Schwab said no? As in
TD. So I
got
the email.
Okay.
I just looked through my email.
Okay.
I got an email that they did restrict. They were one of the quick ones to reverse.
Okay. So TD initially said you can't trade, and then immediately opened back up and said absolutely you can trade. With restriction that you have to trade on cash, which isn't an issue. You shouldn't be trading this shit on margin. Okay, so TD, I'm not going to put TD on this list because of that, okay? Fidelity, you were able to keep trading on. Free trade in the UK, cuck to you, okay? Schwab,
So
you
it's
could trade
not
on
about
mobile.
it's not about whether you guys were able to complete the trade. I need to see restrictions because the restrictions were only for on some brokers were only for a couple hours. So you may not have made the trade. Yeah, Tastyworks did restrict because they were part of Apex. Anybody who was linked to Apex as a clear got restricted.
Margiela, we might get to that, but we're going to go through this chain of events so we can understand. And guys, this is one of the beautiful parts about history, okay? History doesn't repeat itself, but it often echoes. And so what you're trying to do here is we are looking at what just happened, because it was historical, in order to understand what could potentially be coming ahead, okay? Tightening margin requirements, guys, is not what we're talking about with restrictions here. For them to say that you cannot trade on margin, that you need to hold equities of a certain level in order to be able to trade, or to have cash on hand to trade, is not a problem. What I'm talking about is the ability for you to buy an equity. If you were not able to buy an equity, are we going to say as far as options as well? Equity and option?
Sorry, say that again.
Are we going to say that the restriction to buy an equity or an option, or just equity?
Um, both are important because I mean, basically, you can ruin contracts because you can't exercise, or you can. I don't know. I just say this. I think we focus on the equity because
Yeah,
that's the
okay.
easiest
Yeah,
to be.
I'm there too.
You know.
I'm there too. Yeah. So, guys, we are going to talk about equity. Options is an extension that muddies the waters. So, what we're going to do is we're going to stay with equity. So, these are restrictions on equity. Your inability to buy equity. Okay. Yeah. Guys, if you heard that they did, that's not going to do it for me. I want to know you were unable to trade equity, okay? I'm not going to get into exercising options. That's a real fucking muddy water. Okay, so Thursday, these are the ones that we've got. That's enough. We get the concept at least that these are brokerages that did this. If there are more, I will add them there. Okay. There were widespread broker outages because a lot of people were moving into other brokerages trying to make it work. So I, for one, on TD Canada Trust, or TD Waterhouse, which is the Canadian version of TD, I was not restricted of buying any of these equities at any point throughout the week. However, for me to get an order in, pretty much crashed my desktop every single time I tried to put an order in, because everybody was rushing in to use to make purchases. It was an obscene amount of volume, specifically in my brokerage, not necessarily in the market. Okay. Okay. So retail investors are restricted from trading. What do we see happen in the market as a result? Did the
Well, we
Occupy?
saw huge swings. I mean,
Okay, yeah. So Occupy hedge funds tickers did what? Anybody? They dropped. Yeah, they tanked. Tanked. That all you could do is sell on GME, AMC, Nokia, Naked, all of those. All you could do is sell. There was no buying permitted. None. All you saw all of a sudden was this massive drop. Okay. And immediately on the SPY, what we saw happen was, and I'm going to pull up a chart here so that you guys can see what happened. Let's pull up the SPY. 5 days. Okay. So this is Friday. This is Thursday. So Thursday, they lock out traders at 9:45. They lock out real retail investors for the most part. They lock them out, and the SPY starts to go up. Tell me what the shit-eating grin on CNBC announces at 12:30.
yeah, that's where they said, "Oh, they closed it."
By locking down retail investors, the market has stabilized. The retail investors were the problem, and this is a good action that has happened. And now look, Apple and other stocks are taking the SPY back up where it belongs. By the way, guys, Apple at this point was down 1.5% to 2% on the day. So Apple wasn't carrying shit upwards. It was absolutely ludicrous that he had a chart of the SPY up and was claiming that Apple's phenomenal earnings were driving the SPY, and yet I pulled up Apple's chart and it was down on the day, and it was like, don't pull up the Apple chart because you're gonna look like a giant ass on this. Okay. And the argument continued to persist throughout the day as we all lost our minds. Oh, I mean, not we all. I was blessed not to be a part of it, but to those that had their funds restricted or had the ability to trade restricted, they were losing their minds. And the SPY kind of went sideways after lunch. And then something really interesting happened. As we went into the end of the day, the SPY started to decrease. Can anybody ascertain why that might happen? Why would the SPY go down? Nothing to buy? That's an interesting thought. End of the week profit taking. This is Thursday. Reduce confidence in your investment. That's a possibility. Loss coverage. Loss coverage is the one that I want to talk about. So, guys, here, so you have to realize most of these tickers, I don't think there's actually a single one of these tickers that are part of the SPY. Okay, the GMEs, the AMCs, the Nakeds, none of those are a part of the SPY. Okay. Now, say you're one of these over leveraged funds that is part of this short drive, right? Okay. On these massive dips in the market, because retail investors are locked out, these stocks come down radically, right? And what happens when those stocks go down? What are most of these companies holding these shorts going to do? They're going to cover, right? Shit, this thing has fallen to, this is the opportunity. This is it. We lock the plebs out. This is where we go. So they get out. Then what do they do towards the end of the day? These hedge funds. Because they're not even short funds, guys. Short funds don't hold just shorts, right? They also have long positions. What do they do towards the end of the day? What does this tell us that they did? Yeah, they head into the very tickers that they were just shorting to the other side. Now, if that's true, what we should see with retail investors locked out on GME on Thursday is a decline all day until the point that we start to see the SPY decline. So around 3 o'clock, we should see GME buy back up. This is Friday. This is Thursday. It didn't. It went sideways. AMC. This is AMC Canada. That's not the same company. AMC, Thursday, sideways. So I just want to be clear that narrative of all the money, they just moved it over into AMC. That didn't happen. So Martini is infamous for yelling at me, where did the money go? Where did the money go? Right? We got to find it. It didn't go into these tickers. So where did the money go? It left the SPY, right? It left the SPY. Where did it go? We see little buy-ups here, guys. We see buy-ups on, like this falls as retail investors aren't able to get in. And then we see these buy-ups here. This is them covering into lunch. And then the SPY exits. Ooh, Mantis. Ooh. Mantis is suggesting that potentially funds moved into Bitcoin. Go to Bitcoin. Let's look at Bitcoin over the last little while. So we're saying this is Saturday, this is Friday. What we should have seen on Thursday then is Bitcoin go green. Yeah? Funny?
But
What happened?
there's all this variance. He posted this link of searching Robinhood on Etsy. You should look. It's pretty funny.
Oh my goodness.
Jimmy paid for this mug.
What the fuck is this?
It just shows you the sentiment of what, like, talk like on a marketing basis, I remember I show you I was like Robinhood just fucked their brand. Like they're done.
Yeah. Okay. That is funny. Bitcoin, guys. If our hypothesis is correct that they did not, and this is a narrative that people are saying of, oh, the shorts not only got out, they went into the stocks, and now they're the conspiracy theory is that they're trading alongside Wall Street Bets, and Wall Street Bets is so stupid they don't realize it. There is no evidence of that there. We're not seeing that. What we are seeing is they moved into there's definitely some buying pressure on Bitcoin Thursday. What else? What else are typical hedges that you would put your money into? I like gold. Gold, right? Okay, so 27th is the Wednesday where everybody's getting fucked. Thursday is the day that we said that we should see an upward price movement in gold. Well, look at that. That's an upward price movement in gold. Silver? I wonder what silver did. Silver price?
Where did the money go?
'27th. 27th isn't showing a movement into silver. So gold and Bitcoin are the ones that are showing that there. Guys, you're saying GLD. I'm not talking about GLD. I'm talking about gold.
That's the same thing. I mean, okay, so it's a fund.
Yeah, GLD is
So
a
you're talking
fund.
about the spot.
Yeah. Yeah. They did restrict AG and SLV, guys. But that's not what I was trying to get at with gold. Is like you guys are talking GLD. GLD is an ETF representing gold, which is
You do
miners,
realize
yeah?
that you're teaching sector rotation, basically, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. But I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for them, for all of us to understand that what happened here was they covered their shorts, they took their money out. Not even of just these shitty positions. They took their money out of the SPY as well because they're fucking scared. They don't know what the hell is going to happen when the mob is allowed back in tomorrow. So they move it into places that they feel are going to be a safer place, right? Okay, so we're all caught up. We can put Occupy hedge fund tickers tanked. Funds move large amounts of capital out of the market and into, I'm going to put reliable in hashtags here, hedges. Okay? What's next? Friday morning. What happens? Everybody wakes up Friday morning. Limited mob buying. Who got an email Friday morning from their broker?
Those fuckheads.
Anybody get an email from their broker Friday morning? Yeah. Yeah. Brokerages email out the new rules of trading for the market. If you are a retail investor, you may now trade only this amount of this equity. And you guys think I'm joking, but Robinhood literally put out a shopping list. RC back with that cheer. Good morning, good morning, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so you guys got an email from your brokerage. Most people did. RBC, if you guys are in Canada, you didn't get it because there were no restrictions placed on Canadian clearinghouses, from Canadian clearinghouses, Canadian brokerages. You didn't get it. Okay. most of you got an email from your brokerage that looks something similar to this. There are new restrictions. Here are the new restrictions. On Robinhood, it looked like this. Now, they have added to this list since. This list growing is an indication that they are in some serious trouble financially. And we are going to get to that. But they sent out a list of here are the tickers. And it was literally a shopping list of here are the tickers that Wall Street Bets has been buying up. And they restricted how much of that you could buy and what you could buy and why. Okay? Also, fractional shares, trading on margin, options. Now, another thing started to happen as well at the same time. So we get new rules, and we also get auto liquidating positions. We got crypto restrictions. For all of you guys saying that they can't regulate crypto, oh, really? You can't stop us from trading crypto? Really? Okay.
Okay.
Actually, and that works really well, double. This is one of those times where I wish I was a Latino because it's funny as a pun when you're a Latino on that one because it's K from the English side of like Kermit the Frog kind of K, but also like K?
Okay. What?
S-A-K? What? I can't fucking trade my equity? I can't trade the asset that I have purchased and owned? What? If that doesn't seem like a big deal to you guys, for somebody to say you can't sell the thing that you own because we don't want you to is crazy. Millennial,
Well,
it's a
not
separate
so.
argument. You don't own
Really?
your crypto on brokerages, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. Well, he's right. Yeah, but that's what is crazy about this is it's the same for stocks, and we'll get to that. But
Yeah. So maybe I shouldn't put that. They did put crypto restrictions in though, so I'm going to leave that there. They did put crypto restrictions in. So, but auto liquidating, guys. Let's not get too fixated on crypto. Anybody get liquidated in here? Was there anyone that got liquidated
that was not on margin.
that was not on margin? Okay, little Enso did. Guys, you don't have to say nope. Just say yes, I did if you did, because that's going to make it a lot easier. Did anybody other than little Enso get auto liquidated? AMC calls. Okay, so your options got liquidated. Chang.
Long or short? And was it Friday expiration? Because there's an auto liquidation inside Robinhood on Fridays. On
Hold
expiration
AMC.
day.
Calls
Calls are
are
not
on.
margin
No,
necessarily. You could
no.
buy calls and not be on margin. But it is a margin account, which is different.
Yeah, they were
On
weeklies.
margin,
129 said auto liquidated 2 hours before close. Okay, so Enso, that is actually something that happens on many brokers. If you don't have the capital to cover the exercise on an option, they can liquidate for safety. That's normal. That's nothing new. I've had that happen to myself on IB, which is why long before this, which is why I stopped trading weekly options because I knew that I can't actually trade right to the bell. That's nothing new. Robinhood says they do it 1 hour before the closeout. What they say and what they do are two very different things, though. For those, since we don't have anybody here in chat, there are cases that have been shown where people had their positions liquidated. Okay, without their consent, without their foreknowledge, without an email saying, hey, by the way, we are going to do this. It was done. We had somebody in our Discord community come in and go, they just closed my position. No email, no ping, no request, no notification, no nothing. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
I've been talking a lot.
Don't be so demanding then.
You're so beautiful.
you are demanding.
It's true. I know what I want. That's all I'm saying. Just a beautiful wife that brings me an endless supply of coffee while I work hard. Is that so much to ask?
Yes. I'm
AJ,
sorry.
can
Did
I
I
have a
ruin your
coffee?
examples? Did I
AJ, can I
ruin
have
your
a
examples?
coffee? How's your coffee level, Martini? Is AJ gonna bring you a coffee? Yeah, I thought so.
You
Had to
would
hear
think.
that shit. Had to hear that shit. Salami in chat, folks. You know it.
Oh, my
Oh
goodness.
man, it's chocolate coffee. Mm.
Okay.
Okay,
So they
so
liquidated people.
yeah, they just closed positions. Some of them were on margin, which is not new. They have the right to essentially margin call people that are overextended on their margin. That's not new, so I'm not surprised that that happened. But we did see positions that were closed when people had cash in their accounts to cover. So it was a really interesting thing that had never happened before, and it happened. Now, immediately after that shit show, the SEC shows up, and very atypical of the SEC, they come in and they warn brokerages. SEC is now on the watch for brokerages restricting access to securities on their platforms. Okay? This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Because what happens as soon as the SEC drops this announcement that for the security of the market, they aren't going after the retail investors, they are instead going to be watching brokerages and how they restrict trading, a whole bunch of people start to get really fucking antsy. Really antsy. Really fast. Because we are now in a place where these hedge funds thought that they were going to have reign in the market, and they weren't. We have brokerages that aren't sure how to mitigate the risk on this or how to handle this situation. So the concept of the SEC is there to create a fair and I always forget the second one. Fair and tradable, fair and blank, equitable. A fair and equitable market. Anybody know what equitable means? Yeah, it's the idea that everybody's playing by the same set of rules, okay? Irregardless of how big your fund is, what part of the market you're in, what equity you're trading, it is an equal set of rules. Everybody's playing by the same rules of the game, okay? So imagine you tune in to watch the Super Bowl this weekend and the Patriots are getting their or not the Patriots. Tom Brady's getting his teeth kicked in the first half, okay? So third quarter rolls around and the refs go to the other team and say, "By the way, guys, you're not allowed to throw the ball this quarter. You can run, but you can't throw." Cool? Cool. Or sorry, you can play defense, but you can't play offense. You only get to play defense this quarter. Okay? And then the next day, the refs go, that wasn't quite right. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna watch both of you play the game, and if anybody tries to make the other one not play offense or defense, or there's any kind of shady shit that's happening here where the rules are getting bent, we're gonna be taking a serious issue with this. And that was supposed to fix things. Unfortunately, what happened instead was, and let's go back to the chart. Because of the restrictions that had been placed on most of these retail brokerages, and we'll use the SPY as an indicator of what happened, guess what happens when you tell people they can only buy 10 shares or 50 shares or 100 shares, right? My hypothesis would be, oh, well, out the gate, the retail traders that feel like they've been gagged and balled and chained are going to buy the shares that they're allowed to buy, right? So there's people that profit take or whatever at the gate. We typically see that. And then everybody buys the shares that they can buy. shouldn't be using the SPY for this. That's not a good idea, right? Because these aren't on the SPY. Now, the problem is that there's more people selling than you can buy on the other side, right? So imagine you can only buy 5 shares of GME that you were allowed to buy? Right. It's still, you guys are nailing this. See, they say you guys are know-nothing Redditors, right? You guys are idiot retail traders. You get it.
Stop
This is
saying that's
still,
great. It's fucking triggering me. God, those people.
you're still not in an equitable environment. Why? Because you have dictated that this stock is not permitted to go up. Because once you've bought your 5 shares, fine, but the selling is endless. This is still not an equitable market on these securities. It's not. So, SEC puts out the warning. You can't buy the dips, you can't buy the peaks, you can't buy anything. The issue is that Wall Street Bets is happy even buying the peaks, right? They just keep buying. But when you restrict that, we now have an inequitable environment, which is exactly what the SEC is trying to prevent. So, we're there. Now, where are we? SEC is on watch for the brokerages.
So the
Retail's
SEC
still getting cucked.
SEC comes out with a statement. Let me read that. Basically, I have to read it from CNBC. That's the problem. Is they have access to information or interviews with CEOs that I can't get anywhere else. It says it's reviewing recent trading volatility. We will act to protect retail investors when the facts demonstrate abusive or manipulative trading activity. SEC vowed to protect traders and promised to scrutinize actions taken by brokerages that may unduly inhibit their ability to trade certain securities. And so then Robinhood decides to issue, okay, you can trade them, but what was that? Like, you could only buy certain numbers, like one share of AMC.
Yeah, it was 5 shares of GME to start the day, and by the end of the day, it was 1. The shopping list and restrictions, by the way, now, because this is still persisting, this is not an equitable market, guys, because now this is expanded outside of just a couple of tickers. This list was about 9 or 10 tickers on Friday morning. Look at this list now. You can now only buy 1 share of AAL, ACB, AG, AMC, AMD. This list just goes on and on and on and on. Why is AMD there? Good question. Why is ACB there? Why is SRNE there? Why is Starbucks on there? Why is... So now we're seeing restrictions on tickers. Starbucks is part of the S&P, yeah?
Sorry, what?
Can confirm. Anybody? SPY? Starbucks on SPY? Starbucks is part of SPY, yeah?
Oh, I don't know. I'll check.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How about AMD? Is AMD part of the SPY at S&P? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yes.
Okay. So this is not a small thing, guys. GM is on here. This is not a small thing. We have now gone from a couple of outlying tickers, right? Oh, these retail traders are only trading these outlying tickers. It's such a shit show because these stocks are garbage. They're absolute nothings. And now what we're looking at is things that are directly affecting the SPY. AAL is SPY too. This is going to affect the SPY now. Any argument that Robinhood is providing a fair and equitable environment for traders is a joke, and the implications of that are now going to extend to the SPY. So we see restrictions expand outside of small mid cap and into the spot. SPY is an ETF that's been built. It isn't the S&P 500 itself. The SPY is an ETF that has been built to reflect as best as possible in a single ticker the movement of all of the stocks in the S&P 500. Okay?
I don't
So
think Stocky has the power to move. Like, that's not.
no. Yeah, no.
No. Starbucks is
Stocky,
such a high float.
yeah,
There's no way.
yeah. Yeah. That would be like, and I mean, in many respects, I hear people saying, "Well, what about Nokia? Isn't that dangerous for traders on Twitch that have 70,000 people to say Nokia? You know how many fucking shares of Nokia are out there? That's like trying to push an oil tanker with a 5-year-old. Like, come on, fuck out of here."
Okay, so see, and this is what made me upset was the overall narrative was that the internet cannot be speculators and understand that stocks dislocate from their fundamental price and instead respond to the supply and demand of people buying and selling. I mean, it's just simple. You lock people out and all they can do is sell. So some of them sell, so the price goes down. You know what I mean? Like, you know what you're going to do. But like,
Your says is the oil tanker on a big hill.
oh my God.
See Nicola for more information, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I guess you just have to.
Just you gotta get that. It's got to have that motion, right? You just got to get the motion. Still got your AMC position. No, guys, I am out of AMC. I am out of SNDL. I am out of pretty much. I had hoped everything that was on that list, but ACB has since been added to the list. So technically, I guess I'm still on the list. I don't think that ACB is really a Wall Street Bets Occupy hedge fund stock. There's not a large short interest against it. I think at this point, Robinhood is just chasing cats. Um,
Can I have that link, Smash?
yeah, Smash,
Well,
I'd like to
because
see that as
here's
well.
the thing. These, none of these, look, you don't know a market until you invest in it and trade in it, and they don't understand anything about it. Smash. It's crazy.
Is there something that needs to be?
I'm glad Kevin O'Leary.
I can't watch this now, guys, but I am going to hold on to it. Just CNBC is renowned for DMCAing people, and fuck them. I'm not going to give them that opportunity. But I do want to watch it, and I do recommend that you watch that, guys. Love him, hate him. I know there's a lot of Canadians that are not so hot on Kevin Leary. The man knows his shit. And I think at this point, anytime that you see a guy like that, so the Peter Petterfees, the Chamaths, the AOCs, the Ted Cruzes, the Ja Rules, the Mia Khalifa, any of those guys, and I know people will start to go, oh, but those people don't really matter. It does matter. It does matter. Where is the? Maybe I can still find it. Okay, we're gonna watch this for a second. 1 second, guys. This is important. Okay, and I know at first you guys are gonna laugh, but it is important. So just keep watching.
We're watching a meme for education.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I love that Elon Musk is Doctor Strange. That hammer said circuit breaker, by the way, guys, if you couldn't read it. New stimulus check.
Fucking you.
Okay, so there that is, guys. But that's exactly this. This isn't a very accurate portrayal of where we currently are. There's a very clear line that is being drawn, and anybody that is taking the side of what is happening to retail investors is wrong. I'm gonna get behind now. I am going to say this once and only once because every time I say it, it really hurts me deeply inside. I greatly appreciate that AOC and Elizabeth Warren have done what they've done. Okay, I said it. I'm not going to say it again, but I said it. All right. But even in this instance, people that I otherwise would ethically, politically, or just because I'm a shit disturber disagree with, it's on my Twitter. Here. People that otherwise from all walks of life that I would be opposed to are actually coming alongside. So I was there cheering AOC on when she talked to Stocky, and I was cheering Stocky on. And I'm going to cheer on Bernie if he comes alongside, and I'm going to cheer on Biden even though I wouldn't have voted for him, and I'm going to cheer on anybody and everybody that comes alongside in this because it's a big deal. Because what we are seeing is people that remember 2008 going, we are not going to go quietly on this one. Forget this. G.I. Joe Pesci, I'm a Canadian. So I've been told I don't get a say in the matter. I don't get to. I don't get to take a side. I'm Canadian and I have my own problems. My problem has great hair and bad financial skills. Okay, so we are now at a point where stocks have dislocated from their fundamental price and are now trading entirely on volume. Moving on.
Yeah, basically that's what happens. Now the fund doesn't so now we're in the broke. So now that I understand what's happening, I actually understand that the second that they restricted stocks and then whoever turned the spigot on it back on are the people that are solvent. The people who have not turned the spigot back on are the people who are not solvent. And I'll explain that in going back to, I don't know whether to explain how it all works or to tell you what actually happened now that I understand. Oh, why am I so loud now? I'm sorry.
No. You're good. I'm trying to adjust the volume because people couldn't hear you. You know who I would prefer fixes these problems? The private market, which is what we're seeing happen. The Chamaths, the Elon Musks. That's who I want to fix this shit. I don't trust the government to govern us out of a cardboard box. Sorry. No way, no how.
That's what we have.
Yeah.
And not talking to them. And I appreciate everyone saying, haven't you been anti-democratic this whole pandemic? And I was like, I haven't been anti anything, and I will definitely talk with anybody who wants to listen, because I was trying to tweet at AOC about what should be done, and somebody pointed out, I don't know, anyways, I was like, really, like, there are regulators. She's like the only one who wants to listen, so whatever,
Yeah.
I'll talk to
And she
her. I
doesn't
don't
have a
care.
seat on the finance committee inside the House, which
Yeah.
is important. Okay, so that's where we are. You better believe the SEC is working overtime on the weekend. News came out on Friday that Yellen should recuse herself from any kind of action on this because she's been on the teat of Citadel since she was removed from her last federal position. What else? What's next?
Well, what's next is to understand why they shut down trading, right? So you have to understand how a stock is actually not owned by you. So a stock is actually owned by your brokerage, The way they do it is they have a custodial relationship with you, because so what you have to understand is all these systems come from back in the day when people used to, instead of exchanging paper certificates every day, they just said, what is the net that people bought between of AMC? Let's say 100 people bought AMC at Robinhood, but 2 people sold it, right? So
Yeah.
then we're up 98 shares. So I need to go get 98 shares from another broker to make myself to true up my books with somebody else.
Yeah.
So does that make sense to everybody?
Is everybody tracking? Everybody understand what she's saying? Don't have the shares, need them, have to go find them. Let me go ask another broker if they've got them. Okay? Like, oh shit, we just ran out of lettuce and all we do is make salad. Can you go over to another store and get lettuce from them so that we can keep making salad? Cool? Okay, great. So, brokerages
So
can't find the inventory. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
well, it's
Find
not
the.
about the inventory. It's not about that they can't find it. It's actually out there. What I'm reading is that they don't have the cash to put up to go get it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
because what happened, what NCC, what is it, NCCC and DTCC are saying is that
Okay, time out.
they raised go
Time
ahead.
out. NCCC, DTCC.
Let me
Uh,
find it.
people,
So
most of you have never heard of these two companies, and they are very, very important.
National Securities Clearing Corp and the Depository Trust and Clearing Corp.
Okay, so brokerages can't afford the necessary
Capital
inventory,
minimums.
can't afford the capital minimums to cover trading. And we know that that's true, guys, because Friday morning, a new rule came down from DTC demanding that clearinghouses put up additional capital to cover the mania that is the market. DTC, not DTCC? What?
It is DTCC.
Yeah, it is DTCC.
Unless Bloomberg's wrong. Okay, so if they up the capital, right? We heard that Robinhood had to go look for more capital, more backing.
Okay,
And that
so
was
yeah, NSCC, DTC require larger collateral from clearinghouses to cover their asses. Brokerages try to find. Excuse me. Why does it keep fucking popping to the top of the page? Brokerages make an effort to build to raise capital. And anybody who watched the CNN interview with the CEO from Robinhood, that's exactly what happened afterwards. Is that he went out and called on all of his investors to find another $1 billion in cash for him to be able to open his brokerage the next day.
And that's yesterday, and
So yeah,
it's a New York Times article. I don't know. But I mean, irregardless of whether their margin was increased or their cash deposit every day, they're still insolvent because they can no longer operate. Even though, what's funny is the realization that everyone needs to make is that the entire world runs on credit. And they are all not the traditional definition of installment where your assets do not outweigh your liabilities, right? They are all insolvent. So I define insolvency as just not being able to operate because the government is insolvent. They have more debts than they have cash on hand.
yeah, which is why
Robinhood
they like to use
regularly.
which is why
Go
governments like to
ahead.
use the term debt compared to GDP. Debt as a percentage of GDP is something that you'll hear often from a government of like, oh, well, debt compared to GDP is this. It's like, well, bitch, can we afford our debt? No? Still? Okay, cool. Glad we had that talk. The moral of the story is bigger than that, Outlaw. And that's what we're trying to get to is it's actually bigger than that. It's bigger than get out of Robinhood. There's a bigger problem that we're about to get to. This is now the entire global market that we're talking about.
But remember, do not let Robinhood say, oh, it's the clearinghouses, because this is going to quickly turn into a blame game. And this is, so you didn't think that this was possible.
Yeah. Surely after 2008, this could never happen again. The entire global economy is at risk once again because we have people over leveraging themselves into debt that they can't cover, and then they get caught when it comes time to pay the piper, and there's no free
Oh my
lunch.
God.
Holy shit. It's almost like stupid basic finance of don't live on debt, don't operate on debt, don't choose to be using debt as a currency is still not happening, and we are still using debt as a primary currency in the globe, and the whole world is getting blown up. Rita is amazing, guys. She is a Twitch streamer. I will say that right now. She's an amazing Twitch streamer. She is somebody that I met last year in the market. We've done some crazy, insane shit together, from shorting Robinhood traders to building insane equity strategies to growing portfolios 100% in a couple of months, all kinds of insane stuff. If you're not following her, you definitely should. She streams, usually if you watch me, I stream 9 a.m. till 11 Monday to Friday, and then I immediately go raid Martini, and you guys get to hang out with her the rest of the day. So rest assured, if you guys are following me, you will be seeing Martini in the future because I always go raid Martini afterwards and then shit disturb her community for the rest of the day. Where I don't have to be responsible for the outcome. Did you have fun shorting Robinhood traders? We did, but we also learned some very valuable lessons in a much smaller scale. And let's pull that up. I want to show you guys what Martini and I went through. So a lot of people are saying, well, that's fucking easy for you to say that you would have done this in that situation, but that's a hypothetical and you can't actually say that because you never did it. Really? Oh, I don't have it. Martina, can you send me a link to the spreadsheet? The short?
The shorting one? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, that argument of, well, that's a hypothetical. You can't actually say what you would have done given the circumstances. Had you been in
Yeah.
Melvin's position, would you have done the same thing? I can 100% say what I would have done in that situation because we did it. We just did it long before them because Martini and I have this crazy thing of seeing things before a lot of people. So
It's like,
so we're gonna
we
give.
just didn't decide to average for a whole year. You know, Melvin
Oh,
averaged.
don't ruin the punchline.
Oh, sorry. Here it is.
Nah.
You ruin my punchline all the fucking time.
That's true.
Welcome to my life.
I'll give you one. Okay, opening it up. Okay, guys, so this is a short strategy. What we did was operate on a hypothesis that if we saw what Robinhood traders were trading, we could take short positions against it, which is essentially the same thing that these hedge funds were doing. Okay, so we started with a very small little bit
You like the
of.
stack.
We started with a very little bit of money, a very, very tiny amount of money, mostly on paper trades initially. We got a whole bunch of data points in, and then we started trading this with real money. We had a 74% win rate doing this. You'll see that for a long time, and this is where I want this chart intentionally, okay? Doesn't this look like a phenomenal strategy? Anybody want to tell me what Melvin Capital's returns were as a short fund until this point over the last 4 years? Anybody know? I know the number. %30 year over year, which doesn't sound like a lot, guys, but for a large hedge fund like that, it's pretty impressive. But then we realized something, guys. Then this happened. You guys see this? So we had a couple of rules with our short strategy. Because shorting stocks has unlimited risk, we never held overnight. We closed our positions at the end of the day, and then we looked for additional shorts the following day. Okay? So we didn't hold these positions. We never leveraged in on margin, ever. This was cash. It was done on cash. So no margin, no cash, closed the positions at the end of the day, didn't carry them over. But what we started to see happen was a drawdown because it stopped working. Now, we had two choices here. This is Melvin's initial, oops, I fucked up, okay? We had a decision to make here. What were we going to do? Were we going to continue trading the strategy and double down? No, we weren't 140% leveraged. Exactly. Were we going to double down, or were we instead going to stop doing what we were doing because it no longer was viable? Guess what we did? We stopped. So all in all, we walked away with, what was it, 57% gains, 70% gains? What did we? Yeah, we walked away with a 70% gain on the strategy. Good strategy. It stopped working. We stopped doing it. Okay. This is how you're supposed to work a strategy in the market. That's not what happened, and that's why we're dealing with the fallout that's happening right now. Okay. So when I'm talking about what Melvin should have done, this is not me. This is not me just pulling that out of thin air saying, you should have known better. If a high school dropout can figure out, oh crap, this is moving against us real hard, real fast, maybe I shouldn't leverage in or double down on this, then I'm going to make a wild and crazy assertion that the professional managing billions of dollars also should have known that. I think that's a fair assertion, right? As an amateur who has a year experience in the market, how do you know Melvin? How do you know Melvin has doubled down? When he was given capital from Citadel and Point72, if he had not increased his short sizing, what we would have seen is him settling or covering those shorts and we would have seen a buy up on the stock. Instead, we didn't see that. We didn't see anywhere near the volume that would have needed to happen in order to cover his shorts. He doubled down on his shorts with the capital that was extended to him. That's not us with conjecture. That's the numbers. They don't add up that he covered his position.
One, the volume that he held in shorts would not explain if he had it's called a degrossing, and you can look it up. But one, it didn't match what came out of the stock in terms of its short float, right? So it would have reduced the GME short float below 100, and it didn't. One. Two, we can tell that from, and guys, this is just, I feel like it's like a really, really high likelihood. Like, if
the short interest
wrong,
went to 200%, guys. It went from 140 to 200%. That does not indicate that they covered. That indicates that there was an increase in the short position.
Yeah, so the percentage goes up if more people short it. If you're not familiar with short float, if people cover their positions, then the short float goes down. Just on a basic level. So the higher the number is, the more bullish as you as a trader would trade the stock, right? Because why would you? I wouldn't stand in front of that personally.
Margiela, the argument that knowledgeable investors instead of know nothing redditors drove the short percentage up from 140 to 200% in a day is laughable. The amount of money that is required in order to be able to drive something an additional 60%, given the huge volume and price on this thing, would have been a massive pool of money. Essentially, what we're saying here is, guys, we cannot, unless we see the actual transactions, we can't say anything. But where there's smoke, there's usually fire. You know what I mean? Like large billowing clouds of smoke, there's probably a fire there, right? Actually, I would say it's more in this case where there's a giant mushroom cloud 10 stories high, there was probably a nuclear bomb. Snow, the solution that I would like to see is that you aren't allowed to short over 50%, personally, in my opinion. I don't want shorts gone. Shorts need to be there, and it's important. But I think if they put a restriction that you cannot short, there cannot be a short float over 50% of a stock, that would let everybody trading the market know, oh, when a stock has a short interest of 50%, then we all know that this stock is being flagged as being potentially giant dog shit. But not potentially. This stock is dog shit. Okay. The idea that the argument that it should be able to go up to 100%. Okay, fine. I'm willing to concede that point that up to 100 is fine. But anything over 100%, that's ludicrous. Wait, GME is dog shit. From an actual valuation of what the company should be worth, yeah.
Sure, but if you're anything under a year, you're most likely a speculator.
True.
So, I mean, that
2 seconds,
doesn't
guys.
mean you aren't your investor, but it's just,
Hang with martini. I'm just gonna get some water.
it's more about like supply and demand in the short term, and that's fine. That's a fine way to make money. And I'm seeing a lot of language of whether it's them versus us, and it's not really. What it is it's a short squeeze trade. It's all it is. It's just getting played out on a very large stage. This has happened before. Volkswagen, except two hedge funders or the hedge funds will get upset each other because they're the only ones who have the amount of money to play in this game, right? Honestly, at the end of the day, whoever has the most money is the one who's going to win. To be honest, that's who it is, you know? Like, we saw a post that, and I'm not going to say the R word, so I'm going to replace it, but they said something different. so I can't exact quote it. But they said we can stay stupid longer than you can stay solvent. So now there are people playing short, playing long that may not fit the kind of narrative or story, right? They think all retail traders are long, and they may not be, because that's also another narrative that has been placed on us, that we can only go long. And that's not true. There are tons of people I have met that do options, they do derivatives, they short volatility, or they long volatility, or they short stocks, or they long stocks.
Even people are starting to look at futures trading, right? Like
I know,
we
I
have met
love my
all kinds of traders, all kinds. The unfortunate part with this is the solution's going to be painful no matter what, and everybody's looking around for who's willing to rip the Band-Aid off. And really, the ripping of the Band-Aid off looks like this. And I know you guys are going to hate this. Ideally, they would do it over the weekend when the markets are closed. But essentially what it would be is, if I was the SEC, I would come in and make a demand. You must cover your short positions. And I would be pushing through a regulation that you cannot have over 100% short interest in something. So any of these funds that are overextended, you must cover your shorts on Monday morning. And that's going to suck, because that essentially, well, it's going to suck for them. It's going to be great for everybody that had diamond hands over the weekend, because those prices are going to go up. All those firms are going to have to cover, at least to the point where they are not, where the stocks are no longer over 100% short float. But it's going to take the regulators to come in and make them do that, because we sure aren't going to be able to make them do that. So that would be a really simple solution to this, of like, anybody who is holding short positions up and over and above 100%, rip that Band-Aid off. You got to cover, because from now on, you are not permitted to hold anything over 100% on this thing. And then it's just a short squeeze.
I don't know. I don't think it's the over 100% that really messed this up. It was the 30-1 that the other side is allowed to hold, but we cannot. There is nowhere that I know of that a retail trader can negotiate such a sweet margin contract. And you remember where Rebels Are came to talk to us to explain that our margin contract was completely different than theirs. We would be required to put up way more capital than these guys are. So it's going to take even more money. It would take even more money. So I think where you need to focus, everyone needs to focus on two things. I think one is access, right? We don't want not to get crushed. We just want to get crushed fairly. I think, I think equality of purchasing power is what, because, there's a lot of rules about fair and open access to the market.
It is Crobo. That is Martini Rita Crobo. She and I have a tendency of hanging out. She puts up with me for some reason. So Margiela, that has been one of the things that Chamath brought up, actually, of like, oh, you wanna really help the situation moving forward? Let's have total transparency. You look at Twitch streamers, you look at Redditors, you look at retail investors, you look at really solid large funds and professional traders like Buffett, like shit, how did I forget her name just now? ARK. Kathy Woods. Transparency. They're not required. These large hedge funds, Broomstool, are not required to disclose their positions. They aren't.
Well, they can disclose their longs. They have to disclose if they are over a certain size. They have to disclose on a quarterly lagged basis. They have to show their longs, their puts, their calls, but they do not have to disclose their shorts. So that's why we're saying there is some gray area. We don't actually know their shorts. And that was Chamath's point, is you guys are hemming and hawing about that the retail traders are doing this, but they're doing it. They post it to a public forum where you can go and read what they're about to screw you with. and they're playing and winning. And so you guys do it behind closed doors. You're not even allowed, you're not even required to, you only have to show half your book, which he says is a little bit manipulative in the way that because they know that they can do a couple things.
No.
Guys,
Yeah.
I don't know what this thing is that we're purporting the narrative that it's hedges versus retail. I'm saying it's hedges versus retail in the fight of access to the same abilities, not that it's heads up against in some like weird narrative way where I don't know.
If you're an investor in Melvin Capital and you call them directly on the phone and say, is my money in these shorts? They are required to say, yes, we have your money in these shorts. If you're an investor in that fund and you call them directly and make that very pointed and clear question of, is my money in this shit? They would have to tell you, yes, we have your money in this shit. But they don't have to tell you that. No. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep moving forward because this is, I don't want to get derailed. I want to go to the end game on this because, great, we've gone through everything that happened. So now we play the game of let's see where we think that this might go. Possible scenario, given the information we currently have at hand. So we do know that brokerages are still reeling and reeling hard because now we see an extension of this list beyond small mid cap and into the retail sector. Huge thank you guys for all the follows. It's amazing how much support is coming into the financial streamers on Twitch. We're being legitimized by you guys just being here. This gives legitimacy to all the obscene hours that we've put in over the past year trying to build up a financial presence on Twitch. So you guys rock. It's we love doing this, even though sometimes we don't sleep and we cry and we break down and we blow up and we throw things and break things. But yeah. So what's next? We know that the brokerages are still reeling. We know that we most likely are going to see the continued requirement for additional capital from the clearinghouse side of things. So what's Monday look like?
So I think what we have to focus is on the fact that Robinhood was obviously leveraged to the point where at the very least we know that they were 10-1 because they were asked to put up 10 more, and if they can't cover it then we know they were beyond 10-1. So that combined with the 30-1 leverage that other hedge funds are dogpiling in on both sides, I think we're in the middle of a storm, and I think that there is a risk that either they continue to move up the margin requirements on everybody, which will start to break people. If you have a margin requirement that goes up, you could still be profitable on a position, but you could go bust for once if you are required to put up the capital, which is what happened to me yesterday. So they are asking for margin requirements
because I was in the middle of talking.
They are asking for negative margin requirements for some retailers, which is interesting, right? So the way you think about this is so let's say someone puts up $100. A positive margin requirement means I can spend 20. So I'm spending more than I have, right? What they're doing for people who have options to go through expiration if they want to, they are asking them to have negative margin, which means I have $100, but I can only spend 50 of it, and I have to keep the 100 in that brokerage to be able to spend the 50. So if I have options that are in the money, let's say, which means you won as long as it exceeded the premium, I go into exercise for 100 shares of AMC, let's say. How much is AMC now? Like 15? 10?
11,
I don't know.
13.
Okay, we'll say it's 10 for easy purposes. So they're sold in lots of 100. So I would have to have, usually I would have to have 10,000 to exercise in the account. What they want, 10,000 to exercise my call, let's say, and then I can buy 100 shares of AMC at $10. But what they want now is they want you to put 10,000 in the account and exercise into your shares, which is insane. So hedge funds get to keep their margin requirements the way that they are, but anyone who has a retail brokerage has to go into negative margin requirements, which is insane and unequal, and is actually what people are arguing against. They get 30 to 1. So if they have $1, they get to spend $30. That is what Chamath is saying. That is what a lot of big funds who have those privileges, because they can go negotiate their own margin contracts that are legal, by the way, that regulators allow. Mark Cuban came out, Chamath came out, Interactive Broker CEO reversed and came out and then liquidated all his shares in Interactive Brokers, the chairman or something. Pefferty was his name?
Peter Petterfee.
Peter Petterfee, because he said this is unequal and I'm taking a stance. So that's the unequal part. There is a different seat at the table than everybody else. I think, if I wouldn't have been so incredulous to just throw away 30 grand into this trade on principles if they hadn't gone negative margin into me. That's totally insane. I can't spend the money I have. Crazy. Does cash count now or not? Come on. Half your cash only counts is what they're saying. Because the brokerages are on leverage, at the very least 10 to 1, we know, with Robinhood. Only regulators know the amount. And then so everyone else is taking on toxic debt. Think about this. The toxic debt is I wanted to short the internet, right? You didn't think that the internet could go insane. Are you kidding me? Have
Yeah.
you met the internet? You basically decided to fuck with cats on the internet. And what do we all know? You don't fuck with cats.
Yeah. Don't feed the trolls. Doesn't go well.
Nope.
Okay. So, that being said, guys, each of us has made our own decisions in many ways as to how we are going to get around this. By the way, for an accurate price on AMC, currently it's $13.46. I did see somebody say 20. It is not 20.
Well, here's the thing. You can make whatever trade. This is a very evolving situation. I have never seen negative margin ever in my life, not even through 2008.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows
yeah,
what the effect of that is going to be until Monday morning. And then we're going to know.
Yeah, because this is we're going into the weekend is gap risk, right? So AMC can open wherever to open. So anyway, so what we have to look at is that how far do the dominoes fall, right? Because it's not we're not those people on the internet that want to call that something is going to happen. I'm just saying this is what it would take to get to each step. Oh, you get food cooked for you, ass. I wish AJ would cook for me.
It's poutine. It's poutine, guys.
Oh.
Salt and pepper breaded chicken wings with poutine. Life is good. You guys are cute when you're all revolutionary. I mean, we're even cuter when we're being demeaned in a passive aggressive way. That goes really well too.
Yes, but AJ brings me Chick-fil-A. So
That's true.
that's the domino that we're at, is that the brokerage is essentially right on the edge of insolvency because they're barely operating, meaning they can barely sell you one share of AMC.
And my
So
biggest concern is that it's beyond the original shopping list. That we are moving into some really big stocks. Right?
yeah, like
AMD
legit stocks is a
beyond AMD, Clover, CCIV. This is a SPAC. Like what? What this shows me is that the retailers are now moving their gains into a wide variety of stocks, and they don't know what to do.
Well, K9, you always have risk with everything that you do. Nothing is safe. You just have to accept that there's always risk in everything. Nothing is actually safe. That's the lie of the financial industry, that there is risk in everything. Is it really low risk? Yeah. I mean, we all get into a car every day or walk down the street. Can you get hit by lightning even when it's not raining? Yes, because that happens in Florida. You know? But what you have to do is say, how big is this risk? And it seems likelier now that we're moving into bigger stocks. So we're going to just keep updating everybody, and I'm going to keep reading through in ISDA. So anyway, so the next step is to understand the clearing firms, right? So what did they do? They upped the requirement that Robin has to hold. And now what you have to understand is, well, what could be the possibly next step? Let's say Robinhood goes bust.
Which
If
is
Robinhood
very
goes
likely
bust,
going to happen.
maybe.
Looking at
If
this,
Robinhood goes bust, then what happens is, according to the materials that I'm reading on the Chicago Fed, is that the other clearing members have to pay for the brokerage and will bid to take on everyone's positions. So
so
you'll get
guys,
moved.
what we just to go back to where we started was fund falls and can't pay. Check, we're there. Brokerage can't pay. That's what we're coming up to here. Is hypothetically Robinhood could fall, in which case brokerage can't pay. Now we're moving to all of the clearinghouses need to swoop in and
Pay. They need to bail out. It's called a bailout or a backstop. Those are the two words.
And if a single clearinghouse can't pay, the rest of the clearinghouse community needs to come alongside and cover.
Yeah, we'll go over SIPC. Don't worry. But they're not. This is they're way farther.
Yeah, SIPC is not going to save you.
SIPC is in, well, they can, but they're in the central banks because that's part of that whole apparatus, right? When you hear the department, so there's the Fed, right? You should actually change that to central banks and governments, because technically a central bank is independent. Quasi government.
But yeah, I'll do it. But
Well, they regulate banks, so you know what am I supposed to say? And institutions. Okay.
So clearinghouses come in to cover.
Right. And that's going to be first, that's going to be the NSCC, First, they're going to try to do it in the US. All the clearinghouses. So in the US, that would be things like Apex. If people self-clear, there are brokerages that are also clearing firms. So, for example,
TD, Fidelity.
TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, Vanguard, they all self-clear. Tastyworks doesn't self-clear. They are Apex. I don't know if Webull does, but you get what I'm saying. You need to make that distinction because then they have
Webull does not. Webull was shut down under the Apex.
Okay. So then, and remember, this is US. So there's so much to read that I don't know that I'm capable of going to the UK or EU. There is an EU version of this. If somebody wants to sign up to research this stuff, it'd be great. Thank you for the sub, Cybot. I'll tell him when you come back. So the brokerages so the clearing firms have to come in and save that one organization. And if you guys look, I don't know how to give you guys a screenshot. Maybe I'll go to, what is that thing that everyone uses? Giazo? How do you create another one? Oh.
Guys, there's a lot of people asking, so what should I do? That's the one question that we are not going to be able to answer for you. And it's not that we don't have... We can't give you financial advice. We can educate you and inform you and give you information that you can make a sound and educated decision on. But not Martini, not myself, not anybody on the mic, unless Rebel swings through, is going to be able to give you that financial advice of what do I do with this information. It's up to you. So we are that's why we're taking the time today. That's why I'm spending 8 hours on a Saturday doing this with you guys, so that we can educate ourselves, so that you guys have tomorrow and today to come up with your own strategy of how you're going to play this, okay? I can tell you what I'm going to do after we finish here. Martini is open to, but not obligated in any way to tell you what she's going to do, but that is something that we can do as well. But we cannot in any way give you guys advice on what to do. Okay? Keep going, Martini. Sorry.
Okay, so I gave you a picture inside Discord. So you can see that we're not just Chicken Little, that this does happen. Brokerages go down, clearing members go down. So here you have, so this is from the Chicago Fed. Here are the clearinghouses that have gone down. And what's important to note is the ones that extended. Remember I talked to you about that dominoes? Does the domino go past the clearing member, right? Yeah, and the famous example that's indelible in all our minds is if you were in the UK, for those of you who are in Europe, it would be MF Global. For those of us who are in the US, it would be Lehman Brothers. For those of us who are in Asia, I think the Han Mag Securities would be the really popular one.
Yeah. So what we have here, guys, is a representation of the global community through the 2008 crisis, which is Lehman in the UK, MF, in Europe, Cyprus, and then in Asia, the handmag.
And so what you need to look is, did the loss exceed the defaulter's resources? And so Lehman actually didn't go past. So if this does go past someone that's as big as Lehman, it would be bigger than 2008, right?
Yeah. Those asking, what about Canada? Canada actually, Harper was very, very smart. He was an excellent prime minister to have through the financial crisis. Canada was actually studied afterwards in 2008 because we didn't have this issue in Canada. We didn't have our clearinghouses going bankrupt. And there's a whole that's a whole study of its own. Okay, so but Canada did not have this. If you're a Canadian wondering why we aren't on this list in some way, as much as we are tied to the American economy in many ways, we aren't. So while America was dealing with lockouts and restrictions on the week, I was able to trade freely all week, which is why I made so much freaking money this week. And every Canadian had that opportunity this week. Don't hate the player, man. Hate the game. You can't fault me for making money when money's making good. How can you be Canadians? We have a merit-based immigration system, so you would have to bring some value to Canada if you want to immigrate. The question isn't how do you become a Canadian, it's what can you bring to Canada by coming here.
Okay, so what you would need to figure out if you're trying to figure out if this extends past, right, then you would start to see the size of their balance sheet and if they can cover and their leverage ratio. And you can do the math. The kids on Wall Street bets that they love to say kids, and I just want to say they're not kids. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But they are doing the math in there, which is totally insane that they're calculating whether these people are going to go bust, which is
that would also be
absolutely
the
hilarious.
extension. That would be the other extension that I add, because some of them are kids, but they're kids that are doing the work. Some of them are. Some of them are kids. There are some wicked smart not kids in there, and there are some 16, 17-year-old, 15-year-old traders in there. Irregardless of your age is not a qualifier for being able to process and think independently. There are kids in there doing the work, which is maybe what the hedge funds should be doing and the CNBC financial journalists should be doing instead of throwing shade. They should be doing their fucking homework. But that aside.
The Mob, oh my god, on CNBC. I can't. Like CNBC used to be for the retail trader. They were the retail trade. Like back when we were in 2008, nobody liked CNBC. You know? It was funny that it's reversed now.
It's almost
Whatever.
like money came their way. Yeah.
Yeah, weird. So if it goes past the clearing members, then it would be the DTCC that would need to get bailed out, and that would require government. If somehow it extends beyond this, so what you guys need to understand is facilitating transactions is different than a bank. So typically it wouldn't be up to the clearing members. If you were to look at this regulatory apparatus and look at banks and the way they operate, the reason why it was so crazy during 2008 for the US people is because they didn't have this apparatus that is currently in here for clearing members, right? The government had to force everyone to buy the bad members, right? Like would it be Robinhood going bust? Or what were the ones that actually got bought out and saved? Not Lehman, but who was the other? Bear Stearns?
Bear
Right?
Stearns was a big one. Goldman actually got an extension, didn't it?
No, Goldman bought somebody else. So did Bank of America bought somebody else. I think it was
Who was
Merrill.
it? Oh, Merrill.
Countrywide
Yeah.
got bought. Yeah. So there has to be a bigger institution that's willing to buy somebody else. So essentially, that's what would happen automatically because that system is already there for clearinghouses, right? So for banks, that system isn't automatically there. Now, once you get into the government apparatus, it has to go past the system, right? So because that apparatus isn't there, the FDIC would come in earlier and they would just auction off the bank, operate the bank, and then it would be as if nothing happens to your funds, right? Like if you can actually watch a documentary from the FDIC and watch, it's an 8-long-hour documentary about how it goes down. I should go find it, but it's really neat.
Yeah, guys,
So-
as far as the conjecture that retail investors have done something illegal or wrong up to this point, to date, that's not there. Nobody has actually made that case that the retail investors have done anything that is illegal at this point. On the basis, and Chamath, this is one of the things that Chamath nailed, is hedge funds are currently doing this right now. They're holding private meetings behind closed doors with one another, deciding what they're going to do. The only difference between the institutional side and the retail investor side is that the retail investors are having those same meetings. They're just doing them publicly on a public forum with transparency. So it's not illegal for you to buy stocks. It's not illegal for millions of people to make independent decisions, which is why this is a very interesting case of the one side that is getting their hand caught in the cookie jar on this can't really go too hard and fast against what's happening, because they are complicit in doing the same thing, and even now in the fallout, they are still doing the same thing. Anybody get the meeting notes on the meeting between Citadel, Stephen Cohen, and Melvin? Anyone? Did you guys see those meeting notes? No?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, crazy, huh? Isn't that crazy that three?
Are you being an ass to me?
I'm being a facetious asshole. You'll never see them.
Oh, fuck you.
You won't see them. But that's exactly what Chamath was getting at, guys, is all of the meetings that we're having are the meetings that happen here on Twitch. This chat log, Reddit pages, Twitter, FinTwit, right? All of our conversations are out there in the public for everyone to read. But that conversation, which is probably a fairly important conversation, we ain't ever going to see meeting notes on that shit. Never. Anywhere. It doesn't exist, guys. I was being a facetious ass. What I was saying is they are behind closed door. And those conversations, even if they did record them, would be burned off the face of the universe and accidentally lost. You would never see that conversation. Okay, sorry, let's keep going.
Okay, so let's hit this home. So if it goes past the clearinghouses, and then it would fall to the SIPC to ensure the funds in your account, right? This is where we get down to what the fuck do you do? Well, SIPC is a government-run entity that, in exchange for you and I and brokerages and clearing members paying funds, they ensure brokerage securities and cash that you have. It is in the US, it is different from FDIC. If you have a savings or checking account, that is the FDIC. If you have a brokerage account, and you have to do a brokerage check and an SIPC check on the brokerage that you're on. Okay, so this is step one of what you should be doing. So I'll give you. Do you give out these notes, Millennial?
No. This one I will make available to everybody who is here. I believe I can make a single note available. So anybody who is here today, at the end of this stream, at the end of this conversation, I will drop you access to this note. I think that's fair. All of you that have taken the time to be here and be a part of this process, you should have access to this single note. You won't get access to my entire journal. That will be specifically for subs at the end of the month, but I am more than happy with all of you guys that are putting in this work and taking the time. I am going to give you guys these notes.
Okay.
They're your notes too.
So you can put them in there.
Hmm?
How do I give you these links? Do you want it in Discord or do you want it in
chat? Okay, 2 seconds.
Or you just let me put it in there? Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'll just keep going so we can get this home. So the SIPC ensures your accounts, and you have to understand that the way that you think about insurance is you need to think the health of the institution or the person that is assuring this transaction will happen, right? So that's called counterparty risk, right? And it's something that you should be thinking of. It's one of those really out there things, but I don't know, man. I'm starting to see some things that make it something that might be likely. So, if you don't believe in the full faith and credit of the United States, that's a different thing. Okay, I sent this back to you. And so we're just going to keep going down the line. If you don't believe it, if you have too much risk, right, you need to assess risk. If you feel that's too much risk, then there are places that you can go, right? So SIPC only covers $250,000 of cash in your account and 500,000 of securities. So if you are one of those lucky ones that has 250,000 or $500,000 or more in one account, I suggest that you consider only holding up to those levels. That's what I do on an educational basis. I do that. Now, brokerages also pay for insurance to insure above and beyond that with insurance companies. But we also saw during the financial crisis that the insurers almost went down as well. If you remember AIG. Now, if you guys want primers on this, you should go to the Discord and go into the movies and just watch the movies. They're not going to be historically accurate, but they'll paint a picture so you can start breaking these down, right? Just start with a movie. You can watch a really entertaining movie. You can do it. I know you can. So AIG is the insurer. So that's the other thing that I would rather the government insure me because I think they have a bigger balance sheet. That's just me. So you can spread your money out. How do you ensure that this person is SIPC insured? Let me know when I can get access. Should I check my email, Millennial,
Yeah,
to get
it should be
access to?
there. Yep, it should be there for you. I am going to add a new command, guys, for note. This is going to give you access to view this note at any time. Again, you guys are doing the hard work. You're putting in the time and effort, proving that you're not just some know-nothing Redditor. You are somebody who's out there working their ass off to figure out what's going on. So everybody who's here should have the right to access this, I believe. You won't be able to edit it, but you will be able to see it. Okay?
I don't see an email on it yet. Did I give you the right one? Yeah, I did.
Okay. It says that there are two people. Make sure I spelt it right. I did.
Can
It
I
says
go in
pen.
without an ID, I guess?
No, it says pending. It probably sent you an approval link.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm refreshing it. It's just Gmail.
Spam, maybe?
Yeah, good point. You know what? It's not that many links. Let's just.
Okay.
It's not there.
Just send it. Yeah, just send it and I'll put it in.
Okay, I'm putting it in chat. Two things. You want to make sure your broker is regulated. Make sure you're just not in a scam at this point. At least maybe you can move your money before that. So you would go to that link, you hit firm, and maybe you can do this, Millennial, once you paste it or whatever. Show people.
Okay. We got it up.
Okay, so you go to firm.
Nessia, what we're getting at here, if you are just joining, guys, all the notes are here. We've done as good a job as possible making the notes flow from start to finish so you can kind of understand what the thought process was here. But it's bigger than who wins between shorters and buyers, because essentially what we're getting to here is there may be no winner. So let's, so which firm name? So I would put in something like Weeble. Is that possible?
Go to you have to hit firm. That's checking an advisor's name, right?
Oh.
Like if they're licensed.
Weeble.
which you should do as well. If you go to an advisor, you should check that they're licensed and they don't have like a fuck ton of actions against them. So you can hit one or both and check what states they're in as well, because they won't cover you if they are not licensed in that state. Yes, it can get this fucked up and there are casualties, so it is important to protect your or I would think, educationally speaking, it's important to think of these things that have happened to other people.
So Weeble, guys, SEC registered, yes. Limited liability company, LLC. It is regulated by FINRA. Direct ownership is here. Let's see the detailed report. Oh, guys, more detail is always better if you're doing DD. Firm is registered with the SEC, 5 other regulatory organizations. Weeble has a large ownership from a Chinese property. That's good to know. Apex is their clearing corporation. Okay. Is there anything else that you would want us to look at on this other than who their clearinghouse is? Are they part of FINRA?
Yeah, that's it. You just need to make sure that they're there, right? And make sure that the website matches and, just
Yeah.
basic shit. The
Um,
website matching does happen to people. Um, you know, people can copy websites and it can be off by a letter. That's something that happens to people. I don't know. I like to read financial news and I just read stuff and you're like, "Oh my god." And then I just like go look it up and I'll be like, "Oh my god, it was off by a letter." You know?
so
Like it'll
a
say
good,
Webull,
yeah,
like 3 L's, and then,
a,
you're not covered because actually you're a victim of a scam, you know?
yeah,
So,
so right here, guys, Robinhood Financial. This is based out of California. This is not the brokerage. This is not Robinhood Securities. This is like a financial investment firm that had the name Robinhood before Robinhood. And I made that problem earlier this week on LinkedIn when I was trying to find the CEO of Robinhood. I went into the company. I'm like, he's not here. What the hell is this? Oh, this is an investment firm. This is not this is not what we're looking at. This is what we're looking at. Robinhood Securities. So
AKA BTK.
what's interesting here, guys? So when we were looking at Weeble, regulatory organizations, FINRA, NYSE, NYSE ARCA, NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, Robinhood, just FINRA. Anyways, that's a very valuable tool, guys. Use it. Love it. It's in the notes. It's there under useful links. Check yo broker before you go broke.
Okay, second thing is, the rules are very different depending on if you have multiple accounts, the type of accounts, the types of securities that are in your accounts. Futures are not covered. Okay? So if you're holding futures, that's going to be not great. I'm just looking over the FAQ. So I suggest honestly that you go over the FAQs and just look at what's covered. I understand that this is a lot of stuff, but like you don't want to lose. This is what investing self-directing is, right? It's when you have to deal with your own money, now you have to learn all the shit that a financial advisor would know already, right? Where is it? It also talks about how liquidation happens. So they used to have SIPC broker check in here, and it looks like they just merged it with that broker check. So in the broker check is where you're going to see if they're SIPC insured as well. Most of them are. Shit. Trying to find the list of where it is. What is protected? Okay, so futures are not. Municipal bonds are real estate investment trust that only qualified as securities are covered. REITs that are not securities are not covered. Treasury bills, annuities. Let's see what else.
Guys, I can't tell you to get off of a broker or to go to a broker. That would be, in my opinion, financial advice. Telling you which broker you should use. That takes it out of the realm of opinion when I give you instruction. So, in my opinion, I have never used a zero commission broker because I know that if somebody says it's free, I'm the product. And I know that with my investment career, I didn't want that to be the case. So I use a broker where I pay commissions. I personally use TD Canada Trust and Interactive Brokers. That's all that I can say. Okay, cool.
So, also the reason why I wanted to talk about some of the ones that are covered and aren't covered, because sometimes they can trip you up. Options are covered. Anything that's a security, a stock is covered. What is not is foreign currency because it's not considered a security. So keep that in mind. If you are holding, like, let's say euro in a US account, right? So that you need to be careful of. So I think those are the ways to protect yourself. Now, okay, let's go on to the, well, what if you don't believe in the full faith and credit of the United States? Oh, wait. So SIPC can be not so great coverage at times. So because they do clawbacks. I don't know that I want to go into clawbacks. But anyways, let's just keep going. So if you don't believe in the full faith and credit of the United States, I suppose the only other place to go is either other countries or crypto.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's an excellent question, Dave, and you are walking down the same path that Martini and I have had. The opinion Martini's had it far longer than I have. I was far more skeptical on crypto for a lot longer, just because I'm a basic bitch, and oftentimes I go cross-eyed when people start talking crypto. So, Dan, are you taking trades after this? Guys, I'll get into what my response to this is going to be, but Martini's had a tinfoil hat on crypto for longer than I have. I don't trade crypto directly. I do trade equity that holds crypto, so I'm still not technically in on the crypto train. Do I think that people are going to move their money out of traditional capital into decentralized hedges like crypto? Yes, I think that. I think that in a big way. I don't think it. I don't think that it is by pure happenstance that we have watched crypto since December go from 20 grand to breaking through $40,000. This is a sign that this is now a place where people are going when uncertainty strikes. Securities that cover crypto are protected and Bitcoin is not. Again, guys, this is where I start to go cross-eyed. I'm a basic bitch when it comes to this stuff. So I just know what I do for trading crypto. I know that people they have their wallets and they've got their whatever, their public wallets and their private wallets and this locked wallet, and I trade the Doji and I trade the Halo and I trade I've already gone cross-eyed. You've already lost me. But do I think that crypto is a place where people are going to look to put their assets? Yes. Do I think real world assets is a place that people are going to go? Yes. And when I say real world assets, I'm not talking a new car. to be clear. Okay. Homes, land, property, that kind of stuff. Okay.
So, crypto, right? Crypto is decentralized. It wouldn't have these problems because crypto is a transaction that is actually self-clearing. The only reason that this shit happens is because they don't actually exchange the security. Because you don't actually own that stock, it is held in custody by somebody else. And you need to understand custodial relationships. Like it would be like, hey, millennial, can you hold that thing for me?
Yeah, no problem. I'll hold
but
on
if,
to it for you. Yeah, I got it.
yeah, but if millennial's a dumbass and flushes it down a toilet, I don't know, it's gone. There's nothing you can do. And the promise to pay that thing, if he doesn't have the money, then you're done.
She's being nice today. She did say if, not when millennial is a dumbass and flushes it down the toilet.
I should have said when. It would have been funnier.
It would have been. We're breaking through 34,000 on Bitcoin, by the way, as we speak.
Holy shit. So, oh God, I hold Mara. Yes.
Look at
Okay.
the buy side pressure on this. Look at this.
It's so fucking crazy. So, now crypto has its own custody problems because most people don't want to actually like deal with the tech of crypto, so they buy it through exchanges. And then you put yourself in the same risk, actually more risk, because they're not as heavily regulated as these other exchanges. And yes, it may be a place to hide for now because they can handle it, but you also have to think about that, right? So if you don't like custodial relationships, you can get into crypto and hold a cold wallet and hold private keys. Make sure you do not connect with the server of the cold wallet. What is a cold wallet? A cold wallet is literally putting money under your mattress, like they used to do in the 20s when no one trusted banks, because apparently that's where we are here. When you have the Winklevoss twins doing live streams when Robinhood won't let you buy stuff. Like, I guess
Sean,
this is where we are.
I love that Sean gets it. Like he sees me like slowly drifting off and looking at the other screen as you go deeper in the hole, and he's like, and millennials fucked off. He's out.
No,
But yeah,
you're fine. Just think about it that way. It's just
yep,
you actually hold your money.
yeah, yeah. And
That's it.
I hold about 20 grand in Mara, guys. Grab that before the market closed. Gonna be pretty happy on Monday, I think.
So, and let's just think of the concept of hedging. Like I screamed at, oh, look, this is perfect. So you have weight. You have weight up. No, go back.
Oh, what? Where?
On your portfolio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, wait.
Okay, so as you know, if you notice, right, millennial doesn't have all of his money in one position, right? So I'm not saying that you go, on an educational basis that you put everything in crypto. I'm saying the only way to reduce risk is to hedge risk, right? So maybe like I take some of my money and put it in crypto so that way I can hedge off US risk, but it's risky as well. And so if you have all these positions everywhere having a purpose, then that's how I would manage it. What do you think, millennial?
I guess I can only tell you what my thought process was on Friday, guys. And I know there's a lot of people that were shocked when they came in here and I had exited all of the Reddit positions. What I did, guys, was I went back to, okay, I see this shit escalating to a point where I am no longer comfortable with the risk. So the squeeze is not worth the juice. And so I went back to traditional plays that I feel I have a certain level of certainty in, and started to size my portfolio accordingly to those plays. So ACB is an earnings play. It is not a pot play, but there is some FA around pot. BTWN is a SPAC play. I'm still thinking that this year is the year of the SPAC, regardless of the shit show that we are currently in. I do trust Peter Thiel and Richard Lee with what they are doing. CIDM is a media play. I don't necessarily like AMC or Cinemark or Cineplex or any of those stocks for the recovery of film and entertainment, but I do think that we will have demand for entertainment creation, so TV shows and new movies coming out of this. So CIDM is a play for that. Mara is there as a crypto hedge. Zomedica, it's a smaller holding. It's only about 14 grand in Zomedica, but that again is an FDA approval that I see inbound. So that's a bio play. That is not a meme stock play for me. That is a bio play where they have an inbound approval, and then I do have 6 grand in a FA play around a government contract lawsuit play. So all of the plays that I currently have are not completely detached. I can't say that they're completely detached from the Reddit GameStop controversy, but the plays that I'm in, none of them are. I'm not holding any of them on those on that GameStop insanity. That was my thought. Is I'm going to take this time, take this money that I had. The gains were fantastic, and I'm going to ensure, one, that I'm not in margin, and two, that I have a very well diversified portfolio in my own opinion. There are many people that would look at that portfolio and shake and quiver in fear. Please disregard the holdings in CPPRQ and MGTI and SEV, CBDY, and East. Those are there for different reasons. Okay.
Okay. So I was more asking, what do you think about hedging off like these brokerages in crypto? I guess. Would you
Yeah,
actually ever?
I
The whole reason that I wanted to have this conversation was because it's worrying me that you don't have a hedge.
Okay,
You know what I
so
mean?
there's a couple of different things here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, first and foremost, if I was in the U.S., I would probably be sick to my stomach in the same way that Rita is, and very, very concerned right now. Axe is nailing it. I'm in Canada. Okay. What I know is the last time that this shit show went global, the country that stood there laughing their ass off was Canada. This past week, if I needed confirmation that in many ways we are still okay outside of this, I saw that again this week. So the reason why I'm okay continuing to trade on my brokerage and not necessarily hedging against my brokerage is because I'm in Canada. Now, her question is very pointed, and I think I need to answer it from the perspective, okay, but let's say you're not in Canada. Let's say you live in New York instead and you're trading on TD Ameritrade. Would you be hedging outside of your brokerage just in case? I think I would be. I think I would be. I can't say because I'm not actually there and I'm not actually doing it, but I think I would be. Given what I just saw, what we just went through, I think that there's a high likelihood that I would do that. But being in Canada, I don't think I need to do that. No.
But because this time it's different.
No, I think this time it's the same.
Watch the movie and then you'll understand the reference. There's an old joke on Wall Street that this time it's different.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, margin call Jeremy Irons at the end of it, the speech that he gives of like, what do you mean it's different? We've been here before. 1929, and he just goes down the list, right, of every time that this has happened before. I don't think it's going to be different. I think it's going to be the same. And the last time shit hit the fan in 2008, the whole world went insane. The entire world. It had implications into Europe, into Asia. We saw this, right? Into the UK, in the US. I am blessed and thankful. These are all the. What is this? These are all the clearinghouses that went bankrupt. But this is exactly it. So let's look at 2008. Countries and regions that were affected by this: U.S., UK, EU, Asia. I don't live in Africa. I don't live in. Well, I mean, Australia was still obviously affected, even though they're
Yeah, but
their
we
own
still have to
continent.
clear with you, right? That's what I'm saying is this isn't a banking crisis. This is a clearing crisis.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is different. It's completely different and it would have nothing to do with banking. We clear with you. You are commingled in this. And that's why I don't agree. that it couldn't be just
Yeah.
not in Canada.
Yeah, we could agree to disagree on that point, because for me, what I saw this week was clearinghouses running for the hills in the States and not a blip on the radar in Canada. We didn't even blink. Whereas I did see the UK directly affected and making the same moves that were happening in the US. I did see the EU do the same thing. I did see restrictions happen in China, Japan, and Hong Kong. So again, given what I'm seeing happen right now, I'm not seeing Canada blink. So we can agree to disagree. I understand that given the stress and fortitude that you're pushing on that you think that there is a chance of that still being a case. However, I disagree based off of what I'm seeing.
Well, I will just say one more thing, that the banking crisis was because we realized we were all inexorably linked. And because Canada decided to cut themselves off of the banking system, I understand, and I know that's what happened in 2008, but you guys are absolutely still in the clearinghouse membership and would be required to help bail out a clearing member. So, in that way, I think the lesson of 2008 was that we're all linked if we're all on credit. And in this case, you are on the credit. So, that's just my final thing. But, we'll see.
This is
Yeah.
also an important point, guys. You have to make your own damn decisions. You have to make your own decisions. Martini is not making your decision for you here. I sure shit am not making a decision for you here. If you are in Canada, you need to seriously consider what she's saying and come to your own conclusion. Okay? Just because millennial, some bonehead bandana wearing geek on the internet said one thing, that's not you making a sound financial decision for yourself. You please consider everything that we've gone through. Consider the implication. Consider what's being said. Martini is a wicked smart lady, far smarter than I am. Please, please, please consider what she is saying in all seriousness. If you guys have not, if you're just joining or you've been here a little while and you weren't here when we gave the note out, I do want everybody to have access to this. So you will be able to view the note there and see what we went through. Will you liquidate? I am not liquidating. No, but I did diversify my portfolio. I spread where my positions were, and I am out of positions that were directly tied to this. So things like AMC and GME, I'm not in those any longer. Am I concerned with the value of the US dollar through this possible crisis? It's kind of as a Canadian, again, there's some interesting extensions of that. So if the US dollar does plummet, the interesting thing about that is the Canadian dollar is going to be in an interesting place for a little while, where we will have more leverage in trade conversations because our currency will be at parity or outvalue you, which is what happened in 2008, which made for some interesting bargaining opportunities for Canada at the trade table. And with Biden being so limp-wristed, we might actually get to see a pipeline out of it if that's what happened. And I would never wish the fall of the U.S. economy in order to make that happen and secure tens of thousands of jobs for Canada, but I think that's a potential thing that might happen. But in the long run, it's actually not great for the US dollar to be at parity or below value with the Canadian dollar, because we like it better when one of the world's largest markets directly to the south of us has a currency that's worth more than ours. Because when we sell you guys stuff, we get a little bonus on it. I've been calling it the Trump bonus for years, but I guess I have to change that to the Biden bonus, which is alliterated and I guess is better. But yeah, the exchange on currency is an interesting thing. High Canadian dollar is bad for Canada in some respects. It's good for Canada in other respects. It's just a question of where you want to be. So, okay. So with that done, I am going.
Can I give you some parting words so I can leave
Yeah.
you and stop taking over your stream?
You're welcome to hang out in here. I'm just gonna keep going. So
Okay.
you're welcome to hang. You don't have to go anywhere.
Psychologically speaking, I just got a couple DMs that sounded like maybe I scared the shit out of everybody. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not Chicken Little. I never have. I've always been with Millennial on. You have to look at the reality of the situation, and I don't. I see signs that they are in fact maybe having trouble. because I think it's a realistic scenario. I know we went deep into it, but psychologically speaking, the way I deal with any of this shit that could possibly happen, because look, people don't want to think about the bad shit that can happen, but that's how you don't get fucked over, is thinking about the bad shit that could
Yeah.
happen. So how do you deal with it? Well,
Yeah.
I think you figure out all the things that are bad that could happen and think about what would you have wanted to have done before that event, and try to hedge off some of that risk, so to speak, right? Like you
Yeah.
go get car insurance, like you go get,
Okay.
and
So
where you get whatever.
So an example that I have used for this in the past that hits home with most Americans because it was a large gut wrenching event for all of America, and there was definitely a global sentiment of empathy, but America especially, right? Twin Towers. If you were aware that that was going to happen a day beforehand, or let's say 2 days beforehand, a monumental disaster of that nature, and you've got to go to the Twin Towers to work on Monday, okay? Would you go to work on Monday, or would you make plans to not go to work on Monday, contact the authorities, make sure that anybody you know and love isn't anywhere near there, have a plan for what you were going to do over the next few weeks as the insanity broke out? Would you do those things? Obviously, it's a rhetorical question because that's what you would do, right? Um, yeah, Margiela, I'm not going to get into the that side of things, but what I'm saying is, if you are aware, it's a rhetorical question. You are going to make a point to make a plan not to be around there, and I'm not going to talk about that from a stock perspective. I'm talking about real life because that's what we're dealing with right now. Is what we're breaking down is. We potentially see the indicators that Monday could be a scary thing. But that we've done that now makes it a lot less scary because you now have from 12 o'clock on Saturday until 4 a.m. on Monday to come up with a strategy, think it through, contact your financial advisor if you can, um, and you'll be prepared for it.
Hey.
And each of you needs to consider what you're standing on because there's a lot of different people that are in here. Some of them are looking at this and saying, how am I going to make money off this? And that's fine. That is a strategy. Other people are coming out on this and they're saying, why Monday? Because I think based off of this list that I closed it down, but that list that we saw from Robinhood, that it's indicative that Robinhood is in some serious trouble. And if you guys remember that scene from The Big Short where Ryan Gosling starts taking blocks out of the Jenga stack, once you start taking blocks out of the Jenga stack, uh, that tower gets a little unstable and starts to prep for a fall. So, but you have the ability to create a strategy, and there are some people that are saying, "How can I make money on this?" Which is kind of what I'm doing right now. There are some people that are saying, "How do I not lose it all?" And that's also a strategy that you have to prepare for. There are some people that are outside of the market that are genuinely concerned about what's about to happen. There are some people that are going to go, okay, well, irregardless of what I see coming, on an ethical stance, I'm going to hold the line. And I respect that opinion. It's just and that strategy. And that is a strategy that you can have. It's just not the one that I am going after. So, how fucked are the people who are only trading on Robinhood? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Monday morning the market opens and bigger, smarter people than me have rectified all of the issues, and there's a new regulation as of Monday morning that is going to fix this whole thing. And Millennial and Martini, you guys wasted all these hours on the weekend for a what if that never came. And like, okay, great.
Now I know.
Like, okay, I would rather know that I am on a plane that has a life jacket underneath the seat, just in case, right?
A lot of you guys are asking, how can I profit? How can I profit? And what you don't understand is a lot of people have made a lot of money this year. And when you start to get a lot of money, you start playing a rich person's game. And the game is protection of capital is also a valid strategy. So don't forget that.
Yeah. So you have to come up with your own strategy, guys. Okay, please. Yes, Dave. When we pulled up, let me pull it up again. There is no way that the argument can be made that this is just these small to mid cap stocks that are outside the SPY. You cannot make the argument at this point, based off of this chart from this past week, that the SPY or VOO are in some way isolated and safe from the fallout on this. You can't make that argument. Look at the effect that the SPY has had over the week. Okay, let's go to 3 months. Actually, I want an hourly chart, so a month is the most that you can do. Okay, so let's go back a month and look at like what a typical day would look like. And this is kind of the start of January here. And a typical day on the SPY, there are some days with volatility, and we've had election stuff, but ultimately, like a day from 112 to 113 has kind of a sideways movement. There are days where we have events like a stimulus gets announced or uncertainty about what Yellen is going to do affect the or this is probably the riots. But there are days where events happen and move the SPY in one direction or another. But by and large, the SPY tends to do this, these kind of sideways, slower movement kind of days. And then you get a gap over the weekend and we go again. And like, that's fine. This is the past week. Look at this. Does this resemble this in any way? Yeah, lower leverage levels also just there. It's such little money in Canada, guys. Our entire population, the of the country, the entire country, is less than the population of California. Of that population, I would say less than 70% are actively in the market. We it forget comparing apples to apples. This is like comparing a single cell amoeba to an elephant. It, like it's just the scope and magnitude is so different. Okay, when you're comparing the Canadians to any other economy in the world. So all in TSX, I am not saying that either. Um, but this is a good time to segue into. So a lot of you are asking, okay, so what should I do? And we've said, yeah, I know, I know you're joking. So what should I do? Again, guys, I'm going to put the disclaimer in here. Anything that you hear on this stream, in chat, on the voice, none of it is financial information. What I'm doing is what I'm doing. What you're doing is what you're doing. This is for educational purposes only, that I share with you what my plans are heading into this, and any opinions that you hear on the mic as to what they may or may not do as a Monday is purely an opinion. You need to do your own damn research. Know who your brokerage is. Martini's given some great links that are inside that note that you can use to understand what your brokerage is, who they are. There's a lot of understanding that you can have from the media. Start using Google to understand what's going on exactly with the shorts, with the hedges, everything there. Educate yourself. And people really hate this when Martini and I say it, and we keep saying it. One of the things that you really need to do as an investor in the market to be successful is this thing called read. And I know it's one of those terrible 4-letter words, but you're going to be a lot further off reading than listening to CNBC Money or Fox News or Jim Cramer or David Day Trader or Millennial or Rita. We in US no read. Memes aside, guys, that's Millennial being serious. So um, now, what is my strategy on Monday? My strategy on Monday, what I've decided to do, is to go back to trading the way that Millennial has. Now, that being said, guys, I'm going to pull up the chart from Tip Ranks. You guys can always see my portfolio. I try to be as transparent as possible with my trades. One of the ways that I do that is keeping this portfolio updated and on Tip Ranks. I don't know why that's not producing the link, but it should. Um, There it is. Good reading material suggestions. Yeah, there. Those are the ones that I have used to craft a trading methodology as far as good sources for news. Discord, do we still have that list, Martini, in Discord of the what we consider the ranking of sources? Did she leave? Is she gone? I don't even know where to find that. Try to understand the business model in the market where the company's operating. That's not necessarily how I trade. I trade on what I call macro psychology. So what I do is I look at large social trends and how people typically react to those trends, and then I trade off of that. Um, so there's a great quote from Men in Black, where Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones are sitting on a bench talking, and Will Smith looks at Tommy Lee Jones and goes, "Why don't you guys just tell the people, huh? Why don't you just tell the people? They could handle this, man. Just tell them." And Tommy Lee Jones looks at him and goes, "A person is capable of making sound, logical decisions in the face of crisis and uncertainty. People are erratic, manic, panic, and do stupid things when shit hits the fan." What I recognize is in the market, the stock market as a whole, that erratic movement that seems unpredictable is actually very predictable. The herd. People call it the herd, and whether that's retail investors, whether that's the hedge funds, whoever, you guys can be flocks of a different color, but there's always a herd out there. Okay, and what I like to do is trade the sheep. I like to trade the sheep. I like to watch those large groups of people. I watch what is currently about to happen and I trade it. And some of the biggest trades that I have had have come off of that already this year. So the riots, the day of the riots in the Capitol, Martini and I were here live, and we saw them walk through that first gate. And I immediately took a position in DGLY. And in an hour and a half, I made 30% off that trade. This week, I saw the herd, and I'm not trying to be derogatory in that. I'm just saying I see the large group of people that are retail investors, whether it's Wall Street Bets or otherwise. Do I say VODs? The VODs are all available on YouTube afterwards, so you can go back and watch them. So that's there, guys. You can check out the YouTube channel. The VOD will be available on it. I believe the YouTube channel's on there. Are you freaking kidding me? Do I not have the YouTube channel on there? Wow. I'm an idiot. All right, later, man. Have a good day at work. So that's how I trade, guys. Is I trade off the groups of people. I'm gonna add it. Thank you for putting it in there. I'm also gonna add it to the social because that should be in there. It is note. Never. I will never be doing a raid sponsorship. I'm not interested. I keep telling them I'm not interested, and they keep offering it. I don't know why. Now, yeah, if you want to hold the line, hold the line. But understand that I may be trading with you or against you, and you don't know which one it's going to be. And that's just what it is. My current portfolio breakdown, guys, I did share that with you where I see potential in plays. I think that pot stocks into earnings is one where I see sheep typically run towards pot stocks right before earnings because they are ever hopeful that pot stocks are going to actually perform profitably on their earnings. So that's one that I am playing. I think crypto coin is going to see a lot of money running to it over the next little bit. And so I took a large position in Mara. Why ACB over SNDL? Because ACB has earnings on the 11th in February. So it's an earnings play. I'm not in Wader. Later, Brumstool. Take it easy, man. Thank you so much for everybody who is watching. Why Mara not right? Okay, a couple of different reasons. One, I see Mara continuously investing capital back into the business, which is a really solid business strategy. Two, they have purchased over 10,000 new miners, and if every miner and both of their positions or both of their facilities were open and running today, they would currently have 7% of the total hash rate on Bitcoin, which is an insane number. So those two factors together have me more interested in Mara over Riot. That they dropped $150 million into Bitcoin proper and are holding that as an appreciating asset. I think that's really, really solid. That was a huge thing for them to do. That they have such a huge investment in expanding and growing is amazing. So I think by April, we see Mara go for 30, 35. I think by December, Mara could actually be up towards 40, 50, 60. Depending on how much Bitcoin appreciates through the year. I've got Bitcoin, a price target that I have for Bitcoin into the end of the year is anywhere from 45 to 60,000 on the year. So. What about MGTI? MGTI is a small position that I hold, guys. It's a meme. It's a meme. Equity. I only trade equity, guys. I'm not really an options trader, and I know that a lot of people go, "Oh, but I heard you took an option this week or whatever." Last year when I started trading, I started trading with 2,200 in equity in an equity portfolio. You can't find me on Tiprinks. You can always do portfolio, and it'll pop up. Typically, their search bar is only the professional analysts that you can find. I am not yet there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, start of last year, guys. I started with 2,200 in equity and $500 in a options account, and I played both. And my equity account continued to grow. I was able to go from 2,200 to 50,000 in a year. Now the options portfolio went from 500 to $100. I almost blew up the entire thing. And now I have slowly been able to bring the options portfolio back up over time. I do occasionally take options plays, but they're usually leaps. I play them like equity. I was able to recover the options portfolio from $500 to, well, I went 500 to 100 and then back up to 3,000. So I went from 500 to 3,000 over the year, which isn't bad. It's still 600% gain, but stocks and equities are the same thing. Do you think a lot of a lot of people liquidate the portfolio and open an account somewhere else and will be able to trade again? I don't know that they liquidated. I think there's a lot of ACATs. I think a lot of people transfer their portfolios. I don't know that they liquidated those positions, but I think there are a lot of transfers currently in process for sure. Which means that, I mean, if you took that, you have to also take into account that a lot of those transfers mean that people aren't actively trading those holdings until Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. Would help the common man by just saying you're trading stocks. Yeah, it's just I'm a creature of habit. I guess when I say equity, it's just because that's a common term that I picked up over the year. Um, I can try to break that habit, but I probably won't be able to. Right? Uh, you yeah, you just get kind of stuck in the flow of the words that you use. I do understand why you're saying that, though, Dave Walker, for sure. Yeah, you'll get taxed on liquidating your positions for sure. So yeah, that could also be a restriction. How long have I been trading stocks? Since January of last year. So right now, guys, started with 2,200 last year in my equity portfolio. The target for last year was to take $2,200 US, turn into 50,000. I was able to do that. The stream set the target for this year for me to take 50,000 and turn it into 500K. As of, I guess we're a month in now, right? Because February is going to open the market. So in January, I was able to take the portfolio from 50,000 to 119,000. So was able to see 100%, over 100% gains this month, which is great. But yeah, I've only been trading a year and a month, which is why when I say, guys, I am not a financial professional, it's for that reason. I am not a financial professional. I am still an amateur. I'm still trying to learn the market. Is it a hobby or a career for you now? I'm gonna go with neither. It's definitely a passion for me. I have gone into semi-retirement. I had a decade of experience as a digital marketing consultant. There are a few clients that I really, really, really like, um, that I continue to work with, but for the most part, I am no longer doing digital marketing and social media. So it's not that I'm retired entirely from that. There are a few clients that I am still working with, and I really appreciate working with them, and I love the brand. Shout out to Zipline Gear. If you guys ever need a backyard zipline, I highly recommend these guys. Um, but yeah, huge fan of them. Continue to work with that brand. Really love them. Love what they do. Love the team there. They're like family, so I'm not going anywhere on that. But otherwise, yeah, I'm here every morning from 9 to 11 doing this, and then I hang out with Martini and the amazing team of traders. It's not a team. The amazing group of people that have gathered on her Discord. So OTK would like that link for the note. Sorry. Yeah, Olympians. That's my theory on Mara is that one, they keep buying Bitcoin, so they hold that asset, right? They buy it and they hold it. So Mara's they bought $150 million of Bitcoin, and they've been mining Bitcoins as well, and so that's there, right? And then they, on top of that, are constantly mining Bitcoins, and the more that they mine, the more that they get. So that pool just keeps growing. So yeah, they increase. Um, it's almost like a leveraged position on Bitcoin because if Bitcoin goes sideways, okay, let's say Bitcoin at the end of the year is still 34,000. Is Mara going to increase in value? Yes, because they're mining more and more and more of those Bitcoins at $30,000, right? If Bitcoin goes up, is Mara going to go up even more? Yes, because all of those coin that it's currently holding are going to go up as well, right? And so now you got the company holding the asset, mining the asset. They've got the stock that's being traded that's going up in value that they can take offerings off of for capital. And then on top of that, you've got the Bitcoin value actually appreciating alongside of it. So there are some out there, guys. There are some Ethereum trusts like ETHE where you pay a premium on the underlying asset. When Martini took a look at Bitcoin and Mara, she was a little bit shocked to find that that's not necessarily the case on that one. So, what's the plan for AMC? My plan is not to go anywhere near AMC, guys. The only place that I have any play whatsoever in this at this point are long dated puts on GME, and I only have two of them. That means that they are trying to reduce the number of shares that they have to increase the value of the holding. Gold, silver, crypto, if the US dollar takes a dump, will be a place where people go to hide their money or hedge their money, to keep their money safe. If Bitcoin falls, they will fall even harder because they are leveraged. Not necessarily. Because it's not like the asset is disappearing, and they are still continuing to produce the asset. So let's say Bitcoin goes back down to 20K. Does that mean that the stock should fall like crazy? No, because they're still one of the top producers of the coin. So they're still continuing to produce additional value, while at the same time, they are able to still have the stock price go. So if Bitcoin falls, Does Riot only mine then? Riot mines, but they are not making the same investment in expansion that Mara is making right now. And I think that Bitcoin from this point is only going to continue to escalate. It's only going to continue to grow more and more valuable. Some analysts that were at one point completely opposed to this thing. So it used to be told that if you brought up crypto at a JP Morgan meeting, you would be fired on the spot. And now JP Morgan has a 5-year price target of 100,000 on Bitcoin. So the institutions are coming around to the value of cryptocurrency in a big way.
Millennial, did you see Michael Burry's tweet?
No.
So
For those of you that don't know who Michael Burry is, guys, Michael Burry is a renowned trader. Christian Bale played him in the movie The Big Short. It's
his tweet
Sandra,
from
right?
yesterday. Yep. So he said that he was sued by a short seller firm because they, in error, thought he orchestrated with Patrick Byrne a short squeeze in overstock shares. Yo, I'd kill for overstock shares right now, or even back like a year ago. Fuck, that was such a good play.
I was sued by a short seller firm because they in error thought I orchestrated with Patrick Byrne a short squeeze in Overstock. Anyone can sue anyone. This is December 2009. This isn't recent.
But he's implying that people are gonna sue some of the short sellers for GME.
Okay, great. Yeah, and you're gonna sue them. No, that's not what he's implying here. He's not implying like they're going to sue the short sellers. He's implying it the other way. He's implying that people are going to sue Wall Street bets. But also, what he's getting in is that doesn't necessarily mean just because you sue somebody that you're going to see a win on that. That doesn't mean that the Wall Street bets guys need to be particularly scared for their life.
Yes, go sue Anonymous.
No, because they have names on some of the Wall Street bets guys. They could definitely file against them. It's not going to do anything. And this has been stated over and over and over again. Okay, so guys, let's do a hypothetical run through of a court case against Deep Value. Okay, so they get Deep Value up on the stand. They say, okay, so you're being charged with this. What we want to know is what exactly is it that you did? And Deep Value sits there, smiles at them, and goes, oh, I just did the same thing that the hedge funds do all week, every week, where they get together in groups behind closed doors and decide what it is they're going to buy and sell. And then there's an awkward fucking silence. And the lawyer who's up there questioning him is going to go, yeah, but the difference between that is they are professionals, they understand what they're doing, and they didn't do that in public. And Deep Value stares back at them and goes, so that makes it better that they did it privately, secretly, and didn't share it publicly so that nobody knows how to react to it, versus us doing it publicly, transparently, and making everybody aware of what we're doing. And then it just gets really, really awkward, right? They can't sue Wall Street bets as a whole because it's not a business, right?
Nope.
Yeah, as far as going further than that, guys, of like, oh, they're gonna jail him for this or that, or there's gonna be a conspiracy that's gonna make this happen. I don't go into that murky water. Did I see Stockies and Destiny's fight last night? No, I don't get into drama. I got no time for it. I've got no energy for it. I dropped out of high school because I was tired of the shit show. I'm definitely not going to take that online. Typically, what I do is if somebody shows up either in the Discord or in my chat and they want to have a reasonable adult conversation, I'm more than happy to do that. However, if people want to have high school drama and sling mud and throw names, I just block people and move on with my life. There's not enough hours in the day for me to deal with it. I know what I'm trying to accomplish, and what I'm trying to accomplish isn't going to go into this. Steve Cohen did the same thing that I would have done. I probably wouldn't have closed off my account because I don't feel like I should have to stop doing what I'm doing and saying what I'm saying. I would have paid somebody to block everybody. My favorite trading movie of all time is probably Rogue Trader with Ewan McGregor, which doesn't get a lot of love because it's an older one. But I'm a big fan of that one. And then the other ones are really good. Typically, the two big ones that you guys hear are The Big Short and Margin Call. Or yeah, maybe Wall Street's in there too. Of those kind of big ones that everybody knows, Margin Call is probably my favorite, just because from a business side, I really like The Executive. Yeah, I don't care about big money or small money or little money or green money or blue money or red money. I don't care about the narrative. I don't care about the dialogues and drama. What I do is I look at the market. I do my own due diligence. If I see a trade, I make a trade. But I think we are at that point here, guys, where I normally would be starting my weekly recap. So I'm going to switch off of the solvency and go back to what we typically do here on Saturdays from 1 to 4, which is the weekly recap. So what I am going to start to do here, guys, is take a look at my weekly trades. So go through trade history for the week and see how we did. So let's open up the portfolio and look at historical trades for the week and how we performed overall. Last 7 days, all accounts. So I took a few trades this week, as you guys can see. Let me move my face here so you guys can see what's going on. I don't think we need the ticker right now, so I am just gonna close that down. I think that doesn't need to be there. So in and out of Apple, average fill price in at 140, out at 141. That was a win. ACB, I'm still holding it. AMC, is this done? Did I do this by date? Is that what's going on here? Did I organize by date? What is this organized by? Last 7 days, order date? Or no, it's organized by position. Okay. But Apple in out, that's a win. ACB, I'm still in it, but I'm currently in it green. AMC averages in at 10, in at 8, in at out at 12, in at 9, in at 15, out at 19. So that was a win. AMC 467. This was at the start of the week, so I got out here on this. So AMC all wins. CIDM I am still holding, so that's still there. DGLY exit 256, 260, 293. This was a long hold. I did take a loss on this week. IPOF buy at 1324, sell at 1349. That's a win. Mara sold my existing position. That I had at 1440, but I sold at 1349 and I sold at 1887. Nope, I sold at 1780 and I sold at 1887. So I made good money on that. That was a win. I did buy more of Mara at 20, but that's up over the weekend as well and should continue to go with crypto. Huge thank you guys to all the people that are following. I'd love to know how you found the stream, what it is you trade. MIT guys, this is a play that I took as a bit of a meme. Got in at 4, got out at 6, so I took a win on that. MRS guys, I'm still in that position. I have not exited it. Naked, I did get in at 167, 158, 151. I sold at 175, so that was another win. So far, we only have that one loss, which is DGLY. Nokia, I got in at 497, out at 5. That was a win, but I did have one where I got in at... No, hold on. I got in at 478, 589, and 497, and out at 508. I took a small loss on this. I lost about 100 and 200 bucks on this. So that's 2 losses on the week. SHG exited at 130. I did get in at a 120 on this, so this is a win. Sing, this was one that I took as a meme. I had a 400% gain on that, so that was a win. SNDL, I took at a win. And Zemetica, guys, I am still holding. So on the week with all of these trades, what was it, 2 or 3 losses I took across the week? So there's no news on the court case yet, but I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. You don't do that well. I try. But yeah, guys, I don't really look for critique on how I trade because my trading is pretty good. My losses weren't that bad either. Couple $100 here or there, but my gains were far outside of it. Can you look at Sing again, Millennial? I think they're organizing themselves to look more serious. They are. So they're doing a spin-off of everything that isn't their solar company. They are looking to do a reverse split. When they are done their reverse split, that's there. A lot of the trades this week were scalping. Typically, I do a longer swing trade, but is AMC good? That question needs to be contextualized. As far as timeline, and are you talking about AMC as a Wall Street Bets play or AMC fundamentally as a theater business? How did you learn to trade? Morgs. I took 10 years of my digital marketing experience at the executive level in businesses and applied it to trading market psychology. And so I kind of crafted my own style. I haven't found anybody that's exactly one-to-one my style, but I would say my style is my own in many ways. It is similar to a lot of guys out there. I'm not the first to trade something like this. Peter Lynch is very close to what I do. Timothy Sykes is very close to what I do, but none of us is exactly the same. There are certain stocks that I've traded that Peter Lynch never would have touched. There's a lot of stocks that I trade that Timothy Sykes as a group wouldn't touch. So you probably wouldn't see Timothy Sykes in his courses teaching you how to trade Apple because he focuses really on being an OTC trader, whereas Peter Lynch would never touch an OTC. So I'm kind of a little bit more broad in what I will and will not trade. But there's the reading list, guys, that I've used. Most of these books on here I've used to craft my strategy, okay? Nice to meet you, Spuds. Starting with $5,000, that's great, man. I started with 2,200 last year. $5,000 is a great starter. Carrot, you're all in AMC and GME on Monday. Go with God. Yeah, I'm with Lord Santos on that. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. If you are following, yeah, just let me know how you found the stream, what it is you trade. I will never have a course, and to those who make courses and do courses on trading, I'm not really going to speak to it. I would never take a course because I feel like most of the information that you would learn in a course is readily available for free online or through educational means like this with me here on Twitch or TikTok, YouTube, wherever. I think there's enough information out there that you don't need to pay $5,000 for a course to gain access to something. I also, yeah, I will never make a course because I feel like if I was to make a course on how I trade, that it would completely change and be obsolete as soon as I hit publish and people were able to take it. So I also understand that people are looking to build multiple revenue streams. I have already done that. So I've got a book on Amazon. I'm a published author. I've got my digital marketing consultancy. I've got some rental fees that come in. I've got enough streams of revenue that are coming in, guys. You wonderful folks here on Twitch obviously are another growing revenue stream. Yeah, I already have that. I don't need to have an additional one with a course. That's not me poo-pooing people that make the option to do that, but I personally won't do that. You see all the AMC hype, etc., but isn't BB the real long-term growth play? I think that both there are a couple of them that have some really great potential as long-term growth. I personally do like BlackBerry more because BlackBerry is very much positioned themselves to be a leader in the AI drive on vehicles. I think that's a lot of money. BlackBerry is backed by Amazon, not necessarily backed by Amazon, but they do work with AWS. But their QNS is a lot of money for them for sure. Even if you were losing money, I would never criticize any Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with people being critical of what I'm doing because I always appreciate people's insight of like, I don't like why you're doing that. Why aren't you doing this? Because that at least gives me the pause and food for thought. But understand, guys, that if you're critical, you're like, I would never trade the way that you do. That's good because I advocate for people not to ever trade the way I do. I regularly caution people that what I do has a obscene amount of risk. And I think that, hold on, maybe TipRanks still has this. Do you know if TipRanks shows, they do a portfolio analysis, right? Yeah. Okay. So on TipRanks, guys, they do a portfolio analysis showing where risk is on your portfolio. Okay. So here's a breakdown of the total assets that are in it. You'll see that I trade very, very little in the way of ETFs. It says I actually have a holding in an ETF here, which I'm wondering what that is. The hell would be an ETF? Oh, USO. I've got some USO in my RDSP. That's what that is. Okay, so I do have USO in my in my RDSP. I always forget about it because it's such a small holding. What do I think a fair about my price target on BlackBerry for the end of this year was $40. Um, but that's on how quickly we move to self-driving. How did you start with 2,200 a day day trading when 25K is a requirement? Zug, I think you're in the States where PDT requires 25,000. In Canada, we don't have PDT. It doesn't exist up here, so I didn't require it. Also, for most of last year, I wasn't doing day trading. I was doing swing trading. Hey, Flood, welcome back. Isn't the tax from Swedish companies for non-Scandinavian citizens kind of high? I don't know. It shows you holding AMC. Oh, that's just because it hasn't updated my public portfolio. If I go to my holdings, oh no, AMC's still here. Shoot. Okay, so I'll just remove that. That shouldn't be there. So it's gone. Oops. Yeah, it shouldn't be there.
We like to suck. We like to.
Naked also shouldn't be here. Nokia also shouldn't be here. SNDL also shouldn't be here.
Tweeted.
Apparently, I didn't update this. Apparently, I need to update this right now. Okay, so ACB, I'm in. What else did I get into here? Holdings. ACB, BTWN, CIDM, Marazom. Marazom, CIDM. Read it with I like
Game
this.
stonk.
No, I'm not in that. And I'm not going to be in
Game
that.
stonk.
Nope.
No, I didn't get it.
Nope. That's a negative, good buddy. Okay, so go here, and my average was 1140. I'm holding 2,500 shares. Redemption, did you know that you need, when you're doing these entries, you should always put the price in first? Because it's counting it as different transactions as you, if you put the volume in first. It's just taking whatever the closing price was and saying that that was a transaction, and then it counts it as a different transaction if you edit the price.
I did not know that. Wow, I can't believe. Why is TipRanks this stupid?
I mean, I think that this is a bit of a meme. Like they're trying to gamify analysis. So yeah, but
They could gain so much more by having like tracking people who are
by
actually
being accurate, yeah.
like they could sell that data. Like they could just literally sell that data by saying like, hey, okay, yeah, so this person is lying because our AI detected this person was not. It was not possible. It was not this like price, whatever. Right? Very simple script or a very simple line to verify. But the way they have it, like I could literally say that I got Amazon at 1 penny. I got 1 million shares of Amazon at 1 penny. How are they going to verify that? It's not fucking possible.
Yeah, with the exception of if you are in the US and using a brokerage that automatically takes your trades for sure. Which is available to you. It's not available to me or it is available to the US traders. It is not available for me. So, and then I got to add my MRS position in here. Which I apparently already did, but this is way too small. This is actually 0.39. This is 16,000. Okay. Now it's completely updated, ladies and gentlemen. You have it. So we can go back to my portfolio analysis now. What I was trying to demonstrate to you guys is the level of risk that I'm in on these positions. Okay, so when people ask, you can average in. So what I just did with MRS there, where I changed the position to show the DCA, it will mark that as a separate transaction. What platform did I start with in Canada? TD Canada Trust. What up to everybody who's here? What is an RDSP? It's a retirement savings fund like a Roth or a 401k, but it's specifically a Canadian one that's built for people that have a diagnosed disability. I am diagnosed PTSD. So I have access to disability support, and one of those supports in Canada is a retirement savings fund that has government price matching on contribution up to a certain level. Booga Booga buy stocks, kind of. My strategy is going back to a little bit of my older one. Use a cash account. I try to stay in cash right now for sure. I do have margin available, but I have dipped into it, but I am not currently in margin at all. It's not a financial recommendation, but I myself will not be going anywhere near margin for the interim. If I'm not in cash, I'm not holding it. In the States, you will require 25,000 to escape that PDT. In Canada, guys, we don't have PDT, so if you're Canadian, don't worry about it. Worry about it. Don't be a day trader just to be a day trader, but you're not restricted by PDT. Maybe you'll have 25K after AMC tendies. That would be awesome. I'd be super happy for you to have tendies for sure. Kind of kicking myself for picking up ACB at $10 the other day. Or for not picking it up. Yeah, I mean, don't kick yourself on hindsight. Mark it in the journal, and you'll have it for whatever's coming up. What do you got there, love?
To help me decide on an official family logo.
Ooh, none of these are Scottish enough. The top left, I guess, is my favorite though. My wife is designing a family logo for us. You guys can't really see that. For her homeschool, for her schooling. She's doing hard work. She's awesome. Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. I would change that bottom bar though from what it is and see if you can't find that Celtic dragon that has the dragon on both sides and then the weave. But otherwise, yeah, that's my favorite. Okay. Not like a new crest. We homeschool our children, and our two eldest are going to take their GED in order to pass high school, and they are ready to do that. But they've been taking some courses through long distance learning just to make sure that they've got the knowledge in place to take their GEDs.
I have to have a school crest.
And she's required to show that she's a legitimate school, but we've always homeschooled them. So she has to create assets to appear as though she is a school. So she's named the school the Willis Academy of Life. And she's creating a crest to be able to do that. So good for you, Gosu. I have yet to take it, so it's manual. You can connect your broker in the US, but I have to do it manually because they don't connect to the Canadians. So Mrs. Willis is gaming the system so our kids can use formal education in order to be able to take their GED. But our requirement for our kids was they can graduate high school whenever they want. They just have to take the GED. And sooner rather than later is the idea. The Millennial Mutant Academy is a suggestion instead of the Willis Academy of Life. Love, what do you think? The Millennial Mutant Academy. She doesn't think that it'll look professional. Martini, I get it. You like the stock. Use the beaver for the logo and make it the Millennial Mutant Academy, hon. And she's not leaving, but she did leave. She did. She quit. She leave. She didn't have diamond hands. Martini had them weak old paper hands, and she left. She didn't stick around. Sup, Millennial. Were you still holding all that GameStop before the pump? I remember you were a big fan of GameStop. I was not. I didn't get GameStop money. I got AMC money, which was cool, but I did not get GameStop money. And you can teach important classes like irrigation. Yeah, not a cult, not a cult. Uh, I don't know if Martini's streaming today. Martini works her butt off and typically likes to have her weekends, but okay, guys. So Risk. I know I'm all over the map today, but we've got till 4 here because then I'm pissing off and hanging out with my family. So let's keep going here. You watch Martini sell AMC live, no diamond hands? Yeah, that's right. Call her out on that. You call her out on that, Lerthantos. Don't let her get away with that narrative. Do you have a trading tracker spreadsheet template? Martini has an amazing spreadsheet. Amazing spreadsheet. Martini had 40K viewers yesterday. Yeah, that's because she's a content creator and I'm not. AMC crashed so hard. Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to keep throwing out all these obnoxious terms that I know that she absolutely fucking hates to see if I can't pull her back in here. She hates it when I say I'm not a content creator. But I'm not. Oh, yeah, Martini is definitely smarter than I'll ever be, for sure. I maybe have better performance results over the last couple of years, but yeah. So, guys, Risk. So one of the things that's nice here, guys, is it does a breakdown quickly for you guys to evaluate what the risk is on your portfolio. So here's the average tip ranks portfolio. Okay. You'll see that the average tip ranks portfolio tends to be right in the middle here. Okay. Now I know you guys can't see it because I broke the scale, but this is where the risk is on my portfolio. It's over here. You see the text that says high risk? My arrow is on the text. I'm off this bar here for risk.
So Millennial, remember the information that I brought on yesterday, whatever, with the reg show and stuff?
Yeah.
So this thing, I was I was kind of holding it because I couldn't figure it out, like where they were getting this number, but none of which, when I was trying to cross reference and edit and everything, it just made no sense. Like I put in Money Voice, but I don't know where they get that 100 million number or that 50% that they're talking about. Because I don't know if it's like they're just recording the short transactions that transpired, or if it's just short sale. Exactly. Because like it is a little confusing there.
Yeah, I don't know. So guys, success rate on these trades, out of 152 trades, 66% of them have been successful. Now, keep in mind, when I started using this tool back in May, I didn't actually know what I was doing. And so I entered every trade that I had taken from January till May, all on one day, which resulted in it showing a significant loss, which is where I didn't actually take those losses. So once we pass that May target, you're going to see this number spike. My actual win rate is much closer to 85, 90%. My average return, this is fairly accurate. My average return is around 10% on the trades that I take. My risk profile has always been high. My dividend exposure has always been very low. My year-to-date returns are 183%. My 12-month returns are 282%. Again, this is not accurate because it's taking my portfolio from May, not from my start in January at 2200. But anyway, we reviewed the trades for the week. I've updated that portfolio. You guys can access it and see how I'm doing. What I really like to use this platform for is, guys, I am trying to push for this beautiful 5-star ranking. I would really like to be a 5-star ranked degenerate on this platform where there are professionals at major hedge funds, at JP Morgan and wherever else. But that I kick the crap out of. Right now I'm ranked 60,000 out of 275,000 people, so it's not terrible. You'll see that the performance from November, these 4 little candles that you see here, guys, is my portfolio in red, and then the next one is your average tip ranks, then the best tip ranks, then the SPY. So SPY did 10%, 10.5% November. I did 38, 39%. In December, the SPY did 3.25. I did 34%, 34 and a quarter. This month, the SPY did negative 1%. I did 111%. So we're off to a good start this year. Off to a fairly good start.
The tip rank says that I'm down like 60%, but the AMC position I'm holding is like it's literally carrying the portfolio, so I don't understand.
Maybe they adjusted for your shady little stock split.
That's nonsense. I would not be a 4.5-star investor, millennial.
Link it. Link me your portfolio. Link me your portfolio.
Hang on, let's see. Public portfolio. You're on my. I thought you were on my one of. I was on your save thing. Hang on, it's a money voice text.
Hey.
The fuck is like? Yeah, honestly, what the fuck is that? Come on. Look at the holdings though. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't even put in any of my options or anything like that. That's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm waiting for. Is this 84%? I want to get back up to that. You've only got 25 transactions in here. Please get out of here.
I forgot to put in my CIDM and stuff like that. Most of my stuff was covered options and stuff for some of last year too, so I couldn't put that shit in. It should be higher.
Come on, come back in here when you're over 100 transactions. 25 transactions.
But Rita said the minimum. But Rita said the minimum had to be 30. Okay, 30 transactions.
25 transaction Teddy over here. Seriously. It is in the Discord, Ogman. Does anybody know where she's got her risk spreadsheet? If you hop into the Discord, I'm sure somebody can help you, man. I'm sure somebody can help you. Okay. Martini can be stupid longer than I can be solvent. I will take that challenge. I will take it. Okay. Moving on, guys. What we are going to do, what the plan was for the day, was to take a look at. We've looked at last week's trades. So that's done. And essentially kicked us, took names, 2 or 3 losses on like 40 trades, 30 trades. Review the rules. So every week I go back, guys, and I do review the rules that I have in place to see if they need to be altered, changed, adjusted, anything of that nature. Trading rules currently stops all out at 10%. This is gone. I know I'm supposed to be doing it, but I haven't been doing it. I've just been ignoring it, and it's been sitting there as a thorn in my side. Not even 100% win rate. Keck, get on that level. Yeah. No FOMO. Yeah. So no FOMO. So don't be beating myself up on plays that I did or did not take. That one in the bottom right.
Thank you.
Trading journal daily. I did do that. So checkmark, did a great job. Sizing targets. I am doing a good job. I'm actually doing a better job of that this week than I was last week. Don't marry positions. I've done a really good job of that, of taking losses if I need to of $100 or $1,000 in order to make more money elsewhere. So I'm doing a really good job of that. Trade fundamentals. No chasing technical BS. I'm still good to that. I do not trade TA in any way. Guys, if you are TA traders, please do not take that as an assault on your TA trading. And that is for me. Technical BS is a personal criticism of my inability to trade TA in any way. You would say 27,000 SNDL is not good sizing positions. WGD, when I say sizing targets, what I'm saying with sizing is I required that I had 4 positions that were 25% of my portfolio. So even though I had 27,000 in SNDL, I was still in my sizing target. That was still a quarter of my portfolio at the time. A little bit over, 28% of my portfolio. But it was still within my realm of being acceptable. That's much better than what I used to do. Those who have been around for a while can attest I used to hold 40% of my portfolio in a single position. So stick to your 2-month goals. I'm crushing that. We're about a month ahead. Oh yeah, no, that was bad. That was a bit of an oops on that one. Um, you can't go broke taking profit. The reason why I put that rule in, guys, was to remind me that sometimes I exit trades for very small gains, like $100, $200, and I put that rule in there so that I didn't get real paranoid, or try to just hold long on things for no reason. And so when I say a win is a win is a win is a win, I know there's a lot of people out there that hate that, but for me, you can't go broke taking profit is a Peter Lynch staple, and I agree. If you're taking gains, even small gains that are green, so I mean, in the long run, if you take a massive loss, then that's a problem. But um, yeah, Trados, that's what some people are stating. Um, but that would have to happen if market confidence resumes next week. So what you're trying to time is when market confidence is going to recover to where it was pre this fiasco. And I'm going to say that I don't see Wall Street bets dissolving anytime soon. So as a result, I don't see hedge funds and major money getting any more comfortable anytime soon. I expect that we see a continued push into cryptocurrency uh, and gold and other real world assets. So the equity plays that I would be looking at on that are REITs that hold principally mortgages, whether those are commercial or residential. That's up to you. Um, Crypto, obviously, if you're trading for an equity, Mara, CLSK, Riot are opportunities. This isn't me suggesting that you buy these equities in any way, but these are just things that you could look at and come to a decision on. And then you've got things like GLD, AG, that you can trade for gold and silver. Or JNUG, I think was the other. That's junior miners, right? JNUG, I think. I never actually traded it. I know that people used to trade it when they wanted to get into gold in some way. But so the next one is don't bet against major analysts, JP Morgan, Goldman, etc. I think I can delete this because I did exactly that this week. And I'm going to continue to do that if my FA indicates that I should. So I'm going to put that there. Stop listening to professionals. Okay, so that came from a quote on the Peter Lynch book, guys. He said, smart money is not as smart as you think it is. And dumb money isn't as dumb as you think it is unless it's listening to the smart money. So that stop listening to professionals thing there. That's not a quip against people that are in the financial industry. There are great minds in the financial industry. Redemption was at one point in the financial industry. Hitch, who you guys sometimes hear on like, is in the financial industry. Where rebels are, 19 years in the industry. There are some wicked smart people there. I just don't listen to them telling me what I should and should not trade. It's not that I don't listen to them entirely, it's that they don't tell me what I trade and what I don't trade. So an example of that would be somebody like Jim Cramer saying you should not trade ACB. I don't care that Jim Cramer says that. I do my own work and that's it. Rise early, work hard, take profit. I used to be up and streaming every morning at 4:30, which means I had to be up at 4 in the morning. I haven't been doing that lately. This week I was up much earlier, but typically 5:30 these days I'm up and going. So um, rise early, work hard, take profits there. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Bach, for all those subs, man. You rock. And welcome to all you guys who are new to the community. Guys, remember, anybody that does have a sub at the end of the day, you will be getting access to this trading journal. So you'll have access to um, all of the trades that I've taken, that I've tracked in that journal, my psychology, my sentiment, my thought process, all of that. You'll have access to it for the month, and then every month I'll send out a new link. Um, when you say you do your pre-market morning analysis, do you mean you just read articles? Some of it is reading articles. Some of it is reviewing the play. Some of it is reading government bills that are coming out. Some of it is reading medical reports, FDA filings. Some of it is reading earnings reports off of Edgar or little Cedar. But it's not just reading articles. It's a lot of work that I put in. Bach just keeps going. You rock, man. Um, Thank you so much, guys. I You guys are making this into more and more of a real income stream for sure. What do you think about propane after this winter with COVID forcing people to eat outside? It's a clever play. Natural gas, propane, guys, I'm not really playing into that. What is FOMO? Fear of missing out. So it's people that are asking, anybody that you see coming in and asking, what do you think about AMC? Should I trade it? Essentially what that means is they've heard somebody say AMC looks good or GME looks good and they're considering getting in. Thank you so much, guys. Bad Karma Ninja, Samuel JN. Thank you. Okay. Next. Yeah. So take profit is the other one, guys. Stay green. One idea that I have been playing around with is closing out the holdings at the end of the week. That seems to be something that a lot of successful FA traders do. As I'm reading through books like Market Wizards, Unknown Market Wizards. Holy cow, man, that hype train. You rock. You rock so much, Bach. Consider spin-offs. So spin-offs, guys, when a company says that they are going to spin off, for example, Sing has said that they are going to spin off a branch of their company. What's FA? Fundamental analysis. So I don't wake up in the morning and the way that I trade is I pull up my charts and go, okay, based on this pattern here where we're seeing the candles that are doing this and this and this. Holy cow, Hair with 10 subs gets us over that hype train level 3. You guys are so awesome. So freaking awesome. And now you're cheering, and now you guys are just going to keep doing this. And I don't know how to say thank you enough other than to give you access to my entire brain, and hopefully that happens. Any oil princes in chat? Level 5, that's a new record. That's a new all-time high, guys, on the hype train. So yeah, with the SPY, guys, is if I was a TA trader, I'd pull up the daily chart and I'd look at this thing on the minute and I would go, oh, okay, well, this pattern here I think is going to result in a movement like this. More cheers, guys, you rock. This thing is just going to do this because these candles are doing this and all of these charts and funny things down here are indicating it's going to do this. That's just not how I trade, okay? It's just not how I trade. You guys are crushing this. Did we just break 6 on that? I think we probably broke 6 on that, right? Holy cow. Guys. Crushing it. Okay, but yeah, that's not what I trade on. I trade on by looking at the market. Guys. I'm just going to let the bell stop go. You did it. Yeah. Did it. Max out that hype train. Take that, Twitch. Take that. He can't concentrate. So spin-offs, guys. When a company says, okay, well, what we see is we've got kind of another company that's being built inside of our company. So what we're going to do is spin that off and make them into a separate company so we can focus on what we're doing. So the most famous one is hopefully, there is no level 6, guys. You broke it. You broke it. You just Melvined the hype train. It's done. It can't take anymore. It's tapping out. 5 is all there is. You Melvined it. You guys just short squeezed the hype train. Thank you. High score. Nailed it. 147%. Nailed it. Why not? 150, just to make it a nice round number. We are now... the short interest on the hype train is now 150%. The... Stonks. Okay, so the spin-offs, guys, that's how that works. Google Alphabet is probably the most well-renowned spin-off in history, as people would know it. Gamma squeeze next. Equity. This is a reminder not to get fixated on options or futures or crypto or anything else. Most traders use candles. Actually, it's not most traders. If you look at some of the most successful traders in history, they don't trade off of candles. They don't. Guys like Peter Lynch, guys like Warren Buffett, they do not trade off of candles. They trade off of fundamentals. And there's 2 types of fundamentals. You could be looking at quantitative fundamental analysis or qualitative fundamental analysis, okay? So with quantitative fundamental analysis, what you're doing is you're going into things like their earnings. You're looking at their market cap. So if we go over here to Yahoo Finance, and let's just pick a random ticker that we're going to look at. since you guys are in here and we're gamma squeezing, let's take a look at GameStop. Okay, so we'll go in here. We'll look at GameStop. Quantitative fundamental analysis would be evaluating these numbers, their PE ratios, the volume of the shares, the market caps, the looking at their earnings and breaking that down. I'm definitely not saying that with AMC, but that's what they trade off of are these data and facts. What I do is not even that. What I do is I break down news. So headlines, what I see large groups of doing, social trends on Twitter. Holy cow, man. You guys are amazing. K9 Buster, thank you so much, man. Thank you to everybody who's been gifting like maniacs. Thank you to everybody who's been subbing and cheering and all that other crazy, amazing stuff that you guys are doing. Okay. So yeah, I look at these trends here. I use a tool named Talkwalker to track social trends in a big way. Chamath Street, Wall Street Bets is now the largest hedge fund in the world, except it's completely decentralized and entirely democratic. There it is, guys. Got that hype book, that choo-choo hype book. You guys are amazing. And he's not wrong. But I use this to evaluate, guys. I use where I see large groups of people going when we get news out of Reuters. So, for example, I'll give you guys an example of what a trade would look like. Okay, so what I would do here is I would go to the world. I would go to, excuse me. Okay, so here's something here that is a potential play. So I see the news that the U.S. aviation groups are urging the White House against COVID-19 tests for domestic flights. Why are they doing that? Why are they urging them not to do that? Because if you urge people, or if you make it mandatory that you have to have a COVID test, it's going to reduce the number of flights that happen. So two potential plays that you could do on this, ladies and gentlemen. One would be, do you think that the US government is going to listen to these airlines and say that it's not required? Okay, so ultimately what this comes down to is, do you think the US government is going to require COVID tests or not? Okay, so let's do a quick, let's go here. I'm going to do a quick poll in chat while I go get water. Okay, so the poll is going to be a question. Will Biden require tests for flights? Yes or no? You got a minute. I'm going to run and grab water, guys. Get right in there. Let me know what it is you think, okay? I'll be right back. Just going to grab some liquid. Okay, the poll ended and everybody said yes. So let's play out what we think is going to happen in the event that Biden does require tests for flights. Okay? What's going to happen? Well, if more people are required to take a test before they go on flights, we're going to see flights go down. Okay? If we're going to see flights go down, then the potential play on that will be, throw some tickers out in chat that you would play if you think that people are going to be flying less. Okay, American Airlines, American Airlines. Okay, DAL. So that's one way that you could play it. BA puts would be another one that you could take. Um, Hertz, yeah, Hertz would be Hurt for sure. That's a good one. I'm not familiar with biking. No, sweetheart. No, Daddy's working right now. Okay, I love you. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hotels. Is this chat going to be available later today if subscribed? You can always catch all of my videos on YouTube. Okay. Oh, you've got a little face on your hand. That's cute. Mwah. Okay, off you go. Off you go, little one. Um, Off you go. You want to take my plate downstairs? Yeah, please do. Two hands. Thank you. Okay. So those are plays against the airlines. But Flood is getting to the next section is okay, if airlines aren't going to perform well and you're going to bet against them, what are you going to bet with? Okay, well, you could do things like RVs, right? Cars, vans. You could do look at local attractions and parks, right? So things like Six Flags and Disney. How do you think those are going to perform, right? Ultimately, guys, this is what you got to think through. Your daughter's 6. Yeah, I've got a 6-year-old too. I've got 6 daughters, 2 sons, guys. So that's kind of what I do is I look at a headline like that and go, okay, what are the potential plays that come off this play? Okay, this and this, which is more likely to happen, this and this. Yeah, that's why you're going to keep seeing different kids come in here. Uh, I live on a farm. Nope. We've got a 4-bedroom house and an ensuite that my teenagers live in. Rich man indeed. They are the greatest investment ever. Yeah, increased testing could be another place, Mickles. That's fantastic. That's right, testing. Companies like Codex, right? Those could be good. 6 daughters, 2 sons. Yeah. So all of you that just subbed and donated or whatever, my children will be able to eat this evening solely because of you. I feed them directly off of how much you guys support the channel. So on the days when I get no subs, my children have rice and beans. So thank you so much. Given the hype train 5, I think we're having steak tonight, so that works out well. But this is FA trading, guys. So this is what I'm talking about. Now, above and beyond that, guys, there are people that take FA trading and they trade options with it. I typically don't do that. Yeah, I mean, Tuzang, they're all my kids. I do support them financially. I do a great job of doing that. I know you're joking, but that's something that I hear come against me a lot is like, oh man, you should just stop. I mean, I love all my kids. I take care of them. I love them. I wouldn't stop having any of them. People told us to stop at 3, at 4, at 5, at 6, at 7, at 8. I wouldn't give up a single one of them. Yeah, you got to take care of them for sure. We homeschool. I'm the only income earner for my family. My wife homeschools all of her kids, so we do a good job. I would like to think we do a good job. You going for more? We're not trying for more. My wife is very tired. Yeah, I know, Tuzang. Which is why I really appreciate when you guys do put emotes at the end because I have a really hard time understanding like tone of something. So I do appreciate Tuzang taking the time to put that smiley face at the back end. But yeah, my 16-year-old is essentially done high school. My 13-year-old is almost halfway through her high school. They both work full-time jobs. One of them is a professional artist and entrepreneur. One of them works at dairy farm. My 16-year-old is a published author as well. My 10-year-old, I guess she's 11. My 11-year-old is a phenomenal dancer who works hard, has a sticker business. Am I a Mennonite? I'm not. I am a Reformed Presbyterian. for all intents and purposes, if that means anything to you. But we are a Christian family. My sons have a big job to terrorize their boyfriends. Actually, my girls will kick the crap out of most guys out there. My eldest was in biathlon for years. She knows how to handle herself with a rifle. Also, my ex-business partner who passed away was an ex-MMA fighter that taught them self-defense. So my eldest girls, I feel very, very sorry for the individual that tries to cross them in any way. They will end up in an immense amount of pain very quickly, and it won't be because I inflict it. Yeah. So yeah, equity. A lot of people play these plays on options, guys. I don't. I prefer to keep things as basic as possible. So being a basic bitch is really the core of what I do. And at that core is the idea of stocks can be relatively simple if you buy low, sell high. That's it. That's the whole strategy, right? For me, I don't go further than that because I don't need to go to further than that. I've been profitable with simply just buy low, sell high. So that's what I keep doing. You do use leverage though margin. Sometimes I have used some margin throughout the year, but right now, given the insanity that is the market, I don't do that. Yeah, that's true, WGD. I don't long hold anything. I have in the past, but this week has been very much scalping. But I do, that's one of these things here is take profit when you can, right? You can't take profit. You don't go broke taking profit. Clear it from the board when you take a win. This is one that I did this week. One of the things that I find often bugs me, and I'm sure you guys have had this happen, right? Where you exit a position on a win and you're like, oh, yes! And then it goes up another 20%, and you're like, I've made it a point of clearing it off the board. I don't want to see it. After I've exited the position, I'm done with it. Move on to the next one. Basic items that I record. I can tell you what I put in my trading journal. So my daily trading journals look like this. I start the day off with the sentiment. So what is my thought process? Where's my head at? What am I thinking? I then enter my trades, and what I'll do is an entry and exit, whether it's pre-market or after hours, I'll put that in, the share size, the portion, and then I put, if it's an entry, what my thought process is on taking the entry. If it's an exit, why I'm taking that exit. That's how I do my trading journal. You screwed up and did not take profit. And that's why I made that rule, because there were multiple trades that I didn't just take the profit, right? Can you explain scalping really quick? Yeah, scalping, the way that would work is, so AMC is an example. This is AMC Canada again, AMC Entertainment. Okay, 5 days. So what I recognized on Wednesday was that there was this massive opportunity to get into AMC off of all of this hype. So I did. I bought AMC down here. I held it throughout the day, got out here on the next day, and I took a win. So scalping is that idea that you see momentum, you see people hopping on a train, a stock is doing really well. I do actually have scanners set up to bring me tickers that are the top gainers for the day. So I know which stocks are moving the fastest or have an abnormal volume and are showing a lot of movement, and you just hop on that movement and you scalp. So you just like cut off the top, right? So you guys remember like Indians, they are first Native Americans, they used to scalp, they take a little off the top. That's the idea with scalping, is you're taking a little off the top. What software is this? This is TD Canada Trust. So it's like Thinkorswim for Canadians. Do I think AMC is going to 100? I have no idea what price movement is going to happen on this, guys. I don't know what new rules they're going to introduce. I don't know what the restrictions are going to do. I have absolutely no idea which way they go. You should show us how to set up scans. I didn't set any of these up. These come with the program. These are templates that are preset. For me, it's because TD is the bank that I use, which means that if I want to increase capital to trade, I can do so immediately on TD. I just have to move funds from my bank account over to my investments, and I can immediately trade on that cash. Whereas with Interact Brokers, I have to make a deposit and wait for it to clear, which takes forever. So I'd rather just have an immediate, I can move cash over right away and trade right away. Also, I actually prefer the charting better on this. In Canada, guys, I have seen Caisse Populaire's, iScotia, which is Scotiabank's, RBC's, Bank of Montreal, and TD. And of all of them, I like TD the best. It does have its shortcomings. It's not perfect, but no brokerage is. But I do like TD the best. The worst thing about TD is if there's an issue with the broker and you go to call in, forget it. You're not getting help. And even if you do get through, you won't get an answer right away. They say that they'll try to figure it out and get back to you. And then 3 weeks later, you'll get a phone call saying, did the problem ever resolve itself? So you don't really have that. But that's true of a lot of brokerages. So rules, the rules are don't be a douchebag. That's the only real rule that I've got in chat. I like to just keep it simple. Oh, I don't. If you're looking for rules, I thought you meant like chat rules, but you're talking trading rules. I haven't put these trading rules in there. No, you don't have access to that. Why isn't cost on any of your charts? Costs is. I don't see costs. So cost didn't have the volume to make the most active stocks. Let's go to the watch. Let's see how much volume cost had. So cost only had 11 million volume. Yeah, yeah. The trading rules. I realized that afterwards. My bad. Yeah, the trading rules are accessible, guys. If you are a sub, you will have access to that in the notes that I sent your way. So that'll be there for you. It moved huge in price. It went up 52%. So the one that would show up on would be this one. Again, we're after hours right now, so I'm not sure that this is accurate at all. This is probably the last time that I looked at this chart. That's what's still here. So cost probably would have been on here if I was looking at that throughout the day. I just didn't. I always buy and sell on limit, guys. Always, always, always. I never use market orders. Never. So the last rule is take your time when placing an order. What keeps happening, guys, is because I have two accounts, a US margin account and a Canadian margin account, what happens is when I go to place an order, I go in here and I click buy, but the default account is the Canadian margin account, which I wonder if I can change that. Stocks, duration, limit. Doesn't look like I can. Yeah. So take your time means don't buy a US equity in Canadian margin because then I'm getting digged on conversion, right? And then also making sure that I'm in limit, that I'm taking the right place, that I'm taking the appropriate size. Slow down, take my time, don't rush into a whole bunch of stuff. What can we infer from after hours weekend trading? Is it reasonable to be skeptical? Yeah, you can't really infer anything from the price movement after hours this week. It just doesn't happen. You can't make your scan split. So these templates that you see, so what I've got here is a watch list with an options chain and two charts. One is a SPY, and then this one here changes along with whatever ticker I select. So you'll see that an options chain and this ticker moves as a result of whatever I select here. This is a template that I've created myself. I have multiple ones. So there's a scanner, big sheet. Obviously, this is just a single sheet. I do have the short strat. So this is two sheets side by side, a 6 sheet. So this has trending news, the SPY, and then 6 tickers that I watch. And then this is just a calendar for upcoming earnings. But you can create all of these fairly easily. It's plug and play inside the brokerage. Do you have any idea of how long it takes us to U.S. retail traders to open a new brokerage. Wondering if we could see an increase in volume for meme stocks once the majority has access to brokerages. I have no idea. 3 to 5 days. Do I trade after hours? I do. Yeah, I do. And in the trading journal, guys, what you're going to see is when I take an after hours or pre-market trade, what you'll be able to do is go into the trading journal, search for AH, and it's going to pop up anytime I take an after hours order. I mark it as AH. Anything that's pre-market, I mark it as PM. So you'll be able to see every single time I take a pre-market trade, they're in here in the trading journals. Which ones I entered, pre-market. That was TD Canada Trust. So it's like Thinkorswim, but for Canadians. Transfer funds or opening new ones, it's typically 3 to 5 days. It could be 48 hours, actually, I think, for opening a new account, depending on how quickly your bank moves. Typically because institutions are doing most of their buying and selling before the market and after hours. A lot of it is, there is a sentiment out there, guys, that what we trade during the day when the market's active is the scraps. The big boys play pre-market and after hours. And I don't know that I can actually argue against that. I think that there is some legitimacy to that for sure. Okay, so let's go back to weekly recap. Okay, so we reviewed the rules. That's done. Key events. We had Wall Street bets. We had retail investors locked out. Thanks so much for the follow, guys. If you're new here and you are following, please let me know how you found the stream and what it is you trade. I'd like to get to know you guys a little bit, have a little bit of feel for who you are. I don't want you guys just to be lurkers in the chat. I do want to know who you guys are. I do want to get to know you. I do want to get a feel for how you trade and what you trade. And if I can help you guys learn anything, I want to be able to do that too. So any attractive tickers to look for in the coming week. That's what we're actually about to do is break that down. Memes that have come out of all those creations have actually brought me to tears, just me. Actually, we were watching one of those, and we'll watch it again for those that missed it earlier. This had me in tears, absolute tears. First laughing and then crying. So we'll watch it again here. I actually needed 25 in my account. Even in Canada, I still needed 25,000 in my account. Smickles, if you're taking a cash account, I could see it being 24 hours. If it's a margin account, it'll take more than that. Link it to me. I'd like to look at it. I can't, if there's audio, I can't play it, but I can definitely watch it without audio. Perfect. Shoot me that link. I'd love to see the Matrix one. Fox Girl, I cannot give you that. I can't give you financial advice. I'm not a financial professional. There's the link for this one, guys. Saka, go ahead and drop the link for the. Why is fucking Europe in there? I don't know why they do that. was good. It was good. It was really well done. Again, Fox, I've heard all kinds of suggestions. If anybody on the internet is telling you to do something financially, I'm gonna really suggest that you think twice about that. You don't know who that person is, what their experience is, what they trade, what their interests are. I really, really recommend that you don't take financial advice from anybody on the internet, including myself. Seek out a financial advisor if you want to know what a financial advisor is. What is Robinhood and what happened? TLDR. Robinhood is a brokerage, a zero commission brokerage that a lot of retail investors use, and essentially they locked them all out of their platform. The thing that I like the most about the Avengers one is when Doctor Strange comes out of the portal and he's like from on high, and it's Elon Musk. That one just always gets me. Yeah, that's rough. Do you do any options trading? I don't really. I do little bits here and there. I dabble, but ultimately it's against my rules, right? My rule is equity, equity, equity. So arms deep in Nokia. I had a Nokia position. I sold it. Newbie to all this. Can you explain what happens in general with Power Hour in the last 10 minutes of the market? Okay, so Power Hour, guys, is from 3 to 4 o'clock. So typically the most volatile times of the day, as far as price movement goes, are the first 15 minutes of the market and the last. I mean, we call it power hour from 3 to 4, but it's really become power half hour where it's from 3:30 till 4, you see a ton of movement, and then the last 10 minutes again you see a ton of movement, and then it really gets crazy in the last 5 minutes because it's people very much specifically last Friday. Yeah, so what happened here, guys, is let me pull it up on the chart. So the SPY, guys, is an ETF that's built to show us what the market as a whole is doing. Here is Friday. So what you'll see is 3 o'clock, it hits power hour. That's right here. So you'll see that it's been relatively boring most of the afternoon from lunch. And then 3 o'clock hit. And at 3 o'clock, all of a sudden we start to see movement upwards, and it's going up and it's going up and it's going up. And there's a whole bunch of different things happening here. But do you recommend changing your TD account to cash account? I can't make that recommendation. I personally have a margin account, but I'm not currently using margin. If you're using margin at any point, you could get a margin call and they could liquidate positions in your portfolio. However, if you're in a margin portfolio and you're not using the margin, they can't. So um, So power half hour hit, guys. After power hour started, people started to buy up, indicating that there might be a positive direction on the SPY for the day. I am not long AMC. No, I'm not currently in any of the meme stocks. Uh, and then the half hour hits and started to make downward movement. And then at the 50-minute mark, so the last 10 minutes, we saw upward movement again. And then in the last 5 minutes, we saw downward movement. So these are those typical points, guys, that we do see. Let's go tools and markers, vertical lines. Okay, so power hour started here. And then yeah, so power hour starts here. And then power half hour kicks in here. And then power last 10 minutes kicks in here. And then last 5 minutes kicks in here. So you can see how those massive movements up or down happen on those markets, and that's fairly traditional with most days. When it's a Friday and it's end of week, those tend to be even more volatile because a lot of people don't like to hold politicians or hold positions over the week. You don't know if you're here because of Stocky or Rita. One of them though, right? Do you short? I don't. What do you think of the catalyst for the SPY drop? people don't want to hold over the weekend because they're not sure what the hell is going to happen. I don't know. And then here, yeah, this is funny and sad. This one for sure, absolutely. Okay. Let's go. Okay, so now what we're looking at, guys, is the upcoming week. Okay, so now the week ahead, one of the things that I like to use, one of the tools that I like to use is the Seeking Alpha Upcoming Catalyst, is where I like to start typically. So if you guys want to look at that real time, you can do that here. They put one of these out every week, and essentially what this is a breakdown of potentially volatile events that are happening over the next 5 days. Okay, so we're just going to go through this and see if there's any opportunities. FOSL is a new ticker. I'm not familiar with that one, but apparently this one has high short interest. Is this behind a paywall? No, this is free. You can access this for free. There's no paywall. Thank you so much for the follow, guys. If you are new here, please let me know what it is you trade, how you found the stream. It's a huge help. So Monday, we're watching volatility on these crazy tickers. These are some tickers that are showing an increased short interest. So Palantir, in 10-cent, SLRC, Vox. All week, vaccines are going to be in the spotlight. All week, slow futures. All day, it's the FDA action date for ADMS. So this is a bio play. So what I'm going to do here is Monday. ADMS has an FDA date. Neo has vehicle orders. Thoughts on XLF? I'm not actually huge on financials heading into this year because the Fed has yet to make it clear where their fiscal policy is going to stand, even though they've had a couple of them. Oh, recommended channel. Very cool. I love that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. But cassette tapes? Who doesn't love cassette tapes? I haven't seen Fossil before, but if it's been there, it's been there. How smart was American Airlines raising 1.1 billion on equity in their run-up? I think it was very smart for the business. For shareholders, it's not as nice, but for the business, American Airlines needs as much capital as they can, and raising equity off of short squeeze is really, really smart for the business. So the CEO is doing a good thing, ensuring that by raising capital and not using debt, he is able to keep the company afloat and keep people employed. So that's 10-cent music. 10-cent itself is on the OTC, but 10-cent music, TME, is publicly traded on the markets. What about long-term investment? Again, XLF, guys, I'm not a fan of XLF just because it's tied to all U.S. finance, and I'm not sure where that's going. I guess Johnson & Johnson is there from the 1%. The vaccines now, they are filling their pockets, so their stock will go up, I think. Just an idea. Actually, with Johnson & Johnson, their vaccine is underperforming by about 30% versus the others. I don't think that that's the case. And they also have a large payout on giving babies cancer with their baby powder this year that I think is going to hurt them in a big way. So that's worth considering. So Monday we have the ADMS, which is a bio stock with their FDA date of action. Neo's got vehicle orders, so that could be something to look at with Neo. Monday IPO lockups finish on Rackspace and CNS Pharma. So there's an opportunity that we see a sell-off on those. So if you like to play downside plays, I don't, but that's a possibility. And then at 8 a.m., Acoustis Technologies, AKTS, will host an investor update call to provide a business update, and Outlook Management will host a question and answer session at the end. Shares of Acoustis fell 1.4 during a similar call last November. So to see whether or not that's a play worth taking or putting on my list of things to watch, I have to go here and understand what that company is. So they develop, design, manufacture radio frequency filter products for mobile wireless devices. Okay. They got a big order for filters. How big was this order? They're just calling it a volume order. They don't know how much it is. Let's see if it's more detailed in the press release. A volume order from a new tier 1 company. Let's go to their last earnings and see if there's any hints as to who that might be. Mm. It's a ooh, look at that. Okay. Okay, I do like this as a potential play. I'm of the suspicion it could possibly be Nokia or Verizon. It could be. Um, what time is the early morning chat for subs? There, I don't do an early morning chat for subs. Stock guy does. I am here every day on Twitch from 9 to 11. Um, Yeah, no, they're intentionally leaving the name out, Smickles, but it is a good thought to check for an 8K. Thoughts on the saga happening on Thursday, Friday? Do you think it's legal for them to do this nonsense? I think it's outside my pay grade. All I know is that they are doing it, and currently they are getting away from it, but the SEC has noted that they better watch themselves. I don't know what that actually means, but we will see. Yeah, I that might actually be Nokia, which would make that a really, really big play. So AKTS investment meeting on volume order potentially Nokia. Ah, man, Zep, I love that. I love hearing that people are out there doing that. Could be Ericsson, could be Ericsson, could be Nokia, could be Verizon, could be T-Mobile. Do you buy the rumor, sell the news? Sometimes I buy the rumor and hold through the news because the news is so amazing that you make a lot of money on it. Good morning, Clethal. Yeah, I'm gonna be here till 4, so 2 more hours here, guys. Um, 8 a.m. Eastern, yeah. Sometimes the news isn't what people expect, and it falls flat, right? So, um, but yeah, there's definitely a buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing. But I also have a buy the rumor, hold through the news on some plays. So this would be one where the rumor is that they, well, not rumor, it is news that they've got a volume order from a tier 1 mobile company, right? Phone company. However, so the news is dropped. You should be selling AKTS, not buying it, right? Well, what I'm looking to do is buy it because I think that the news of which company that is could actually drive it further. Yeah, and then if it spikes, I sell. That's right. Any stocks that are getting shorted, I'm not currently trading any stocks that are getting shorted. I am making a noted effort not to do that. Why use Evernote web app instead of the application? Um, it's just easier for me because what I'm sharing with you on OBS is the browser, not my window. So it's just easier for it to be on the browser here, for me to be able to flip back and forth, and for you guys to be able to see it. Thank you so much for all the follows, guys. You guys absolutely rock. And Saka, that's fine because that's your strategy and that's what you're doing. A lot of people use Bazinga, and that's awesome. That's another way to go for sure. I just like this catalyst because it gives me a few plays to look at. And honestly, I can't take more plays really anyway at this point. My capital is kind of locked. So I wouldn't take Nokia or Ericsson because they're the ones buying. I don't think that they go up on this. I think that AKTS would go up. Since that's Monday at 8 a.m., how would you even get in? Pre-market? Yeah, I would trade it pre-market. But what happens if you buy before news, then after news it drops? Do you sell it? Yeah, I would have to sell at a loss. Yeah, because I was wrong. Remote working equals fat people. I've remote worked for a decade. I don't know that I'm necessarily fat. I'm not exactly rocking the guns. I'm not like, but I'm not necessarily fat either. Um, no problem, man. Um, yeah, man. I mean, if I'm ever lurking in Discord, you are more than welcome to just shoot at a what's up, and you and I can shoot the shit for sure. But I can't know that I'm never going to give you financial advice. But I would love to actually hang out and talk with you guys, which is why I'm in Martini's Discord as much as possible. Um, how did you get to this page on Seeking Alpha? Search Catalyst every week on Seeking Alpha, and it comes up. They do this every Friday. It's called the Catalyst Watch for the Week. Where can you buy GME? Um, I can buy. I haven't had any restrictions on my platform, but my platform is for Canadians only, so it's gonna be a bit rough for you. It is the first and top trending article on Seeking Alpha right now as well, too. That's true. All right, so moving on to Tuesday, guys. Melancrot is an FD action. Malincroc could be a potential play for Tuesday, so that'll go on here. It's behind paywall? Really? I don't pay for Seeking Alpha, so I don't know how I'm seeing it, and you guys can't.
Wait, I thought you had. Oh wait, no, not Seeking Alpha. I was thinking of tip ranks.
Oh, yeah, that might be it. You may need to sign up for an account. So I am signed up for an account, but it's not a paid account that I'm signed up for. You may need to sign up for sure. That's probably it. Yeah. Okay. So that's it. You have to be registered. Yeah. Uh, okay. I don't know. It's there though. Okay. So IPO quiet periods expire for C. Okay. So I'm not going to play those. Charles Schwab is expected to post its winter business update. I don't care about that. Hog, Harley Davidson. It's outside of my price range for equity, so I probably won't trade that. It's MNKKQ. Oh, oh yeah, because it's OTC now, right? Which might make it a no go for me, but I'll put it in there. Um, so that's it's actually gone down more than that. After hours, people already knew that this was coming. It's up 100% after hours. Yeah, they knew this was coming. That's why that's up. Um, Amazon earnings. I don't like anything there. Wednesday, OPEC. So this could be an oil play. I don't like oil at the moment. No OTC. I try to stay out of OTC for the most part. I do have some OTC holdings. So I do have JCPenney, but that's a long-term hold on a far outlier play. I think that's the only OTC I'm currently holding, actually, is CPPRQ. And that's on the news that JCPenney will be exiting bankruptcy later this year. My price range for equity at the moment, the most expensive equity that I hold is Mara at $20. So typically, I would say $25 is the high end. Bitcoin is looking really nice right now. I'm very happy about what this is doing over the weekend here, for sure. I can too. I can too. But why? Listen to this. Why does the price range matter? Sizing. Sizing is really the big thing, right? So let's say I've got let's pick two tickers, okay? We'll say something like Apple that had amazing earnings, right? And then you take something like Mallinckrodt, MNKKQ. And then let's do it with three tickers, and then we'll do Mara, okay? So Mara is $20. MNKQ is 45 cents. Apple is what, 135 right now? 130, 135? Lapsoys, I'm usually looking at anywhere from 25 to 50% gains. But on average, I take about a 10% gain. If you buy $1,000 worth of stock, a 10% move is a 10% move is a 10% move. That's true, but I'm going to show you why I do it this way, okay? So 131. Okay, awesome. 132. We'll leave it 131. That's fine. Okay, so that argument of 10% is 10% is 10%, right? Okay, well, this times 1.1 is this. Carry that right across, right? Okay, so you're right. A 10% move in the stock is a 10% move is a 10% move. However, what is the likelihood of news on Apple driving it from 130 to 144 versus good news for Mallinckrodt driving it from 45 to 49 versus Mara getting good news driving it from 20 to 22? It is far more likely that if Mallinckrodt gets good news on Tuesday, that it will jump this 5 cents. That's almost a given, right? That's more about the market cap. No, and that's kind of what I traded on. And there's a lot of people that hate what I do because it flies in the face of market cap. But this is how I've traded all year long, and this is how I'm going to continue to trade. Is this idea that good news moves a stock in massive ways, up or down. But the movement on smaller, more, we'll call it less costly stocks. I was going to say more dog shit stocks, but less costly stocks tends to move them significantly more. So Apple had amazing earnings. It didn't really move too much though. But if Mallinckrodt gets an FDA approval on Tuesday, the chance of it going 10%, 5 cents, is really, really likely. It's most likely going to make that move. Mara, if we got good news over the weekend on Bitcoin, right? Let's say Bitcoin does really well over the weekend and we open with Bitcoin towards 36 or 38,000. Are we going to see Mara do that $2 gain? Yeah, that's very likely. So the only reason why I keep it in the thresholds right now is because if I have $1,000, right? My likely move on Apple for positive news is probably up or down $4 or $5. So it could go to probably around 136, right? Giving me a gain of $5 a share times 1,000, which would be Oh, no, not 1,000 shares, $1,000, right? So I would have 1,000 shares of Apple at 131, right? And then I would make a $5 profit, right? That's not right. I am a basic bitch, guys. Math is not my strong suit. So I would have a whopping 7.6 shares. So we'll call it 7 even because I'm not going to get 0.6 shares. So I would have 7 shares. I would make $5 a share. I would have $35. That's gains. $35 in my pocket minus the $7 to get in or out on commissions, right? Okay, so Malincrot, same thing. We're gonna go over here. That's not stupid. Stupid cool sheets. Okay. Really? Really? Equals to this divided by this. Control C, Control V. Okay. Again, this is wrong. Equals to this divided by this. Okay. So we can't have 0.2222, so I'll just make it 22222. Okay. So this goes up 5%, right? And what we're going to see on this is we've got this times make $111 on that, right? And then on this, we would have 50 times $2, which would be 100. So what we see is as you come down in price with that $1,000, there's more tendies to be had simply on the basis of that move to reach that 10% is more likely. I think that it would do this for MNK and Mara. I don't think that Apple would necessarily have that price movement. Do you need an account with a broker to do paper trading? There's lots of paper trading stuff that you can do for free. I am not an advocate for paper trading, by the way, guys. I think that it builds a lot of bad habits for traders. No problemo. And that's true, Smickles. There will always be things like Ford, where Ford is so massive that it doesn't move, right? It just doesn't move either way. And you would have to take market cap into account there for sure. But for the most part, this I found has hold true for the year. Bad cop. Not only does it buy more shares, but it's more likely that good news is going to drive the price. Now, if I actually said that we had a positive news catalyst for a stock of this nature, typically the price movement is significantly larger as well. Okay. So, what redemption are you there?
Yep.
Okay. What would you say if a bio stock that is currently 45 cents, if they got an FDA approval, how far would you, just hypothetically, throw a number out? Where do you think it would go?
So phase 1 approval, right?
No. They're approved. FDA approval.
Full approved?
Full approved.
5 to like I'm gonna really stretch out the guess here, but like between $5 and $100 probably,
Right.
depending on how many people
Yeah.
are affected by that drug.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 5 because it's for skin grafts, right? We're looking at people that get burns. It's a skin graft. But I'll say $5 is probably very, very reasonable for bios for it to move that, okay?
If it was something like cancer, yeah, $100 would be $100 minimum. So
yeah, for sure. You took it and threw it all on GME on paper. I agree. I think it's good to figure out how much ask bid works, etc., and getting used to the platform. But when it's your money, it's way more emotional. Yeah, paper trading, guys, you just pick up some really bad habits. Wait, TD Ameritrade Canada has no commission free trading? No. TD Canada Trust, guys, is commission. There's no commission free trading in Canada, really. There's one brokerage that does it, but it's kind of a meme.
The Canada one is called TD Waterhouse, or I think it's called TD
Yeah.
Direct. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Waterhouse. The price thing you use is good shorthand though. Yeah. Yeah, $10. It could go to $10, $10. I'm gonna go 5. Okay. But we'll say 5 because that is actually a reasonable price movement. Nunu on steroids since my first day of streaming, and he's still here. You rock, buddy. Isn't OTC more risky? Sure. Absolutely. But with greater risk comes greater potential reward. But yeah, sure. So let's say you don't like so. We've seen what will happen with Apple. I'm saying good earnings will take it to 136, right? On MNKKQ, it is actually quite likely that we see a price movement towards $5 on an FDA approval. This is a reasonable price movement. This is actually on the low side of what could potentially happen. So I'm being quite reserved in that, but that's still possible that that could happen, right? Mara, I think if we go anywhere near 38,000-40,000, what would you guys say would be a reasonable place for Mara to go up to if crypto is heading towards 40,000 on Monday? Ballpark. It's at 20. It was at 20 when I bought in. Where do we think it goes over the weekend if we head towards 40? 35? I think that let's get it 40, 50 maybe. Okay. 25, 27. I think I'll take, yeah, I think I'll go, yeah, let's go 30. 30 is kind of in the middle ground. Okay. So that's what I'm getting at, guys. Apple had great earnings. I'm willing to say it's going to move, but Apple's really only going to move to like 136. It went down actually on great earnings, but let's say it's not going to do that. Let's say it's in a reasonable market, right? 24 to 27 is more reasonable. I'm just going to take kind of a ballpark middle, right? It wasn't at 30 even when Bitcoin was at 42. But it also didn't own 150 million in Bitcoin at that point either. It also didn't have all the new miners that it's installed. So I think I'm okay with a 30 price range on it this time around. Because also when Bitcoin was at 42, Mara ran from 11 to where it did, right? But now we're starting with Mara at 20, and that good news. I think it'll probably run further. I think 30 is quite reasonable for it. It will be similar to Riot's move on the last news. So I'm just going to leave that there for now because this is a hypothetical and we don't need to lock it in exactly, right? So now let's go back to that same thing. We made $5 on our 7 shares, but this time around here, we're going to do that 2,200 shares that we had, right? And then here we're going to do the 50 shares that we had here. So what we're seeing here, guys, is yeah, it might go sideways, but hypothetically, let's say that it does do that. Okay, so you get a positive news catalyst for each of these stocks. What the price movement is realistically, in some modicum of reasonability. We've got the prices that we go to. Apple would go up $5, which is a pretty reasonable price movement for something good on Apple. MNKQ would go to around 5. That's a very conservative measure for a bio stock. Mara would go to 30, which is some feel it's a little bit high, some feels it's a little bit low, given that we had some 40 or 50 estimates. So we'll say that we're kind of middle ground on that. Share size we've got locked in there. This is why people say greater risk, greater reward, because with that $1,000, I would have made $35 with Apple, which isn't bad. A win is a win is a win is a win. With MNKQ, I could make 11 grand. With Mara, I could make 1,500. Okay. Now I understand people going, I don't like OTC. It's way too risky. Way too risky for me. There's not enough regulation. I don't trust that I'm going to get my fills. I don't trust what's going on in the market right now. I refuse to play OTC. And I think that's a respectable, very smart way to go about it. Portfolio management. I'm willing to be a little bit degen and dip into OTCs every now and again. And I've made some decent gains off of doing that. Okay. But Mara's still decent gains, $1,500, right? So if my decision is, okay, I don't trade OTCs, so this is gone, I'm not going to make that. Okay, great. So your choice is between Apple and Mara. So the trade isn't, guys, about likelihood. It isn't about, well, 10% is 10% is 10%. It's the likelihood of price movement on a positive news catalyst that I'm trading, okay? Hopefully you guys see the difference between them. Okay. And no, I don't analyze for market cap, and I know that kills a lot of people. I understand that. But I don't. And I'm not going to start. And it's not because I disagree with you guys. It's just because I don't. Definitely take position Mara Monday. I took a position on Mara on Friday at $20. When it came down to that $20 line, I'd been watching for it. I couldn't get in right at 20 when it touched it, but I got 20.15, which is actually a really nice average on Mara. So I'm up $1,000 on Mara already. I think that's in a really good place. I'm excited to see what it does. Yeah. But I want you guys to understand why it is that I'm doing what I'm doing for sure. So Trading Journal Wednesday. Let's see what we got Wednesday. OPEC, real page buyout by private equity firm. Don't care about that. Earnings reports. I'm not liking that. Match Group has earnings that could be big, but they're outside my price range. No, Lorthantos, because Mara is a hedge essentially for me against the insanity that it is. So there's a very good chance that I hold Mara until at least April or May, and I know that there are multiple positive news catalysts for Mara coming in that time. I would rather have Mara. If I was looking to take a short-term play over the next week or 2 weeks, then yeah, I would definitely consider CLSK on their earnings. What's my process to decide when to close a position? Honestly, I don't have. And this one is really hard to communicate, guys. But over the last year, I've just learned that I exit when I exit. Like I get a gut feeling in my stomach, and I take my gains. Now, sometimes I leave cash on the table. Sometimes I exit way too early, and the movement's still moving up. Sometimes I exit right on time, and sometimes I exit a little bit too late. But I just go off of my gut. And I know people hate that answer, but I have to be honest with you guys. I like to be honest. I like to be transparent, and that's what I do. So, what for?
To buy something.
Oh, sure.
I'll bring it right back.
Another daughter. Another daughter. Ouch, Nunu. Yeah. Um, so I don't actually see anything on Wednesday that has me really jacked. Fed speaks on Wednesday at 1. Excuse me. That could be big for crypto. Markets don't open until 4 a.m. Eastern on Monday for stock, so we'll stay open until then, depending on where your limit order is. That's true. What are your redemptions thoughts on Destiny's position about Robin and their reasonings for restricting traders? Why has no one been talking about center housing and the excessive collateral need for the volatile GME shares? I'm just curious as to others' opinions on the stance. Geisha, actually, we spent all morning from like 9 a.m. till noon. You can see our note on this and what our thoughts are on it, where Teeny and I broke that down. I didn't actually catch the whole thing with Destiny and Stock Guy, so I don't have an opinion on it.
But someone say my name.
Yeah, they're wondering what your opinion is on Destiny and Stock Guy, and I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I don't understand what either of their stances are. For me personally,
Honestly, you're gonna. I mean, like, I think both of them have slightly wrong things, but I think the message that people should actually take away instead of saying, "Oh, look at this boomer idiot," or "Look at Destiny being Brigade A again," is that you guys need to stop fighting with each other. There is a singular enemy and a singular
oh,
issue.
hold on, time out. She's not asking about the drama. She's asking about their stances.
I think
Uh,
they have some little misinformed stances on it. They're not fully wrong, but they're also not fully correct on the situation because
okay.
finance is a very difficult and very multi-layered, complex situation, and yeah,
So
they're
Redemption's
not wrong, they're
opinion,
not right. So
yeah, Redemption's opinion is that neither of them are exactly right in their argument, neither of them are exactly wrong, and he has his own opinion that's separate. I can't weigh in because I didn't watch it, and I'm not going to engage and wade into drama because I'm not about that. That's not what I do. I trade my own thing. For me, what I did was I exited all of these meme stocks, and I'm going to do my best as possible to stay in cash and outside of the shit show until the dust settles. As to why all of this is happening, that doesn't matter for me. For me to figure that out as to why this is all happening doesn't change the fact that it is happening. And one of the things that I resolved to do in January was trade the market as it exists, not as I think it should exist. And by hypothesizing and philosophizing as to why things are happening the way that they are isn't going to change the reality of what is happening. And that's what I need to focus on if I'm going to trade effectively on Monday. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't have an issue with people debating and having conversations and having disagreements, because I don't agree with a lot of people. Martini this morning, when we finished, her opinion on what the fallout from this could be was significantly greater than what mine was. As a Canadian, I said, I feel far more comfortable about my risk by staying in a brokerage and not hedging outside of the brokerage. I'm comfortable with that as a Canadian, where she felt that as a Canadian, I need to be very, very serious about the risk, and I wasn't potentially taking as much. I didn't have enough risk adverseness. Adverse? Yeah, I wasn't risk adverse enough on what on the news that we had just discovered and what we had broken down. So different traders can disagree for sure. Okay. That's what makes the world go around. Love it. Hopefully that answers your question. I don't know if that Geisha, if that does it exactly for you, but that's kind of where I am at on it. Millennial, please forgive my shitposting over refrain from doing your channel. No promises for Rita's channel though. I have no idea what you're talking about, brother. No idea. Blops. I think that says Blops Chop. Blop Schlop. Okay, Blop Schlop. When you are on Twitch, what I think you're not ever going to hear is people telling you what you should invest in, unless they're a financial advisor or a professional. I am not that. Why I come on to Twitch, guys, is to show you guys what I go through, the due diligence that I do, and how I process thoughts and ideas to make my own trades. And then you can learn from that. You can come up with that kind of idea yourself and come to your own plays. But everybody's heard that idea of give a man a fish and he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish and he eats for a lifetime, right? That's kind of what I'm here to do. I'm not here to hand you a fish and say, there you go. I'm here to teach you how to fish so that you can go off and do it on your own. Because, I mean, God forbid, I walk outside and I get locked out of my house and I freeze in the tundra that is Canada and die tomorrow. If all you've ever known how to do is to come here and get plays from me, you're not going to be any better off for that, right? TLDR Trados, the problem with brokers is that they are unable to cover the assets that they need to. No problem, Geisha. Thanks for swinging through. And I really appreciate how respectful you are with what I can only imagine, as Twitch drama often is a very touchy subject. So I really appreciate how mature and responsible you are with bringing that in here. And guys, if you are a trader who's new in here, there's never a stupid idea in here. We are all trying to learn. If people want to have different viewpoints, I'm okay with that. If it ever degrades to personal attacks or it gets off point as far as anybody learning and we're just going in circles on opinions, I'll just cut it off and keep moving. My opinion on Hog is I actually really like Hog, but they're outside of my price point, so I don't go any deeper than that. I do like Hog. You're new to Stonks. What do you think about SNDL and Dogecoin? Dogecoin is a meme. It's a joke. It was actually created to be a joke. So when I say that Dogecoin is a joke, I'm not being derogatory. It's literally a joke. With SNDL, it's a pot stock like many other. There's not really a lot that differentiates it. They do some edibles in Canada, but to be honest, most pot stocks are not profitable. So when you're trading SNDL, what you're actually trading is either the hype from the Wall Street Bets movement, or you're trading the fact that they are working their way up to compliancy on being compliant on the exchange. Abaz with 1,000. Teach a man to roll a joint and he'll be high forever. True. Okay, champ, teach us how to fish. That's what we've been doing. That's what this is. This is me teaching people to fish. Give me a fish and teach me too. That's where the legality side of things comes in. Is there's this group called the SEC that says unless I go take a bunch of courses, I can't give you financial advice, so I don't. GRWG is the best pot stock in my opinion. It depends on a whole bunch of different plays. If you're talking about financially as a business, I think Curaleaf is one that I'm very, very interested in. If we're talking about an earnings play, AACB is the next upcoming pot earnings. If we're talking you want to play compliancy and low cost, SNDL is the next play. This is what I mean, guys. There's a dozen different plays to any scenario. You just have to understand your play in it. What's your take on holding 3x leverage ETFs? So one, I don't trade ETFs. Two, I definitely don't trade leveraged ETFs. Three, I don't trade them in the short term, long term, or midterm. That's my personal opinion on it. The way that ETFs works, guys, is for those of you that are unfamiliar, it's like a package. Okay, and you remember the old cable packages that you would get for TV, where you just pay for your cable TV and you get like sports channels and you get a few channels here, there, and wherever. But you're paying for all of it. Some of them are really good channels that you watch a lot, and some of them are utter dog shit that you never watch. That's what an ETF is. Okay, an ETF is a firm that gets together and they buy a bunch of stocks and they put them all into one package, and then you can trade that package. And in that package, there's some really good stuff, and in that package, there's some dog shit. What I like to do is open up the package and go, I want the sports channel and I want the music channel, but I don't really want the women's cosmetics channel. And that's what I do. Now, to 3x leverage on an ETF means that you are 3x leveraging the good stuff, but you're also 3x leveraging the dog shit. So for me, it's super scary. What would you tell your former self if you were starting with 2.2K today? What resources would you use to study prep? All the same resources that I'm already using. So Seeking Alpha, Twitter. One of the things that I would tell myself at a much earlier stage back in January was you have to be willing to take losses. I was so risk adverse that I held positions far too long. ACRX, I ended up locking up nearly 20,000 in capital because I refused to take a loss when I should have. So I did eventually get out on a gain on that play, but that's capital that I could have used to grow faster sooner. Doji is Litecoin with no purpose, so it's literally Doji shit. Agreed. I looked at MNKKQ earlier and wondered why they weren't running up into the FDA decision. So I checked the message boards, and they may be connected to the old. They are connected to the old opioid crisis. They are. That's why they're currently on the OTC. If you go to, so let's pull up MNK. Mallinckrodt used to be one of the biggest bio companies in the world. They used to be like a Biogen or an Amgen. So if you look at it over 5 to 10 years, oh come on, you're not going to give me the historical
Was it Melvin
chart.
short that too?
MNK, yeah, he was. Melvin was short MNK, but for good reason because they were tied to the MNK historical charts. MNK used to be a massive beast in the biosector. So MNK historical data. Does anybody know a tool I can use to do this where I want to see a chart, but it's no longer a ticker? Okay, yeah, here. Okay, so in 2015, guys, Mallinckrodt had built itself to a $120 a share company. It then got tied into the opioid crisis. What they were doing was they were actually shooting people financial incentives to prescribe people opioids, even if they didn't necessarily need them. And so the initial news of that happening was here, and then they got tied up even further into it. And as the court cases came to pass and it looked like they were going to be forever tied to it, they got obliterated off the planet, which is where they are right now. But with that being said and done, and where they are right now, is there upside potential on Mallinckrodt? I think so. I think that there is. What do you think about AMC? I think that the film industry is due for recovery, and they've been able to get some cash. I like them at $20 over the next 4 to 5 years. Thanks, Coffee. I really appreciate you swinging through, taking the time to tell me that, man. Yeah, they try to, Smickles. They try to do that. The entire market is going to shit the bed next week, so I'm buying an inverse S&P ETF next week. That is a play, and if you think that the market is going to shit the bed, an inverse SPY ETF may be a play. Again, it breaks a whole bunch of rules for me. One is don't trade this GMA thing right now. Also, don't trade ETFs and don't trade leverage ETFs. So all of those are going to be no go for me. But if it's your strategy, power to you. I'm glad that you thought that through, and that's the play that you've chosen to take. Did the chart transfer to MNKKQ? It is now, yeah. Doji is a meme. Doji is trade, not to invest. For sure. Finviz, yeah, probably could have done it on Finviz. Yes, but you should read some Discord's pumping and dumping. If you don't ride the wave, you're screwed. I'm not going to ride the wave, and I'm fairly certain I'll be okay. How do I feel about Bingo? As a biopharma, Bingo's the biopharma company, right? BNGO? Yeah, Genomics. Okay, guys. So when you're trading a bio company, the first thing that you want to do is head into their website, and what you're going to find is a pipeline, typically. But this is a product, right? So this is one aspect of FDA that a bio that I don't trade. I don't trade devices because they have a different approval process than the medication. The medication has a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 PDUFA and then out to market kind of deal. With devices, it doesn't really have that. They've got a different approval track to it, and so I don't trade it. So that would be my thought on it, is I wouldn't trade it because right away I see that it's a medical device thing. Now, with that being said, I want to give you a little bit better insight into that. The other reason I wouldn't trade this is because its growth, its rise to prominence is on COVID. And I also made a rule for myself that I was going to not take any more COVID plays. Kind of done with it. Yeah, that's true. If they don't ride it, then it'll never recover. Yeah, that's true. It's an ARC hype stock. Lots of DD going into bingo right now. Yeah, it's because it's tied to COVID, which is the only reason why I'm not going near it. Precision Biosciences. Okay, this will be the last ticker request that I do, guys, because I do want to get through this. And I need to get more water, and I need to use the washroom here. Patent covering PB car 19B. Use patent trade market. Again, this is a. That actually looks like a procedure, not necessarily a. No, products. It is. So this is another device one. Ooh, that's never a good sign. I understand the risks. I'll go there anyway. Pipeline. Okay, so pipeline, guys. This is one that you can typically go to. Yeah, I mean, I have worked actually as a digital marketing consultant on Hollywood films. I've worked in the industry. I don't, I like your line of thinking, actually, Coffee, because it shows me that you've taken a ton of time and you've actually thought through that really, really well. And that is definitely a stance on it. I just think that's going to take more than 5 years for the theater industry to die off. I think that AMC in that time will be able to hold fast. But in 5 years, when the debt becomes due on what they're doing here, I think that's when we start to see downward movement. And I don't know that there's going to be another cash influx. But I like the DD that you're doing on it. I don't entirely disagree with it. It's just the timeline on it. And I'm with coffee. As a family of 10, for us to all go out to the theater is a costly experience. Whereas we rented Wonder Woman 84, and all of us, my whole family, kind of got together on the bed and we watched the movie together in our bedroom, and we had a blast. I didn't have to be in the theater for that. There are certain movies that I will want to always see in theaters. I will always want to see Star Wars movies in theaters. King Kong versus Godzilla. I want to go to the theater to see that, right? But it becomes more of a novelty or a luxury experience instead of a regular kind of thing for me. Um, yeah, like we order pizza and pop popcorn at home. It's a lot more cost effective, right? So, um, I just think that AMC does still have opportunity over the next 5 years. In regards to precision bioscience, guys, this is what you're looking for: is preclinical and clinical. They are close to completion on this PBCAR 0191. If that's what the latest news is about, it is not. If they get approval on any of these, they have a good chance of going from a $12 stock to a $20 stock. The question is when. And biostocks are renowned for degrading over time, which is what's happening here as it came down. Now it did get some positive hype here and here, which is why it's moving back up. But it could just as easily get no news for the next 6 months and die back down. Again, this isn't a medication. This is a treatment that they are patenting. It's a procedure and a process that they do. So it's a little bit different as far as bio goes. And if you don't trade bio all the time, it's a little bit hard to kind of process. But Avatar will be one of my all-time greatest experiences in the movie theater, because that was the first movie that actually nailed the 3D. Okay, I need water. I need to use the washroom. I will be right back, and then we are going to get right back to the Seeking Alpha Catalyst so that I can have a trading plan for the week. I am here until 4 o'clock, so don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. If you're not following, follow. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Dinner and a movie would be cool. There's actually some movie theaters in my area that do that, where when you pay for the ticket, you're guaranteed that there are no kids in the theater. It's just adults, and it gives you access to a bar and a restaurant. And you order at your seat in the theater, and they will bring you your meal, your dinner that you've ordered, to your seat. And there's like waiters that come in throughout the movie and bring you beers and whatnot. So it's really more of a complete experience, which is pretty sick. It is. It is pretty sick. Um, but still expensive as all shit. Yeah, like we spend Cineplex. Still expensive as anything though, guys. Like we pay as much when my wife and I go to that as we would pay for our entire family. So it still remains a luxury purchase. Yeah, 21 plus, right? Like, all right. So Wednesday, we're done Wednesday. The only thing I really saw on Wednesday that I like is the Fed stuff. Thursday, there's a conference here for small cap. These are all outside my price point. Oh, GMPX is one that's working on a cure for diabetes, guys. This is one that I've been watching for a while. I'm going to put this on the watch list. I don't know that I'll trade it. LXRX is working on a type 2 diabetes cure. GMPX is working on a gene therapy that will eliminate diabetes, both type 1 and type 2. Yeah. Dang is right. Bat, I know I've looked at before. GoPro has earnings on Thursday. Snap and Pinterest are both going to do well, but they're outside my price point. DXC, no, Google. They had record numbers on subscription counts for GoPro. I like GoPro. G Pro. I like it. I like it. I like it. Gaming really needs to be understood that it is becoming more and more an entertainment medium. It is no longer about people that think that gaming is still this subclass of like, oh, people play games, like it's Mattel or Hasbro. They misunderstand. Gaming is really becoming a media source. It's becoming like film. Consider some of the recent ones that came out. Right? Are you on Premium or Pro on Syncing Alpha? I am not. It really is it's like a movie. God of War. What was the samurai one that came out just recently? Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima was phenomenal. It even had a Kurosawa mode in it. And for those of you who don't know who Kurosawa is, he was a phenomenal director from back in the day that kind of merged spaghetti westerns with samurai films. Okay, no, it wasn't Sekiro. It was Ghost of Tsushima. Um, this one. So Ghost of Tsushima had a Kurosawa mode that changed it from this color image that you saw here to Kurosawa mode. Yeah, so it made it look like a grainy cinematic experience, right? It was phenomenal. Yeah, Cyberpunk, exactly. Cyberpunk was done as a film. It cast Keanu Reeves. It cast an actor, right? Uh, yeah, that Ghost of Tsushima did not win Game of the Year is an absolute travesty. It was hands down, bar none, the best game of the year. Do you have Evernote free version? I do. Yeah, I do. Until I grow a team that needs to have access to it, I do. There is no way this game should not have won Game of the Year. None. Which reminds me, I still haven't finished it. Half-Life Alyx was also revolutionary, but from a different perspective. I wouldn't say it was Game of the Year, but if there was like the most innovative Game of the Year, I would say Half-Life Alyx being a completely VR-focused title was massive. It was really, really good. I did have fun with Hades, but not nearly as much fun as Tsushima. And that's because I am a bit of a film nut and I love samurais and stuff, right? So, samurai. Okay, Thursday. Somebody said something about GoPro. What did they say about GoPro? I saw it up there. GoPro should skyrocket because of OnlyFans and Snapchat Premium. I think GoPro is going to be gangbusters, in my opinion. What price is GME AMC at the moment? My broker doesn't show live prices over the weekend. I tried Witcher 3. I actually got a refund on Witcher 3. I tried it for an hour, found myself bored out of my skull, and stopped. I found the same thing with the latest Assassin's Creed. I bought it, really, really hyped for it, and I've realized that I've grown really, really tired of that style of game. It has to do something innovative. It has to feel very different. So Ghost of Tsushima, a lot of people would argue, well, isn't that just Assassin's Creed? I didn't find it that way. I didn't find it repetitive. I found every single little side mission to be very story driven. Um, yeah, they do. They do benefit from the drone regulation stuff. They had their best ever subscription in December. How did I do this week? This week I went from 70K to 112,000. So I had a pretty good week. The big thing that I heard with Witcher 3 was people really liked the monster hunting in it, and for that I would rather play Monster Hunter. Um, okay, sorry. So prices on AMC GME right now. They closed AMC at 1346 at the ask, 1344 at the bid. And then GME finished with a 312 bid, 313 ask. On blue chips, so spies are indicative largely of the blue chips. And right now we're seeing that there is an effect on blue chips. There is a downward pressure on blue chips as a result, because what people are doing is they're pulling capital out of their blue chips holdings in order to play things like GME and AMC. Nokia is a big beast, guys. It takes a lot to move it one way or the other.
Nokia's a 5G play too, by the way.
Yeah, I like T-Mobile better for 5G. Do you do trading with registered accounts? I trade just my own account. I did not play Ericsson on earnings. BlackBerry was something that I've been talking about for over a year that people have been looking at me as absolutely insane. Not everybody, but a lot of people have been looking at me like I'm nuts because I've been talking about that since like April of last year. That BlackBerry's QNS is huge. BlackBerry is not a phone company; it is a car company now, and people just don't realize it yet. The new BlackBerry phones that are coming out, guys, aren't even made by BlackBerry. They've sold that license to make BlackBerry phones out to a company in Texas. Yeah, but BlackBerry's not even making those phones. They're just licensing the name to a company in Texas that's making those phones. Look up QNX and John Chen. It's a big deal. If you've got a car that has any of that, like lane assist, rear view camera, assisted parallel parking, anything of that nature, that's BlackBerry. Do I know which company is making it? No, but I could probably find it in a quick Google search. Texas company making BlackBerry. Onward Mobility is the name of the company. Yep, I agree. Where did I get my Captain America shield? This actually doesn't belong to me. This belongs to my son, my eldest son. It was a gift that my wife bought for him at birth. She bought it online. What you guys can't see is that it's a collector's item. It's not actually supposed to be used for anything, but there's all kinds of scratches and stuff all over it because I let my son play with it. Like he runs around and uses it as a shield once a year. I am a bit of a Captain America nut, guys. I used to run a comic book auction online with my wife, so all the comic book stuff and stuff that you see here is a result of that. I've got sideshow statues up there and collectible statues and CGC comics and all kinds of stuff. So I'm a bit of a comic book nut. Captain America being my favorite. I've got a bunch of that stuff. So I don't know what the key 3 is. Okay, back to this week. I really like GoPro, actually. Redemption into their earnings. GoPro?
Oh yeah, I don't know. GoPro seems to be more of a summer stock, I guess, because people can go outside and do that stuff. But
Incorrect, sir. December subscription numbers for GoPro exceeded the 670,000 mark due to record-breaking sales at GoPro.com during the Black Friday and Cyber Monday period. So now they have this massive influx of capital coming from subscription. They're going to have a gangbusters Q4.
let's look at their. Yeah, no, the seasonality says from like April 3rd to like August, but it's supposed to be a massive drop already in January, and then a little bit further in Feb. But yeah, sorry, no, it's just a pattern. Like it just low points are mid Feb, sorry, mid January, early February, and then mid March to late March, and then that's usually when the low point historically has been. But
okay, so their estimate, guys, is 373 in revenue. Their announcement back in early December was that they now have over 670,000 subscribers on their GoPro.com site. So they're going to finish the year with over 700,000 subscribers. So what is a subscription cost? GoPro subscription. Yeah. Okay, so what is the cost of this thing? $50 a year? Okay. So let's do 50 times 700,000. So that's 3.5 million just on subscriptions for the year, right? For revenue. That's sales. That's not revenue though. Yeah, I mean, anytime you've got record breaking, what up, what up, what up, Drayton? Yeah, anytime you got record breaking anything, I really, really like that. Record breaking Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and subscriptions. Big fan. Hey, Redemption, you want to trade a Chinese fintech company?
No.
Okay.
Hell no. Oh, what is
Because
it
it
though?
MFH?
Never heard of it.
Would I ever place an order before pre-market? Yeah, because I would get filled before pre-market. I do pre-market trading all the time. ESGC? I'm not familiar with it. Eros STX Global.
Oh god, this is one of those types of plays. Mercurity FinTech Holdings engages in design, development, creation, testing, installation, configuration, integration, and customization of digital asset infrastructure solutions based on blockchain technologies. Yeah, no, you lost me at blockchain.
Okay, so that's a no-go on that. It's a good media play. Yeah, ESGC Eros. I would say that it looks like a media play. I already have a media play, but I'm not opposed to other ones. It doesn't look terrible, in my opinion. All right, only an hour left here, guys. Let's power through this here and make sure that I've got all the plays that I'm considering for the week locked in. Jobs reports, I'm not really going to be affected by that. Aon, nope. Nope. Generex Biotech will hold a conference. Development companies. This is a COVID play. I'm not interested. So Friday, there's not really anything I'm interested in. Let's go to the earnings chart and see this week. Where is there? I know that they have a like these are the hot stocks to watch. Is that on Twitter? Earnings whisper. I no longer have anything in AMC. No. I exited all my positions. The only holding that I have, guys, in any of those meme stocks is puts against GME for April. Friday before the open. Don't really see anything there. I don't remember the expiry. Isn't the implied volatility of those put super high? Yeah, but I have no idea what that means. I recommend TD Canada Trust, guys. If you're a Canadian, that's not financial advice, but I recommend it because that's what I use. Do you only trade U.S. stocks? I would say 99.9% of the time I trade U.S. I do trade some Canadian currency or some Canadian equities occasionally, but it's usually an oddity. They would be an outlier. It's actually usually because I find an OTC stock I like, and then I find out that they're in Canada. So I would rather trade them in Canada than on OTC because I have more likelihood of fill in Canada than I do off of OTC. Thoughts on Fidelity owning 9 million shares of GNE? My thoughts are that doesn't really matter at this point. I hate OTC. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. When my hands are tied and I have to trade it, I will, but I typically prefer not to, for sure. Calendar. Ooh. Hold up. Hold up. That's huge. I am familiar with Kraken. PNG is one that's on my watch list. I think that they are prepped to do a really phenomenal year, and they are one that I am looking at taking a position at sometime this year. Definitely do your due diligence on it, guys. It's an extremely cheap Canadian stock, but I think there is a lot of potential in them for sure. MRS, PNG, and SHG would be the three Canadian tickers that I am considering. I'm sure you've answered this 100 times. What's my prediction for GME at market open? I don't have a prediction. I don't know that anybody could give you an accurate prediction of the gap that's going to happen on GME and AMC out the gate. What do you guys think about Super League gaming? I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Super League gaming. One thing that I know from working in the esports industry is that it does a terrible job of monetizing. What's up with Zimmer Biomet? Okay, guys. So most of you that have been around for a long time, you know me as an ACRX trader. Yeah, it does. It does a terrible job of monetizing. And it's because it's a bunch of, for a whole bunch of years, it's just been a bunch of kids that have grown into that out of gaming, but that don't really understand how to run a business very well. And that is evolving a little bit, but by and large, esports doesn't make a pile of cash. It makes a little bit of money, but we're not talking crazy money. I think over the next 10 years, esports will. But right now, I don't think so. I wouldn't trade it over the next 5 at least. If I had to pick one company that I would trade that's kind of deep into that sector, it would be Tencent on their ownership of Riot. Yeah, by and large, it's just ad revenue. If I was Riot right now, I would be reaching out to Netflix to develop a film and a long-running series on Netflix for League of Legends. And I would optimize that property and start getting media money in there. I would then create a whole ton more merchandising on it because that should be there. That like League of Legends has so much opportunity and they're just not capitalizing on it. And they have the MMO will be good for them. The gaming will be there. It's starting to be there because Tencent is doing this. Because Tencent has come in and they have a large holding in them, if not a majority holding, that is what's causing these moves to happen. Is they are starting to treat it a lot more like anime in Japan and Korea and China and Asia as a whole. But the idea is essentially they're working backwards. So where you would have, you've got Dragon Ball Z, for example, right? So you got Dragon Ball Z, and from Dragon Ball Z, you create all the swag and the T-shirts and the merchandising and whatever, and then you create the video games like Dragon Ball Z Fighters, and the games are an offshoot of the media. I expect Tencent is actually going to be working its way into making Riot more of a media company that has gaming as a massive support beam of that. And then they merchandise and hold that out. So if I was to consider a company along those lines, Tencent would be the one that I consider, but I would have to trade it on OTC. It's a Chinese company, so it raises a lot of flags for me as to what I would do. Why is Zimmer Biomet so important? For those of you that have been around here for a while, I'm extremely bullish on a biostock called ACRX. ACRX has developed an opioid that is a alternative for morphine. They have government contracts. They're breaking into a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm very, very bullish on the stock. I got stuck holding the position though last year because the movement did not happen anywhere near as quickly as I would have thought it would. It's had some decent runs of late, but we're not quite there yet. But one of the sales teams that is currently selling ACRX's drug for them is Zimmer Biomet. And Zimmer Biomet, well, ACRX is a tiny little company. So I started trading ACRX back here when it was at this $1.60 level. It's since run up. I got out at like $1.70 here when it popped up. It's gone up as high as $3. It's currently floating 220 right now. I think ACRX is a very solid long-term hold. over the next 5 to 10 years. They've got Orange Book patents into 2030, so I think that's really, really good. According to the Shugon method, people will sell Wednesday. I trade my method. I don't trade off of other people's methodologies. So it's not that I disrespect anybody's methodologies. If it's making them money, I just don't. If every game was like a stock and you just bet on it. Notice how I said Shugon. It just doesn't work as well when I don't go along with the joke, huh? Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So that's why Zimmer Biomet, who is a significantly larger company, guys, we're talking billions in sales, is so important. Let's say I agree that they're going to beat. 64% of people agree with me. Price sentiment is a growth from this point on. Most analysts like it. Yeah, I think Zimmer, this 153 a share stock, is going to do quite well. Which, man, that's crazy. So ACRX is a play for Friday. What time are they doing their earnings? Pre-market Friday. As a non-U.S. citizen, does it make sense to invest long-term given the 30% dividend tax? There are people that do dividend portfolios. There's ways to do tax avoidance for sure. Do I do trading within a TFSA? I do not. I do some trading inside of an RDSP, but I do not currently trade inside of a TFSA. My understanding is that you can't trade on margin in a TFSA, right? Redemption?
I don't know. I don't mess with that shit. The day trading rules in the TFSA, RDSP, RRSP, all that sort of stuff, like they're all incredibly restrictive, and I don't really apply or they don't benefit me anyway outside of a normal margin account. So
I used to run a website, guys, called nerdcurrency.com, and one of the sponsors of the site was Loot Crate, so I used to get all these sweet shirts, which is where the Sega Geek shirt came from. I've done a few things. Yeah, CRA will come knocking, you day trade in a TFSA. I just like the freedom of having an account that I can do what I want with. So okay, so FDA calendar. I'm not going to look at this, guys, this week. I think I've got enough here that I don't need to worry about that. So potential plays for the week. I would want to have a... I'm thinking I'm liking Monday entry on AKTS and MNKKQ. If it dips, I'm not getting it at 40 cents. Mara, I'm going to hold through the week on that crypto meeting. GNPX, I don't think they're actually going to have any news. Guys, by the way, thank you for everybody who's following. If you're following and you're new to the channel, I'd love to know how you found the stream and what it is that you trade. I'd love to actually get to know the community and who you guys are and what you're trading. It helps me out in a big way, getting to appreciate who you guys are, what you're trading, and how diverse we really are as a financial community on Twitch. So if you want, throw it out there. I'd love to get to know who you guys are and what you do. So Monday I'll probably look at that, and then I'm gonna say Monday through Thursday. What did ACRX finish at after hours? Did it hold this 220? Oh, it came down a little bit, 217. I don't know that it goes back to 2. What's up, Cracked? You're up on the stocks and bonds category. Cool. Graphite, medical, wearables, BB, GME, AMC. So graphite's interesting. I'm just wondering, do you mean graphite or graphene? Because graphene is one that I'm watching. Millennial, you're a king. I don't know about that, man. I feel like a pleb most days, but it's always good to hang here. That's on the front page for you? No way. That would be cool. Found first Stocky, then Martini, then you. I love that flow. Graphite mining. Okay. LAC is one that I've taken, and that's lithium. It's a little bit different, but yeah, there's definitely some mining potential. Is the Fed speaking going to hurt or help crypto? That's the coin flip. Is like, damned if I know. Yellen has gone out and said that she doesn't like crypto, and then she's backtracked and said, actually, crypto's a necessity. We just have to figure out what we're going to do with it. And then she went out again and said, I really don't like crypto. And now we're heading into the Fed, which isn't Yellen. I understand that, but the Fed's response on the other side has been very limited. And I imagine the majority of the questions to the Fed this week are going to have very little to do with crypto and a whole lot to do with what the fuck is going on with the stock market. I do talk to Rita on our stream, guys. I'm also, if you guys are tier 3 subs or Patreon subs for Stocky, I am one of the guys that talks in the morning call. I go right after Stock Guy on the morning call. So if you guys just keep listening to Stocky's call and dipping as soon as he's done talking, you miss me. But I am on that phone call as well, guys. Redemption speaks on that. Unfortunately, he's last. I even dip on the call before we get to Redemption, unfortunately, because that's when I start my stream. But Redemption is right at the end there too. Definitely worth listening to. I guess Yellen's opinions change based on speaker fees. Yeah, that's an awkward kappa that I'm probably not going to go near. Could regulated crypto make it more inviting for institutions? It could, which we're already seeing happen, where institutions are now able to do international bank transfers through crypto exchange, which is huge. Also, guys, there are a lot of people out there who are well versed in crypto that are now members of the Office of the Currency Exchange, the SEC, the FDA, and not the FDA, the Fed and the Treasury. They have great minds on every single one of those branches that understands crypto and is positive towards it. So that's kind of cool that there are a lot of people that are really, really positive on it. Only a cheap $800,000 investment. Dogecoin is a meme. It will crash. It was a joke. It was created as a joke. It's being pumped as a joke. It is a joke. If you don't get the joke, get the joke and make sure that you don't get burned on trading the joke. Okay? That's awesome, man. Yeah, 35K to 85K is very, very respectable. Very respectable gains. If you're beating the SPY, you're doing it right, in my opinion. If you're beating the SPY, you're doing it right. All right. Mr. Three Pick, you've been trading for a month. You're up like 3%. Okay, but if you're able to carry that 3% gain every month through the year, you'd be up 36%. And if you can do 36% a year over year for the next 10 years, you'll be more successful than 99% of the traders in the world. So 3% a month ain't bad. We are in a market presenting a lot of opportunity at the moment, guys. Micro, I have no in-depth insight into what the market's going to do Monday. I have no idea. I have no idea what the regulations are going to be going into Monday. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what's happening with those stocks. I don't know what's going on with the brokerages. I don't know what the clearing houses are required for collateral. I don't know what the current short interest is going to be on Monday. I just, there's so many unknown variables that I cannot give an accurate depiction of what the market or GME or AMC are going to do. And anybody out there that's telling you they know, whether it's here, Reddit, CNBC, they're full of shit. Nobody has any idea. We're going into unprecedented territory. Nobody knows. Is there any other way of safeguarding personal savings without biting the bullet and letting it sit in the bank to devalue? Yeah, one of the typical things that's out there, guys, and this is not financial advice, but one that is touted by a guy like Dave Ramsey. You can go read his stuff. But the idea of just put your money into the SPY, which is indicative of what the SPY is, you'll get a decent return. You won't beat the SPY every year because you'll be playing the SPY, but you'll get a decent return that's a lot better than what you would get out of a high interest savings account. So if we look at the SPY, sorry, let's go to the big sheet. If we go to the SPY and we look at the last, let's say 10 years, oh, not 10 days, 10 years, over the last 10 years, okay? So let's say you put $1,000 into the SPY 10 years ago. The open was 126. Over the last 10 years, you would have gone up about 300% over 10 years versus a high interest savings account that would have given you let's say a high interest savings is 3.5, 4, right? So 4 over 10 years, that would have been a 40% gain versus a 300. So just the SPY is a potential opportunity, but read on Dave Ramsey, go speak to a financial advisor, they'll give you some insight. Penn, MFA, Tesla at 2020, yeah, those were all great profits. It's a lot of uncertainty. I very much doubt Robinhood will lift the limits. If anything, I don't know that Robinhood will be able to open its brokerage on Monday. It's looking really sketchy. What do you think is going on with OCGN and the shorts? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. The short interest across the market right now is looking really sketchy, and it's really uncertain what's going on. It is going to be crazy. That is one thing that we can say for certain. Watch the whole market crash on Monday. That is a possibility. It could also soar. SPY dip right now is kind of nice to get back in. It is kind of nice to get back in on a little bit of a dip. It's fun and games when real data starts to truly hit every sector. What high yield is 1%? I've seen ING Direct in Canada used to have a high interest savings account that was 3.5 a year. Can diversity be the key in more stability? It can, but if the entire market collapses, your diversity isn't going to save you. Sometimes having some funds hedged outside of market performance can be to your credit. So owning real world assets like housing or property, as well as collectibles, things of this nature. So comics, stuff like that. Also, cryptocurrency is outside the market's reach for the most part. If anything, when the market dies, crypto is seeming to gain. So Idaho. I said earlier I don't like oil. Is that due to the new White House staff? Partially. Globally, we're seeing a shift off of fossil fuels into digital, or into digital. You said comics, and I thought digital. Into renewable resources, into green energy. So there's a global push for green energy. The Paris Accord is becoming more and more talked about. The U.S. is joining back into the Paris Accord. Biden has announced that he's canceling what looks like every interstate oil pipeline. So that's not going to happen. And then on top of that, I don't see demand increasing with ongoing lockdowns and travel bans. So we're not going to see a recovery in shipping. We're not going to see a recovery in flights. Yeah, so for a large part, I don't see the demand increasing fast enough. I don't see the support from governments in fossil fuels. So there's just too many factors working against it. Please don't remind me of FOMO cell. Yeah, sorry. I do have an Iron Man #1 lurking around the office here somewhere. I don't have it readily available, but I do have an Iron Man #1 kicking around. I also have a signed. I think I have it available here. Hold on. It's kind of underneath a whole bunch of stuff here, but up, you guys can't see it, but up here I do have a signed at the top shelf up there. I do have a signed Demon in the Bottle cover, so it's a lithograph for those of you that know what that is. But the Demon in the Bottle cover is one of the most famous Iron Man covers of all time. This cover here, you guys have probably seen it if you know comic books at all. But Demon in a Bottle is the issue done by Bob Layton, or the cover art is done by Bob Layton, where Iron Man finally commits to having an alcoholic, or he is an alcoholic. This cover is famous. I've got a lithograph up there that is signed by Bob Layton, the cover artist. When I was doing digital marketing, speaking at conferences before everything got locked down, Comic-Con in Ottawa was one that I regularly spoke at. I was able to go speak with a bunch of actors and talent and celebrities and stuff, which was always kind of cool. Got to hang out with Bob Layton, and he signed that for me. Super cool dude, by the way. Yeah, which is why Ford and GM are making that move to EM. I wasn't around in 2016. I only started trading last year. Can I look at you? Is that UCO you want me to look at? Can't tell. It looks like UCO. Crude oil. Pro shares. Bloomberg crude oil. Yeah, I mean, if you want to hold it for 5-10 years, your position's at 1910. Yeah, I mean, to hold crude over the next 5-10 years, there will be a recovery. I don't know when, but yeah, I have homeowners insurance. If this goes up, I probably get a check for about 50 grand. How was I so successful in my first year? I came into the market using my over a decade of digital marketing experience to trade the market and create my own methodology. And I was able to grow 2,200 to 50K my first year. And now we're in the first month of this year, and I've gone from 50K, 50,500 at the start of this year to 119,000 currently in holdings. It's 112,000 in my US and about 7,000 in my Canadian margin account. So doing pretty well. I got successful by learning really quickly and adapting really quickly. So I would try something, and if it didn't work, I stopped doing it, and then I just kept doing the things that worked and building a trading strategy around the things that worked. And I continue to do that. So whenever something new happens, I give it a try. If it doesn't work, then I don't do it again. If it does work, then I add it and implement it into my strategy and keep growing. What do you think about 1 to 2 years on VTNR? Dropped a lot in price last week. VTNR. I'm happy to do tickers the rest of the day till 4 o'clock here, guys. I think I have my strategy outlined pretty well. Yeah, I was also fortunate to come into the market on 2 of the most volatile years the stock market has ever seen. So there's been huge opportunity for gains as well as huge opportunities for loss. So I know some people that lost pretty much their entire life savings last year. So it's kind of tough, but Yeah, this looks really solid. The ability to recycle and reuse waste fossil fuels is going to be fairly strong. How far could it go? Probably around there. Back up to that 10 mark. I think that would be reasonable in my opinion. It's crazy to see just how mainstream buying collectibles either flip or slowly accrue wealth is becoming. So the reason why I originally got into comic book guys, I was when I was a kid, I had a really hard time learning how to read. Um, to the point where I think I have and still have maybe some slight dyslexia. But my mom recognized that I was having a really hard time learning how to read, and she decided that a good way to teach me how to read was to um, maybe go get some comic books and see if I could learn to read that way. And within 2 to 3 years after doing that, I was grade 3 reading like grade 11, grade 12 level. So comic books were how I learned how to read. That's where I got my original passion for Captain America, and history writes itself. I've always been a comic book kid. HC2 Holdings. They are very widely spread. This is betting that there's going to be a lot of construction. I don't think that this is as imminent as people think it's going to be. It took you 10 years not to have a failing year. I mean, and I know a lot of people where that's the case. I mean, who knows? Maybe next year I have a terrible year. But so far that's just not the case. I've never traded a bear market. I'm excited to give it a try. I've never traded in a bear market, but I would love to. A few of the businesses my kids have run, they've published a book. They have been one had a cookie sales business, and when I say cookies, I don't mean like a few cookies. I mean thousands of cookies. Um, they've done so. One is currently an artist. They've done, of course, they've done the lemonade sales thing, the shoveling thing. One of them makes stickers. Um, It's kind of what's popping off the top of my head right now. I can't think of any of the other ones, but they, in our home, guys, we do have a bunch of kids, and people think that it's super expensive. However, we do not buy our kids all kinds of luxuries and doodads and little things and trinkets. If they want something like that, we provide the essentials, of course, the food, the clothing, the house, the heat, the Wi-Fi. But if they want little doodads and trinkets and stuff, they want toys, they want that kind of stuff, they have to go get a job and earn it. If they are too young to get a job, they have to create a business, because in Canada, you can't have a job until you're 14, 15, but you can be a business owner at any age. So that's what my kids do. Uh, Quebe TV just this year. Yeah, so just this month, I've gone from 50,000 to 119 so far. Portfolio gain this month of 111%. Timing is everything in the markets. Timing is a big, big thing to learn. And AMC was a big reminder for me on that, for sure. Um, and how my name being public has always been there. I am a public speaker. I work in the digital marketing space. My name is out there. People are going to know it. People are going to find it. Um, what I do with that is I act professionally across all things. Right. I'm also very quick to call the police. Uh, if anybody ever tries to do any harm to my wife, my family, my home, or my finances, I'm very, very quick to act, and I act hard and harsh. So I like to think that I'm a fairly reasonable person that doesn't act like a dick, and I do, at least publicly with you guys, I do my best to not be an asshole and to try to help people. Now, if people want to come at me as a result of that, my response will be in kind. If you try to hurt me, I will defend myself. And I think that's reasonable. What do you think about SCR? Figured Biden's tax outs and similar work in favor. Dropping plays is slightly motivated though. Some old. Yeah, maybe. SCR. Guys, if it's a Canadian ticker, if you can provide me the OTC, because it probably won't come up. Is it Scripps America you want me to take a look at, or is it Score? Score Group? Okay. Life insurance. I'm not a fan of the insurance sector. I'm not. Just because it's something that I don't really understand. How big can inflation affect savings? Huge. Oops, not Score Group. Okay. The Score. Doesn't even come up. But if the Score is a sports group, sports is due for a solid recovery. My sports recovery play, scr.to, SCR on TSE. Yeah, this is a sports play. Sports is due for a recovery, but I think there are other sports stocks that I like more. Actually, DGLY is my sports play. Are you gambling on Best at all? I am not. Heck yeah, man. Calvin and Hobbes, Foxtrot, Archie, those are fun. Those are fun. I really like Calvin and Hobbes. Yeah, guys, again, I'm not an advocate of paper trading simply on the basis that I feel like it does create bad habits as a trader. I would rather people realize that when they are getting into trading, what they should, and this is not financial advice, what I did was I took an amount of money that I considered like a tuition. So when I went in with $2,200, my thought process was, okay, I'm going to put into the market what I am willing to lose, and I will recognize that as tuition, and that tuition money is for me to learn what's right and what's wrong. So that's kind of how I went about it. The problem that I have with paper trading is a lot like poker is the metaphor that I like to use for that. When you're playing poker with funny money, your willingness to just go all in or potentially play hands that aren't really worth playing is there in a big way because there's not really a repercussion for it, right? Whereas when you're playing with real money, you're not going to go in on a pair of twos, most likely. You're not going to go in with some crap joke hand, right? You're not going to go all in right away. You're going to edge in on bets and you're going to have good chip management, right? So that's kind of that. I hold a Riot 30 call for February 26, hoping it pops off. There's a good chance if Bitcoin keeps showing positive movement and gains. If you have enough capital, you can go through a bear market by just buying shares and stuff like SPY, VU. Yeah, I mean, my strategy is definitely going to have to evolve in a bear market. I won't be able to do the exact same things, but yeah, all of my kids are homeschooled. Yeah, we've always homeschooled our kids.
Hey, Millennial.
Hey.
We made something.
Oh no.
Go look at the Discord server and money voice text. Look at our new emote.
Rita, the
Oh my goodness.
Rita, the ill-informed people that I know, they're talking about the DTCC now.
Yeah, everybody's doing that.
People.
Well, he's not talking about ill-informed. What he means is his
people who don't normally talk about stocks or
yeah.
Like they're just like they're only focused on like, buy, sell, buy. That's the furthest their knowledge extends. But they're talking about the DTCC now.
Yeah, bro, you're gonna get lynched if you keep calling those people that, brother. Like, read the room. Don't do that anymore. Don't do it. You want to call them whatever that is, like the Dunning-Kruger folks, like do that, but be very, very cautious. You're gonna get lynched.
They're not
Yeah.
dumb enough. They're not dumb enough to go on the Dunning-Kruger. Okay, so But they're talking about the DTCC now.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying we're like fighting for like the little guy, and it's gonna. And
Yeah.
I get what millennials saying. It's gonna just piss everyone off.
But yeah, of course they are, because that's what everybody's doing. That's what the hive mind is doing, is they're learning what exactly happened. And so the DTCC and their movement to require additional capital is on a whole bunch of articles, which means that there's a lot of people out there right now reading up on what the DTCC is. By the way, guys, if you weren't here earlier this morning, this is Martini Rita on mic. She is amazing. I'm going to give her a shout out in chat here. Definitely check her out if you don't know who she is. I'm sure most of you do, but she is the lady that I hand my stream off to every day. She's a much bigger streamer than
I don't know
am.
why you do.
She had like 40,000 people on Friday. She's the professional content creator, not me. So you definitely should go check her out. She's also a wicked smart lady that keeps me from blowing up the entire portfolio that I built. So keep that in mind too. But wicked smart. She was kind enough this morning to be here and help us break down solvency and what exactly it is that we're facing. That note can be seen there. You won't be able to edit it, but you'll be able to see it. So take a look at that. But yeah, that's definitely something that you want to look at and understand. But we broke down that very same thing today,
Coco.
DTCC. So that's there. But yeah, that's hilarious. You like the stock.
Yeah, show them. Show them. Show them.
I don't know how to
Toxic
show that.
Mantis did it. It was amazing. Huh?
Guys, I'm not going to be able to show you, but what you can do is go into Martini's Discord and you'll be able to see it. Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Best thing. We like the
Yeah.
stock. We like the stock.
It is. You like the stock. I get it. You like the stock. I don't like the stock. You like the stock. Do my kids create anything to sell? Yeah. They create stickers, artwork.
You don't care about the memes. I feel like.
I do care. I do care. That's why I sent people to your Discord. If I didn't care, I would have just said
I'm being an asshole.
Yes, you are. Hey, we agreed. Yay.
Okay.
DraftKings, yeah, DraftKings into the sports is a good one. I like that.
Really?
I've actually gained a lot of respect for Davey Day Trader over this past week. He's another one of those voices that is. He called Stephen Cohen out flat out. Oh, did you hear? By the way, Rita.
Mm-mm. What?
Check
he
this.
called him out, and then he fucking deleted his Twitter account.
Yeah, he did.
He deleted it.
He's gone. Gone.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Cohen. Guys, this Stephen A. Cohen is the head of Point72, which is one of the firms that bailed out Melvin Capital. He didn't like how Twitter didn't like what he had just done, and David Day Trader flat out called him on that shit. And then Stephen Cohen had the cojones to come and go, "What's the problem, man? Why don't you like me?" And he went, "Because you're an asshole. You're complicit in this." And he went, "That's not true. I objectively deny that I ever had a hand in any of this." And David Day Trader went, "Bullshit." No way you didn't know it was going to happen. Well, whatever. I should be able to take whatever trade I want. Sure, you're allowed to take whatever trade you want, but that doesn't mean we have to like you for it. Like,
no, it's just, yeah, but, no one, well, it started with his response was, "I'm not feeling the love on this platform right now." That's what triggered everybody. It was like, oh, where you should be out there telling everyone that there should be fair and equal access to the market.
Yeah.
And there isn't right now.
Yeah, there are lots of big names that are directly in the industry. So I'm not talking Davey Day Trader and Elon Musk and Chamath. I'm talking the Peter Pettifees. I'm talking the Kathy Woods that are out there saying what is happening is wrong, and they're not dealing in backroom deals that are making them billions as they acquire equity, bailing out short funds that are over leveraged and screwing the market. Which isn't an unreasonable expectation, I don't think. So,
okay, I have to go back to
bye.
stuff.
Yeah,
but
I see you're super busy creating quality content. Get back to it. You like the stock. You like the stock.
Don't diminish.
Ooh. Oh! Did I hurt your feelings? Oh,
You're
she
an
kicked me. Okay. No, Martini's an awesome lady, guys. Please, she's an amazing lady. I am better for knowing her. She's kept me on the level. She's an amazing lady. If you're not following her, I highly suggest you do. That's not financial advice. That's just good life advice. Uh, oh, she kicked me again. I think. Yeah, I think she did. Yeah, she's gonna keep kicking me. I think, which is kind of hilarious. But uh, yeah, there she is. So everybody that heard that, she's an amazing human being. She makes my life better. She's one of only 3 women in the world that are allowed to give me shit. My wife, my mom, and Martini. Um, there it is. Unless you're Tom Dwan, then you all in on anything. I don't all in on anything. Martini stopped me from doing that. I used to trade 40% of my portfolio in a single position, and I've stopped doing that. Yeah, paper trading, guys, is not real. Uh, Somebody somewhere gives you fake money and says, okay, where would you put this hypothetically? Um, Even entering leagues, guys, you just pick up bad habits psychologically. I'm 51 and just got to the point in my life where I have enough disposable income to think about investing. Where should I start? I know probably a long response. I've never owned a stock or played the markets. Okay, so what I would recommend is actually going to a local bank or investment firm and meeting with a financial advisor. They do actually a really good job for the most part. You can go online and seek out reviews for financial advisors depending on where you are. I don't want you to dox yourself and tell me where you are, but if you're in the States, I do know some financial advisors that I would recommend. Also, if you're in Canada, I do know a financial advisor that I would recommend. That you go take a look at and talk to, and they do actually a really phenomenal job. So if that's something you are interested in, just let me know, and I am more than happy to reach out and give you that information. Depending on where you are, you could just be very broad of like the US or Canada, and it doesn't have to be a specific city, but yeah. That's usually a good place to start. If you are considering dabbling in the market, this reading list is the one that I use to craft my trading methodology. So that's definitely worth learning about. Where the Rebels Are can give you overview financial advice online on Twitch, but he's not going to give you a full plan or strategy. He could potentially do that for you, I think. But I'm talking something bigger than just single trades, but actually evaluating your financial goals and where you want to go. You should seek out a financial advisor if you're at 51 with disposable income, in my opinion. That's not financial advice, that's just my opinion, but it's probably a good way to go. No problem on the explanation. Osmija, that is a great opinion, Osmija. But as far as financial advice, guys, just a disclaimer: anybody in chat or on the mic or myself, we are not financial professionals. We can't tell you what you should do with your money. But yeah, there are lots of different ways that you can invest. There's different ways to trade. Read is the command for the thing instead of books. Mayor Bear, hi. We like the stock. No, you like the stock. I don't like the stock, which is why I took a put against it. uh, did you hear Stonky on Destiny stream? I didn't. I did hear that there was some drama. I didn't hear him on there. I don't know who Destiny is. Um, We had somebody come in earlier and ask my thoughts on it. My thoughts are I didn't hear it. I don't know what the arguments are. I don't know what the drama's about. I don't really care what either positions are on the matter. Stock Guy is a guy that I've worked with for over a year. I respect his opinion. We don't always hold the same opinion. Where do I think the market is going? I don't know is my official answer on that. Beyond that, conjecture and philosophizing, coming up with conspiracy theories or theorizing what is or will happen. I'm not wasting time doing that because I don't know that that will bring me any value. I need to trade the market that is. Cohen got death threats. Okay, so that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. And guys, this is another point that I want to make. One of the comments that it has been coming out is that retail traders are a danger to themselves and other people around them. When we start to send death threats to hedge fund managers, that is a perfect example of what is unacceptable. I would never tolerate that. And if I find out who did that, I will report you. It's absolutely unacceptable. We're better than that, and we've got to be better than that. This is where it needs to stop, guys. You can take issue with somebody's financial positions, the trades that they took against you. I understand that. But when it gets personal, when you start going after personal character, that's where I have a huge problem. I cut that right off. People start to go after people instead of firms, so Point 72 or Citadel or Melvin Capital. If you start to go after families, which was the issue that I had when they went after Andrew Left and Citron, I have nothing wrong with people being opposed to Citron's short positions. I have everything wrong when you start going after Andrew Left's children. And I don't think that that's a thin line. I think that's a very obvious, just real human response of if you are going after people's family, children, or personal safety, you are wrong. You are wrong. But as a person, Steve Cohen is a garbage raccoon. His proudest achievement is paying a $1.8 billion fine to the SEC. When criticized for bailing out Robinhood, he joked trading is a tough game when he had the rules literally changed to stop him from losing money at the expense of the common man. And he followed up with how he was just trying to make a living. So basically, he stole money from every common man trader on Robinhood and laughed about it while we were left holding the bag, the empty bag. That's who this guy is. So that's an opinion. It's not verified. That's not validated that he changed the rules. I'd be extremely careful if I was Barstool Sports. I know that they've got a great attorney. I'd be extremely careful with what they're doing there. There's some conjecture in there. Okay, let's keep going. Do you really think Robinhood might not be able to open on Monday? Could you explain why you think that is? Yeah, so if you go to Robinhood's latest blog update, their changes to ongoing market volatility have shown that they are going to have a hard time covering additional purchases in any of these stocks. People have already figured out workarounds on this, guys. They've already found ways to work around on this by exercising options.
You pay a premium.
So
your entry price is going to be higher, as if higher. The price you pay is basically going to be higher. Price wise, your entry price is going to be higher than what like the stated strike is, because I don't know what the premium for GME is right now, but let's say it closed at 330 and the at the money, or sorry, it has to be in the money. So the in the monies, which would be like 325, you already have a $5 premium plus the other premium that's on that. So when all said and done, let's like let's say it's $60. So the 325 plus 60 gives you 385. So your entry price for those shares will be about 380 before you actually break even.
Yeah, so how you go about hacking the system isn't really of relevance to me. It isn't really a concern to me. What is a concern to me is as you see this list of restrictions growing, it shows me that they are not in a good position cash wise, and there is a risk that they won't be able to open simply because they won't be able to put up the collateral required by the clearinghouses. That is conjecture. I can't prove that. It's an opinion. Okay. What's the capital gains tax where you live, by the way? It's very high, very very high. As high as 50%, I think. What was the next meme stock she was talking about? I don't know. There's lots of meme stocks out there. This whole list is meme stocks, essentially, by Robinhood's opinion. What are your feelings on AMC? Is it going to die after the hype, or is there actually a squeeze in sight? I have no idea. I don't know what's going to happen on Monday. Martini would like me to get fucked. Okay, I'm okay with that. Can anyone recommend a cool paper trading league? I can't. What's my opinion on CAD versus USD right now? CAD has a lot more stability moving ahead, I think. The US is in for a rough ride.
So Millennial, I found the FINRA official guidelines for short interest reporting. They do 2 reports, one in the middle of the month and then one at the end of the month. So the most recent required reporting date for them to report was on Friday, January 29th. But their due date isn't until February 2nd, the 6th. But they don't have to post it until, like, FINRA's not going to post it until the 9th of February. So, I mean, like, whoever reports early on Tuesday, it's going to be 6 p.m. So if you have aftermarket access and you realize, oh my God, they got out, and you have aftermarket access, it gives you 2 hours to essentially vacate your positions.
How long would it take to transfer your GME? You can do an ACAT. You'll have to look at how to do that, but there is a way to easily transfer your positions from Robinhood into another brokerage. You would have to create the account with the other brokerage first, which is probably going to take you 2 to 3 days, and then the ACAT transfer would take an additional 2 to 3 days. So you're looking at anywhere from 4 to 6 business days to make that all happen. Now you can still obviously do whatever you can on Robinhood until the transfer starts. But once the transfer starts, you're done. You have to wait until those funds have made their move over. There's no we. No one told you to do shit. We like the stock piece. I like the stock. You like the stock. I don't like the stock. Confirm millennials in bed with hedge funds. Yep, can confirm. That's exactly who I am. Everybody here knows that I actively advocate for hedge funds, especially the hedge funds like Peter Pettifee's hedge fund that completely liquidated in support of the retail traders, like Kathy Woods at ARK, who does a great job building out solid ETFs. Also, all the hedge funds out there that trade ethically, trading stocks that they feel globally are going to improve the current climate in the world. Also, people that support groundbreaking medicines that are going to cure diseases like cancer, diabetes, AIDS. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those hedge funds. And if people have a problem with that, peace. As in, there's the door. That's the beautiful thing with Twitch, guys, is there are like 15,000 different channels to watch. And if you don't like a calm, collected, mature response to the current market situation, there's other people that you can watch that are more than happy to rail against whoever you want to rail against. But it just won't be happening here. Okay, cool. Destiny is a guy who dedicated. Oh, it's a he. Okay, so I've got to stop saying she. Destiny is a guy who dedicated his entire life to drama on Twitch, hoping to stay relevant. Deeply. Okay, so great. So he's a guy who's dedicated to drama on Twitch. I'm gonna leave it there. At that point, I don't really care. What do you think about Nassim Taleb? He's a very smart man, a much smarter man than I ever am. When asking what my thoughts are on a guy that has a mind that I am envious of in many ways. I don't know that I'm actually fit to judge Nassim Taleb in any way. The man has done a remarkable lifetime of work in data, stats, and knowledge, and I respect him greatly for what he does. He has a lot of controversial opinions, but for the most part, he and I tend to be on the same page with a lot of stuff. Now, I don't claim I can understand most of what he puts out there. It's way over my head. He's a much more math oriented, statistics, probabilities kind of guy. I can't do that stuff. I know that Rita can understand some of what he does. I don't know if she understands it all, but she understands some of what he does and has nothing but the utmost respect for Nassim Taleb. So I also do hold a great respect for Nassim Taleb. Thoughts on Atos? So again, biostocks guys, you want to go to their website. You want to open up pipeline. You want to look at where they are on the pipeline. They have nothing past phase 2. I'm not interested. Let me know when they break through. Phase 3 completion is the money in bio. That's my thought on Atos. Riley, probably from his wife. Yeah, death threats from his wife. Okay.
Also, I wanted to mention this too. I saw and someone said that like, oh, their Bitcoin brokerage started offering GME and AMC and all the stocks that were restricted, and they were unrestricted there. Um, I want to tell you to be careful because there's something called like CFDs, and they can essentially artificially create like their own sort of OTC market by doing that because they can pair you up with someone else on that platform. uh just know that there's none of the regular shit. Like if you lose your money on these Bitcoin exchanges, or if you get something unfair happen to you, it's not regulated. There's no FINRA, SEC oversight or any of that shit. That this is all like you two agreed on a bet against each other. That's it.
Riley, that's a broad brush to paint with. Okay, and when you paint with broad strokes like that, you're gonna make some inherent mistakes, and that's just a good life lesson, right? That would be like you meeting me and saying, okay, well, millennial's an asshole, and I don't like him. So all white Canadian guys are assholes because millennial's an asshole. And that you're never going to get me on board with that mindset. I've met people that work at institutions. There are people that I know. Redemption worked at an institution. Okay, Hitch worked at an institution. Martini at one point worked at an institution. Rebels, where Rebels are here on Twitch, he worked at an institution. Winnie Sun is somebody who I've worked at in digital marketing. She's a phenomenal lady. I know people that work at these institutions, and they are not dicks, and they have great character. So I think it's just an inaccurate depiction of a large group of people because of a few people that are dicks. So that's just it. Okay.
If you were there on Rain's stream yesterday, you'll basically know. Like, yeah, I might say I come from an institution. I'm the devil here, but if you know like how I got booted from that institution and what other shit actually goes along, you wouldn't have said the same thing. You would have said, "Oh shit, you're actually exactly like us. You're actually human. Like, what the fuck?"
Is Amazon a good company? I need more context wrapped to her around what you mean by good company. Do you mean ethically? Do you mean fundamentally? Do you mean that is the stock a good way to go one way or the other? I just need context around what you mean with is Amazon a good company? I think Robinhood will shut down. What they did to their clients was wrong. I think they're in a lot of trouble. I think they are in a lot of trouble. They're expecting an IPO, and they now have lost every single ounce of support from the retail investor community. I don't know any retail investor that, on principle, will hold Robinhood, except for maybe a short against them, which is hilarious. Toxic Mantis, thanks for the sub, by the way. I just noticed. Kekwe, just buy calls and exercise. Why AMD though? I have no idea. I think at this point that they're just in so much trouble. That there's tickers on here that have no place being on here. AMD, Beyond, CCIV, Clove, INO, IPOE, IPOF, Moderna, Novavax, Starbucks. Is this Rolls Royce, Ricey? This is Rolls Royce, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, Rolls Royce, XM, Trivago. Like these are just regular stocks. These have nothing to do with this. They're just having a hard time covering.
okay. So millennial, okay. So this is basically what I'm reading. So mid-month, and then a couple days afterwards, probably a week or two afterwards. So when they settle, that's when they have to report how much short they have at that point in time, right? obviously, someone said before that they can actually lie about that because the fine for them lying about how much short they have is a lot less than any other financial crimes that they can do. Plus, they have like human error and stuff like that, shit like that they can try to claim and stuff like that. But essentially, SEC will always slap them on the wrist. But so I think this would
Are you
be
talking about Melvin Capital here, or who
no,
are
no.
you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about AMC. I'm talking about AMC, GME, all the short interest stuff that people are trying to play right now.
Yeah,
So the settlement date was Friday, right? And
yeah.
then the due date when they have to be there and everything is February 2nd. But they say they don't disseminate the data until February 9th after 4 p.m. So this is something that they like we literally have to wait almost 2 weeks for AMC. However, if we notice that they increase their holdings, which I know 2 weeks is a very fucking long time, but if the battle stands are still there and they are actually increasing the shorts on stuff like AMC, GME, et cetera, I think like late to mid Feb would actually be a good point to start considering possibly getting back in, especially if like they thought that the fight was over and we all kind of lost and pulled out or whatever, right? Because their goal is to crush the stock.
Yeah,
Or
I'm.
like yeah,
You lost me. I went cross-eyed. It's not basic bitch enough for me, so I'm not gonna.
basically
I've resolved to not playing it.
the report doesn't come out to the 9th, and if we notice they double down, it might be a good reentry opportunity. So
Oh, okay. Um, I don't think that I'm going to re-enter. I think I'm going to stay away, but I will keep a watch for it. So you're saying it's on the 9th?
it's when
That would be like
it's when
2 weeks out. So
yeah, it's when they
what's up, Pat?
disseminate the data. So
Okay. Did you learn to trade at university or was it personal interest? I'm a high school dropout. I'm not university educated in anything, not in digital marketing, not in finance, not in stocks, not in anything. I'm a high school dropout, guys. Anything that I've learned on my own, online, and through experience, mostly through experience. Left style of tweeting makes him easy to hate. Yes, he does make himself a target. That's true. And I'm okay with you guys disagreeing with Andrew Left, disagreeing with his hedge fund, his attacks on his personal character aren't going to benefit you. You're better than that, in my opinion, is in most of the community. So I think you guys are better than that. Also, I'll pair that with anybody going after his kids. You are in the wrong. And you're never going to convince me otherwise. If you are going after his children, you are in the wrong. You have made yourself the scumbag in that situation. Okay, and that is a broad paintbrush that I will paint with. Anybody that goes and attacks somebody's children is a scumbag. I can say that with absolute confidence. Hopefully that's nobody here though, right? Cool. You can tell someone in a free market what you can or cannot trade. That is a communist approach, not a free market approach. I agree. I agree with that. It's not a fair and equitable system. What Robinhood's doing is wrong. Aren't they being rented out? I'm not sure. I think all is a bit far to go. I don't. You're gonna have a very hard time proving that at all. I think ACRX might be a play on Friday because one of the sales teams that's currently selling ACRX's product. So ACRX has 3 sales teams selling their product. They've got their internal sales team, which is very small. The next biggest one is Lahola. Lahola was a merger potential for ACRX. They ended up not doing that, but they are still responsible to continue selling Desubia. And the last one is Zimmer Biomet. Zimmer Biomet's earnings are Friday pre-market, so that's why I'm thinking that it's going to be probably a good play. Clove is a really good company in my opinion. I agree. Heading into Biden care or Obamacare coming back, I think Clove is a really, really strong company. It felt good to transfer your RH account. I can imagine. It is def worth more than 14. I don't know what you're talking about. Opinion on Atos, I already spoke to that. Capital gains in Canada is 50% of your marginal tax rate. That is crazy. When you say Robinhood might not open, do you mean they won't open buying options, or I couldn't even sell my stocks? Uh, what we saw was there's a potential risk that they might not be able to open at all. Do you think it's possible to squeeze to silver? I don't think it's going to be possible to squeeze it from retail investors until they move platforms. AG is one of the restricted sites. Could you turn redemption up? He's a little low. Yeah, I will turn up the volume. Just joined on. Not sure if the silver short has been covered here yet today. I think I just covered it. Hey, any books recommending for the long term? Yes, there is a reading list that I provide, guys, and I think that all of these books that are on here have been of value to me. Can you day trade in a Roth IRA? I don't know. That's US. I'm Canadian. TD told me they got a ton of calls and expect 10 days. He said 5 to 10 days. That would be, I think, reasonable given the influx that these companies are going to have. No idea. I just follow the directions on the website. I use my existing Schwab account. Okay, days. I can't access my account statements on Robinhood, which is needed for the ACAT. That sucks, but there should be a way to get that information. I'm in current option positions. Can I not sell or buy more? Probably not buy more, but maybe sell. Do you get paid by the hedge funds to advocate? I do not get paid by the hedge funds to advocate. I do not take a dollar from a hedge fund for or against. Anything that I advocate for because I see character and merit. Kathy Woods has done a phenomenal good for this market and how she has managed her fund. ARC is well known and well renowned in the community, in the global finance community. Peter Pettifee, at huge cost to himself, he liquidated the entire fund simply because IBKR refused to let retail investors trade. This man, at a huge financial loss to himself, liquidated his entire fund. That sounds like a good, upstanding guy that I'm willing to support. So for every Steve Cohen out there, you have a Kathy Woods. For every Citadel out there, you have a Peter Pettifee. So that's why I don't want people that are phenomenal people getting grouped in with people that are not.
Like Carson Block, everybody hates short sellers right now, but Carson Block tried to take this to Congress about how these people are inflating numbers, doing these absorbent things, and he's a short seller, yes, but he targets Chinese companies that are faking their numbers
Yeah,
or are outright lying to the American public and their investors. And what are they? They're called pump and dumps. So he's
yeah,
shorting these fucking pump and dumps, and he's
yeah,
trying to get people to be more aware of it. Is he a bad guy for shorting it? No. He's trying to give a fair market and give an accurate representation of the market, and that is the case that are good short sellers. It weeds out fraud, and that's what
yeah.
unfortunately everybody's on this whole stint of like all short seller bad, whatever. Not all short sellers are bad. The ones that takes like 8, 10 to 1, whatever, all the leverage that they do that the Volcker rule was supposed to stop, those are the villainous ones because they're the ones trying to essentially be edgy. The
Yeah,
best way I
so
can put it.
Wolfpack Research guys and Muddy Waters are two short firms that are well renowned. They are responsible for bringing to light what's called the China Hustle. It's a documentary. You can watch it. It breaks down how Chinese companies have infiltrated the U.S. market using a loophole. The companies are absolutely not worth the paper the stock is printed on. They are fraudulent, and because we don't have the ability to properly audit Chinese held stocks and companies, they're able to remain on the US market under fraudulent premises. And so, what those short firms do is they short the hell out of those stocks and then they present real world evidence of why they are committing fraud and why the stock should be gone. What amount would you say it's worth trading? I started with 2,200 US. I've seen accounts as small as 1,000. I honestly don't know that it's worth it to start. Sorry, I shouldn't say invest. Investing at any level is good. Um, Investing at any level is good. Starting with a dollar and investing is good because you're putting something to appreciate in value. Trading, I would say probably $1,000. I don't know that I would start with anything less than 1,000. Any books? Yeah, I put the list in chat, so hopefully that's there for you. You can pop in there and grab that list. Fastest way to get the news on earnings, guys, is a site. You can go to sec.gov and they've got something called Edgar Search. Put in the company that you want to see. This is the first place that it will show up. And then hit F5 as fast as you can. See when you Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. Yeah, that's a great book. Amazon and Ethics. LOL. Yeah, I mean they're any big company like that, guys, any global company, if you want to ask if they're ethical, the easy answer is no, just because somewhere along the supply chain, you're going to find something that is a little shady. You want to short them on principle? That's another option that you can do out there for sure. Um, Starbucks, yeah, Starbucks is being blocked. What Robinhood does should be illegal. I agree. It's not currently, but it should be. Absolutely. I'm there with you. Did you see the Reddit post of the guy who bought a billboard? I did hear about that earlier. What happened yesterday was Stocky and someone called Destiny. I have no idea. I've resolved not to get into it. I respect Stocky. I know who he is. I don't know Destiny at all. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I don't have an opinion beyond that. It had something to do with the market and apparently drama. So I'm really not interested. AAL is on that list. It's on there because it has high volume, and Robinhood is incapable of covering anything that's got volume of any kind right now. Yeah, I mean that's conjecture, guys. Anybody saying that they know what stock prices are going to do next week can't in any they can't say that. They can't. I'm not talking to a different chat. It's just there's so much going on that I'm trying. I like to actually answer everybody in chat, so it takes me a while to catch up. So yeah. Sakal, on your comment with if you go after a mama and a papa bear's cubs, you're going to get hurt. That's fair. I'm trying to catch up, guys. That's all. I read all of them. That's it. I don't want to skip anybody over. If you take the time to talk, I want to do my best to answer you. Okay. You want to enter a Discord? Well, here is a Discord. That's where I hang out with these fine folks, Martini and the gang. We hang out in there. I learned by experience, Mr. Longdong. So I got into the market with $2,200 and treated it as tuition, and actually started gaining experience, trying things in the market. When I found something that worked, I kept doing it. When I found something that didn't work, I stopped doing it, and that's how I've built my trading methodology. Movie theaters are going to be replaced by digital releases. Maybe, maybe not. We might see it be more of a luxury thing. I agree with you at the point, but this is not believing in AMC's business model rather than stand and get. Yeah, this has become an ethical stance. It has very little to do with the FA. U.S. healthcare is not necessarily going to change. Trump never ended Obamacare. Biden doesn't care. Actually, he did in many ways end Obamacare because you couldn't actually get new quotes. He closed down the government website, which Biden has already reopened, which is very, very interesting. Before he even already has federal approval, he's reopened the website, which allows people to start getting quotes off of Obamacare again. So it's kind of a big deal. More people like yourself need to stream and focus on doing good finance. I agree. And that's what I'm encouraged with, actually. When AOC got on earlier this week with the stock guy, I think it gave a lot of relevance to what we're doing here on Twitch, and that there are people that are trying legitimately to learn. WPRT calls for 8. I think there's going to be a huge, huge, huge opportunity in WPRT later this year. Theaters still have a place. I would agree with that. We've been over that. Any healthcare place should be on hype, not an expectation of actual change. I disagree with that. I largely traded biopharma last year. Pharmaceuticals, bio was my niche for most of last year. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the bio sector outside of hype. How do you spell Peter Petterfee? That's pretty close. Oh, it's not Peter. I keep saying Peter Petterfee. It's Thomas. Thomas Petterfee. Sorry. What was the movie called? The China Hustle. Just don't short 140% of the stock. Agreed. If I had my way, I would make it the max that you could short a stock is 50%. And people would know that when you hit that 50% short interest on the stock, that is the shorts telling the world this thing is a piece of dog shit. That you can short over 100% is definitely way too far gone, but that's it. Baba is bad. It's not that Baba is necessarily bad or all China companies is bad. What's bad is our inability to audit them in the same way that you could audit a US company, right? So Amazon can be audited and held accountable in ways that Baba cannot. And again, now we don't have a fair and equitable market. So is physical ownership of precious metals a responsible investment? It could be. If you physically own gold, mark gold, standard gold, that does appreciate in value. There are people that buy physical gold and hold it in their house. Chinese people can get in trouble for a lot of things, but defrauding foreign investors is not one. That's true. There is no law against Chinese businesses defrauding foreign investors. If you try to defraud the Chinese government, you could end up dead very quickly, which actually just happened. They just executed somebody for defrauding the Chinese government. So have you checked Couche-Tard? No, I have not. That's Canadian stock for sure. I have not traded it. I trade typically U.S. equity. Muddy Waters came out in September. They were short on Enox, but they were wrong on this. Jury's still out on that. So Enox actually doesn't have FDA approval on that device. I was there when we saw the live demo, and one of the big red flags that I saw when they did their live demo on Enox was Enox had more screens showing Bloomberg than they did showing medical reports when they did that. So it's very interesting. Millennial, you should watch the Destiny interview. Future, I don't know, man. I honestly don't feel like it's going to add anything to my day. I feel like it's just going to be time that I take away from my family watching that. I know Stock Guy. I know who he is. I know what he's about. The drama that happened on there apparently is interesting, but it's not interesting to me because it's them talking about hypotheticals instead of the reality. My focus when it comes to the market is trading reality. I also spent like 3 hours this morning breaking it down with Martini, and I don't know that I want to go back into that, especially if what I'm hearing is true. At least the hype around this of like, oh, there was drama and it exploded and whatever. It yeah. I just don't know that it would add any value. You know what I mean? When do you think SPAC hype will come back? I don't know that it ever left. Is Nokia still a good investment? It depends on how you think 5G is going to play out. Thanks for answering all the questions and your time. Not at all, man. I'm happy to do it. Love that you guys are here. If I'm not long on AMC GME yet, did I miss the bandwagon? I couldn't tell you that. I have no idea what they're going to do in the future. I'm not particularly interested in that. How did you become a financial consultant without the university creds? I'm not a financial consultant. I was a digital marketing consultant for a decade, and you can do that simply on experience. I'm not a financial consultant. AOC was melting when Stocky spoke. Yeah, he did a phenomenal job. Stocky really did a great job speaking with AOC earlier this week. Awesome. Thank you for the support, guys. I really do appreciate the support. Even just today, guys, that hype train to 5, that was huge. That's a huge thing. That paid me a day's wage to be here today, that hype train. That was amazing, and this has totally been worth the time. So thank you for being here and supporting. I am not going to get the vaccine simply because I have been watching, and you each need to come up to your own decision on the vaccine, guys. I personally am not. I trade biopharma all year. I watched the rush to get these vaccines out. I watched the red tape and the corners that they cut. I personally am not getting it. Now, that being said, guys, I personally work from home all day. My wife is at home all day. We homeschool our kids. We are not out in the public that often. Okay, we were already pretty much quarantined before quarantine. Okay. So if you are somebody who is out in public, your kids go to public school, you are a doctor, a teacher, a lawyer, somebody who works at a grocery store, like that's for you to come to that decision. Okay. I personally will not be getting it. You are welcome, Duhabs. Destiny will rot your brain. He is a major cuck. Time me out. My bad. I'm not going to time you out, but you know what you did. I just like seeing how people who aren't really familiar are treating this. Yeah. I think the way that you can add me as a new way of treating this, I'm not going to watch it. Who do you think BTNB is targeting? Okay, my 5-head play on BTWN and BTNB is this, guys. BTWN is Richard Lee and Peter Thiel's first SPAC. BTNB is their second SPAC. Tokopedia was their original rumor. Gojek is their second rumor. What I think is going to happen is they will each acquire one of each, and then the two will merge. And you will have a US entity that is a massive Southeast Asia e-commerce presence. That's my theory. I have no proof of that. It's complete conjecture. That's me trying to read between lines. Full show, no problem, man. You Forsey watched the Destiny TSG thing. They were just misunderstanding each other and getting frustrated for no reason. They both had valid points, and we're not really disagreeing. Okay. Even much more than I don't need to watch that. Does anybody have the link to that interview? I'm curious. I don't have it. People have died from the vaccine. I'm not going to get into that. I don't have confirmed evidence as to any deaths from the vaccine, why it happened, what the extenuating circumstances were around it. I'm not a medical professional. Consult a physician, consult a medical professional, know what you're putting in your body, read the medical reports on what the things are. My opinion on trading actively versus putting money in VOO for a long time. It depends on how actively you can manage your portfolio. If you're somebody like me who's on here pretty much all day watching the market, you could probably trade actively. Whereas if you're somebody that has a full-time job and a family and you don't have time to really watch it, something like the VOO or the SPY might be more of an option. But again, not financial advice. Go seek a financial professional. Understand what your own financial goals are with them and craft a plan. People who watch Destiny don't shut up about Destiny. It's irritating. Meh. I would like it if people that watch me didn't stop talking about watching me. That'd be kind of cool. I read fast. That's nice. I have to. 4C Blue, you just described every Destiny debate. That's unfortunate, but that's what it is. Jerry Springer, every episode, you know what you're waiting for is for them to pick up the chairs and start throwing them. So that is a style of entertainment, and I understand that. It's just not something I watch. Fake news, I can't go as far as saying fake news or not fake news. I don't know about it. I'm not going to go any deeper on it. I've made my conclusion on the vaccine, and I encourage you guys to make informed decisions on what you're putting in your body, whether it's medicine or anything else. Destiny was telling TSG that TSG is not interested in. That disappeared. Not interested in helping people learn because he sells a morning call. That's what started the argument. Okay. On that, I can speak to that, just that concept of if somebody really wants to help people, they won't do it for free. That's not capitalism. That's socialism, and I'm opposed to that concept. I think if somebody is willing to help people, that's fantastic. I've been here all day helping you guys. At no point did I ask you for money, but you did. A lot of you, in many ways, you subscribed. You gave me your insight and your input, which is extremely valuable. You gave me the opportunity to help you, which was fantastic. And I don't think anybody here that subscribed to the stream today feels bad about having supported me financially for doing so. That is exactly what Stock Guy does, and I have not an issue with that. By the way, guys, I also am on Stock Guy's morning call, and I do get paid to do that. I do get paid to do that. So if you do take issue with the fact that Stock Guy doesn't help people because he has a morning call that people get paid for, you're also paying me. You're also paying Redemption. You're also paying Colonel. And all of us bust our ass really hard to help you. So if you have a problem with that, oh well, don't pay for the call. Like, I didn't make you guys pay for this. Stock Guy doesn't make people pay for the morning call. That's a grown ass adult decision that they get to make. And if they choose to do that with their money, who am I to stop them? I'd like to think that we provide enough value by doing upwards of 10 hours of DD between us every morning before the market opens that it's worth $30 a month. If somebody thinks otherwise, oh well. Nice hearing from you. What is he reading? The chat. I'm just a little bit behind, guys. I'm gonna have to put a hard stop in here at 4:30. I was supposed to stop at 4. I've got a family that's waiting for me downstairs, so I'm gonna have to put in a hard stop. I will do my best to get to the bottom of the chat before then, but that's there. It's a pretty cool moment in time right now with a few finance rumors being experienced and insightful. It is. I think it's a really cool time, and there's a lot of cool things that are going on. Can you take me through reading a report really quickly? I cannot, unfortunately, do that tonight. I will not have the time. Idaho Realtor, thank you so much for the 100 bits, man. That cheer is amazing. I think those are bits. I'm pretty sure those are bits. Those are bits, yeah. If you want to change the world, start a successful business. That is a big way to do it. I don't know. Stocky's morning call was dope. I love being subscribed. Awesome. I love to hear that, man. He posts a lot on Twitter. I don't know so much about he posts a lot on Twitter. He does post on Twitter, though. The trades have made the most money on are millennials pitches. Yikes! They're not pitches. They're just my due diligence. You made your own due diligence. I'm sure, Mr. 3Pick, you went in and looked at those stocks yourself and made a decision on that. So that's huge. Any leakers? That's hilarious, Hal. So with Tesla share price going down all week and with Biden's electric car executive order, do you think now is a good time to buy? I don't trade Waiter just because, or I don't, Mad Waiter just subbed. You rock. Thank you so much, Mad Waiter. You didn't need to do that, and you did, and I appreciate it. You rock. How do you get in the morning call? I wasn't really interested. You have to be a tier 3 subscriber on Stock Guy's stream or a Patreon sub for him. I do think that Tesla has a lot of potential going into Biden's electric car initiatives. I do. Did you do any research on Qualtrics? I did not, unfortunately, Riley. I did not do that. Wait, people can choose what to do with their own money. I know, crazy, right? He also has free ones on Fridays. We used to have free ones on Fridays. This last one, there was just so many people, it crashed. So we have to come up with something on that, guys. My suggestion to Stock Guy on that is going to be that we actually make Friday for tier 1 subs. Now I know that means that there won't be a free version, but honestly, guys, $5 is $5. It's worth it. In my opinion. Of course, I'm biased, so especially considering Socket sometimes highlights a few things talked about on the morning call, so Destiny's arguments fall apart. Yeah, I mean, and Destiny, I still think is entitled to that opinion. I've never known him, so Scipio Century Pelosi has Tesla, so go buy. Jokes, meme. Ha. How do you screen for stocks? I use my stock screener inside my dashboard. 3 minutes here, guys. So if I'm rushing, it's because I want to get through everything. Not to get into the drama, though. I want no part of it. Good. Great. I love that. Nobody wants to get into the drama. On the topic of the morning call, Destiny is completely wrong. You guys have helped me a lot with the information and advice you've provided to a newbie like me, and I'm happy to tier 3 sub for, so thanks to you all. Thank you so much for that, guys. I really do appreciate hearing that we are bringing value to you. It's nice to know that I'm not up first thing in the morning for nothing. What is the call we're talking about? Stock Guy does a morning call in his Discord, guys. You have to pay as a tier 3 sub to his channel or a Patreon supporter on his channel. Stocky is a father. He's looking to support his wife. He wants her to be able to not go back to work and support their baby. For you guys to support him in the time that he puts in, he does 8 hours a day, guys. I only stream the market 2 hours a day. He puts in a lot of work entertaining people and is absolutely deserving of all the success that he's seeing. For anybody to tear him down and what he's doing as though it's just to gain on profit, it's misinformed and it's ignorant. Hey bro, new to stocks, thinking of buying some JAGX for long-term investment. What sort of stuff do you invest in? Typically, I was investing in bio. Now I'm just investing in pretty much everything. I don't really have a theme or method outside of my qualitative fundamental analysis. I'm a lurker here. Martini stock guy. I like to hear all the ideas from different people. I love that, Phantom. I really, really love that. And I do love hanging out in all the different stock streamers chats. Rebels, Martini, myself, Stock Guy. There's lots of other ones that are popping up now too, which is fantastic. Stock Jock is another one. There's lots of people out there, guys. Wall Street Bets, if everyone bought fixed calls, the system would be dead in week tops. Yeah, I don't know about that. Thanks for everything. You are welcome. You can give me some advice on a 15-year-old who just started to invest in the market. Read. ACFPS. Read. That would be my advice. That would be the only advice that I can give you because I'm not a financial professional. As a first-time Twitch user, this stream has been phenomenal. I couldn't be more appreciative. Awesome to hear that you're here. Awesome to hear that this is your first time. Yeah, come on in. That's a ridiculous argument. You have a choice to buy it. Nobody can afford to work for free just to help people. You can say that about any service. Well, yeah, exactly. When you go to your doctor, are you pissed off that there's a bill? Probably not. Lattice with the 5 gift subs. You rock, man. Thank you so much for that. Tier 1 subs is best option. Last Friday was awful. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the solution is, but that is the solution I would suggest. Might be better off just streaming on Twitch for a while. Maybe that's a way that we go. Millennial, give me something to read over the weekend that will help me Monday. That reading list, pick any book off of that list and you're good to go. But this is my all-time favorite book, guys. This would be the absolute core foundation, The Culture Code by Daniel Coyle. It is on that reading list. By the way, guys, if you buy anything off of that reading list from Amazon, I do have an affiliate. That is an affiliate link that you're clicking on. So that is another way that you support the channel, just by buying the books off of that list. I guess I should be doing a disclosure on that of some kind. I haven't been, but I should be. You spam messages for the lulls. I'm 2,700 shares deep in SSG. Nothing wrong with that. I'm glad you did the DD. Would be nice to give total newbies insight in the morning call. Yeah, I want people to have access, but at the same time, I want people to actually be able to use it. Friday, it wasn't usable. You know the Stocksmen? I don't know that. Looking for some solid books. Yeah, that's me. I did that. Guys, we did it. I'm at the bottom. It's 4:30. My family is going to kill me. I am out of here. I will be back Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. I really look forward to breaking down this market with you guys this week. You have been all amazing. Thank you so much for the time. If you were here, guys, remember, here is the note that we did today on solvency. You are welcome to have that. I'm not going to close down the link on that note. That's there for you to have. I just won't be using that command link after today. So if you got it, you get it. As well, guys, if you are subscribers, expect an email from me to subs either tonight or Monday. How do tiers work on Twitch? There are different levels of support that you can show a streamer every month, from I think $4.99 is the lowest at tier 1 to $29.99 on the market in the morning. Note, there's the link again. But Monday, I will be back, guys, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, hanging out with you guys. I am so pumped to have you all here. I love the community that's growing. Thank you for everything. And yeah, subs, you will get the access to my training journal as a small thank you. And yes, that's right. My subs will get something because they are subs. And that's not me looking for a cash grab. That's me saying thank you to you guys for being so amazing. So have an amazing night. We should probably raid somebody, right? It's always good to pass this off instead of just getting rid of you guys. So let me pass you off to another financial streamer on Twitch and continue sharing the love. If you're a sub, make sure that when you get in there, you guys go out of your way to be respectful and helpful in the best way that you know how. Mikey K is where we're going to go, I think. Here he's the next biggest. So let's go over to Mikey K. If you're a sub, drop the beaver in there. Be as polite as you possibly can. Have an amazing night, amazing weekend. I will see you Monday morning. Later, 10 seconds. We're going to start this raid, guys. So let's get up that 10-second timer there. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and later, guys.